When he finally wakes, it feels like he's been pounded head to toe. He can't even shift, and a quick glance tells him he's sprawled in a shabby slum room. His sister is sitting next to him, yet something about her appearance feels terribly off. He recalls the gang of thugs who beat them, and how his sister threw herself over him, taking every blow so he wouldn't. Afterwards, she did what little she could to nurse him back, brushing off her own horrific injuries for days. But now those same thugs barge into their room. They start by booting his sister without hesitation. She makes no sound and simply crumples to the floor. It turns out she's already dead, but those scum don't care. They're only startled that what they did a few days earlier was enough to finish her. Even in the slums, though, everything has a value, even a corpse, so they try to haul her away. But Tiny refuses to let them. He strains with all he has to move, yet his feeble body won't obey. All he can do is raise his shaking hand a fraction. Then a blue aura of mana flares around his hand. In an instant, strength floods back into him. He shouts for those bastards to stop and lunges at them. He even manages to drive one thug backward. Then he throws himself over his sister's lifeless body like a shield. Enraged by his nerve, the goons begin stomping and kicking him non-stop. Tiny takes it, yet he won't move from her remains. At last, they abandon any idea of taking the girl and storm out of the room. Once they're gone, Tiny begins to assess what happened. Everything is unfolding unlike his previous life. He has no idea why, especially since he remembers clearly that he shouldn't be able to wield mana. At this stage of his life, the truth hits him. He's gone back in time. In the future, he became the mightiest hammer-wielding warrior. When monsters poured into the world, most of the continent was erased. Yet he defeated the Beast Lord alone, even as the battle left him fatally injured. That was when an elderly knight named Esgard, barely clinging to life nearby, called out to him. He exposed his greatest secret and urged Tiny to seek him out in the past as quickly as he could. Then, with the power of his magic ring, he sent the boy back through time. Now, remembering Esgard's final words, Tiny clings to the hope that this time he can alter what's coming. Once he accepts that he truly has been returned to the past, Tiny burns with anger that Esgard couldn't have sent him back a little sooner. Soon enough to save his sister. He can't grasp why he was brought back to this exact moment. When he suddenly coughs up blood, he's reminded his body is still weak, so he forces himself to stop dwelling on what can't be changed. Esgard may not have even been certain the time jump would succeed. Instead, Tiny chooses to use this chance to say a proper farewell to his sister. He keeps Esgard's warning in mind that he must find him quickly. Tiny intends to do exactly that, but only after he settles the score with Wolf, the man behind his sister's death. In his last life, he only barely managed to get revenge on Wolf, but this time, he plans to do it the right way. First, he must lay his sister to rest properly. Later, Tiny stands before her body, placed in a coffin. As the final rites begin, Irina isn't his blood sister. Still, the two of them share black hair and black eyes, traits viewed as an ill omen on this continent. That's why everyone avoids Tiny. Irina, meanwhile, lost her own brother and found a new one in him. Tiny aches with regret that he never repaid the kindness she gave him. The priest starts the last rites. Nearby, Emma, Irina's friend, sees the grave look on Tiny's face and can tell something has shifted in him. She ties it to losing the only family he had left. Emma remembers visiting his home some time ago and finding him eating right beside his sister's corpse. The sight unsettled her to the core, and to make it worse, she realized his injuries had all healed too. Then, in the next moment, he lifted Irina's body. Emma was shaken by how distant he seemed. She scolded him, saying he never listened to her the way he listened to Irina. He thanked her earnestly for the soup and swore he would repay her someday. Even now, staring at him, she still can't tell what was truly on his mind. Tiny, meanwhile, is focused on honoring his sister's kindness. He remembers how she always pushed him to believe in himself and keep his chin up. He resolves to do exactly that now, rather than sink into self-blame. In his thoughts, he speaks to his sister, swearing that this time he won't carry any regrets. A month goes by. After weeks of brutal training, he's burning through mana. Now at last, it's time to take revenge on Wolf. He stands before the entrance to Wolf's den. His lackeys spot him coming and assume he's just another beggar. They bristle when Tiny casually asks whether Wolf is inside. One of them swings to slap him, but Tiny snatches his hand out of the air. Clamping down on the wrist with bone-crushing force, he challenges him, demanding to know if he truly thinks a kid is no match for him. The goon screams in agony and collapses to his knees. Tiny walks toward another thug who can't wrap his head around how a child could be this strong. He figures it must be some kind of drug doing it. Reassuring himself that a kid is still only a kid, he snatches Tiny by the collar, planning to fling him away. All the thug succeeds in doing is tugging at Tiny's shirt. It's like trying to hoist a solid block of steel, not a person. Tiny taunts him, saying he's obviously heavier than he appears, and the man is just wasting his effort. Then he boots the thug away. Truthfully, Tiny is ecstatic about his progress since his mana is finally perfectly aligned with his body, something he could never achieve in his last life. This hidden growth method lets him gain power by keeping his mana in constant interplay. With his physical form, the catch is he has to consume enormous amounts of food to keep improving. With Emma's help, he pulled it off. While he's lost in his own inner narration, the remaining goons simply gape at him, utterly baffled and scared stiff. He realizes that freshly awakened mana is feeble, yet it slips easily into a body that's already been hurt. He hurls a thug into the air, sarcastically thanking them for roughing him up earlier. The man rockets straight into the base's building, smashing through as the people inside snap to attention at the sudden intruder. They recognize Tiny as the beggar boy from before. They jeer at him for showing up alone and unarmed, but Tiny only grins. Grabbing one goon by the ankle, he says he actually does have a weapon. The man screams with fear and pain as Tiny whips him around like a mace, using his body to slam into the other goon. The sight terrifies most of them. Before long, everyone is dropped, taken out by his human weapon. With the weaklings dealt with, he shifts his focus to the tougher enemy. Only the Lander brothers are left. With a casual finger flick, he beckons them to come on. One of the Landers draws his sword, ready to run it through the boy. Then he hesitates when he sees mana spiraling around Tiny's small body. His greed surges since mana users' bodies sell for a fortune. Tiny, meanwhile, looks mildly bored as the man he's been swinging is worn out and about to collapse. He recalls his teacher chewing him out for treating a person like a weapon. Back then, to make up for how savage he fought, his instructor drilled him in close-range combat. It's that same style he's about to use on the brother. Both brothers strike at once, but he slips back from their blade. Having already read their moves, he smashes one brother with a punch and drives a kick into the other. Then he seizes one and slams him toward the ground. Before the body even hits the earth, Tiny is there in a flash and kicks him again. In the end, both of them are beat. And Wolf, the invader's boss, finally appears. From his previous life, Tiny already knows Wolf is a werebeast and not an ordinary one. He's a silver werebeast, said to be a direct descendant of the werebeast royal bloodline. Back then, Tiny never learned how such a rare werebeast ended up in a slum life. This because it took everything he had just to win. Now he's certain he'll uncover the truth. Wolf is stunned by how easily Tiny wiped out his men. And Tiny provokes him, saying he'll kill him as well. Wolf immediately begins to transform. Ready to teach the boy a painful lesson, Tiny is pleased that Wolf goes all out from the start, but he's shocked once the change is complete. He isn't a silver werebeast at all. He's just an ordinary mongrel. Wolf explodes with rage at what he takes as an insult. He charges Tiny, raking at him again and again. Weaving past the strikes, Tiny weighs the facts. Wolf is definitely quicker and stronger than the Lander brothers, but he's nowhere near as formidable as the silver werebeast Tiny faced in his past life. Tiny clamps Wolf's jaw, crushes it with mana, and flings him aside. A werebeast ally once taught him how to handle their kind when they lose themselves. Now Tiny is about to use that advice here. Furious, Wolf lunges again, but Tiny evades every claw swipe. From his blind angle, Tiny drives a brutal kick into him, saying he needs to be punished. Satisfied, Tiny prepares to beat him to death or close enough. He keeps kicking and pounding without mercy. He remembers his companion saying to beat the beast out of them, since werebeasts can regenerate enough to withstand the damage. In the very next instant, he hurls Wolf straight into the wall. The impact splinters it and something drops out. Wolf then shifts back into his human shape. Tiny realizes he's come to. Wolf, bewildered, can't understand why Tiny is pummeling him and questions what he's doing it for. This time, Tiny swears he'll snap his spine. He means to keep beating him until he begs his sister's forgiveness. When it's over, he prays she can finally rest in peace. The moment he says he intends to kill him, the frightened Wolf hurriedly apologizes to both Tiny and his sister. Tiny states that no matter how badly he wants to kill him and lay the body at his sister's grave, he knows she wouldn't want to see Wolf there, so he chooses to dig for the truth instead. He warns Wolf that every unanswered question will earn him another beating. Then Tiny spots a mana rock lying on the ground. He picks it up since he doesn't recall it being there in his past life. The instant his fingers close around it, he feels a dark power within. Seconds later, he sees a chained silver werebeast inside the rock, roaring wildly. His eyes go wide when he recognizes it. He recalls how his elven companion once introduced him to spirit beasts, creatures that store up mana over centuries, often going through rebirth as they do. Spirit beasts are extraordinarily scarce and are usually found only in Elfenheim. He knew that much back then, especially after she showed him a spirit stone. A spirit stone contains a spirit's very core. Realizing what he's holding, he can't help wondering how Wolf obtained something so invaluable. Worse still, this spirit rock is tainted by sinister demonic energy. Tiny first shatters the dark chains restraining the beast. The moment they break, the beast's memories crash into him. He witnesses a silver wolf trapped by shadowy figures radiating darkness. They strike from every direction, and once it falls, they drive black daggers into its body to rip out the spirit stone. Then he sees the stone pass to a child. In the next moment, the child absorbs it and turns into wolf. Tiny understands now, this is the warp technique used to turn a human into a man-made werebeast. Now it all adds up. This time, Wolf couldn't fully take in the stone. That's why he never became a silver werebeast. The spirit of the silver wolf steps forward, poised to exact revenge on the human wolf. Tiny stops it, insisting he wants Wolf to suffer longer before he finally dies. He's startled when the silver wolf seems to understand his words. He remembers Estina telling him that if someone has a clean soul and sufficient mana, they can become a spirit mage, and that children often have the greatest chance. Since he's young again, he assumes he might count as a spirit mage. That would explain why the beast can understand him, though he seriously doubts his own soul is truly pure. The spirit beast itself answers, saying that when he broke the chain, his mana seeped into the fractures of the shattered stone, letting them speak to each other. Tiny asks whether they can make a contract. The spirit beast nods right away. Tiny reaches out his hand, thrilled to formally bond with it. He knows spirits aren't like ordinary magic that requires constant control from a mage. Instead, they can move independently as tangible partners. All they require is a consistent flow of mana from their summoner, and they become stronger as their mage grows too. That's exactly why Estina was hailed as the strongest of the 10 knights. The spirit beast lays down a single requirement. It wants vengeance on those who harmed it. The boy agrees at once, since he already intends to challenge the darkness sooner or later. After setting a few basic rules between them, the contract's final step is completed. Tiny decides his new partner needs a name. He calls him Wolong, a warped riff on Moonwolf. Now the real question is, who's supporting Wolf from the shadows? He's convinced they're tied to the forces of darkness, based on the sinister aura he felt. They're demon followers, zealots who worship demons rather than the god. Before the Beast Lord's army appeared, these demon followers were causing chaos everywhere. Back then, Tiny was stuck in a labyrinth, so he didn't learn much about them. He kicks Wolf and demands to know if the demon followers were the ones who gave him the spirit stone. When Wolf stays dazed, Tiny tells Walling to deal with it. Walling unleashes a roar that snaps him awake, and Tiny asks again. He adds that he also wants their whereabouts and what they're planning right now. Wolf gives him a sinister laugh. He says those people see him as nothing more than a test subject and that they'll never allow Tiny to walk away from this. The instant he starts talking about how strong they are, his head bursts apart. Tiny realizes at once they'd placed some kind of enchantment on him to force his silence. He recalls Wolf's warning from his previous life that they would track him down. Back then, he thought Wolf meant his own lackeys. But when he looked into those men at the time, they didn't even know who Wolf was, or that he was a werebeast. Choosing to drop it for the moment, he turns his attention to the crack in the wall. Curious about what might be hidden inside, he hurls Wolf's corpse into it, and the impact finishes the job, revealing a concealed safe. Tiny decides he'll tell Esgard about this when the opportunity comes. He says he trusts his former comrades, then quickly amends his word. Esgard will be his companion in the future. He opens the safe and finds an enormous hoard, but only one item matters to him: the ring bearing Valanche's seal. He needs it as a way to get close to Esgard. It's the very ring Khloe handed him, telling him to seek her out with it and vowing she'd assist him. She also said he should already know who she is. Tiny is aware that throughout the Asran Empire, everyone knows she is Khloe von Valanche, Esgard's youngest daughter, famous for her gentle nature, and called the Angel of Valanche after she turned 16. That was when she toured the region. Among the Valanche, it's tradition that once their children come of age, they present flower offerings at every temple in the territory, ensuring their names are recognized. That's when he met her in the Inveter district on the Billy estate right along the edge of the Duke's lands. In his last life, his revenge came too late, and he failed to claim the ring in time. So he never got to make use of it then. This time, though, he can leverage it to secure an audience with Esgard. Now he senses someone else is about to arrive. Tiny is correct. A knight shows up at the grisly scene. The knight concludes the killer must be a mana user, based on someone being grabbed by the leg and swung around like a weapon. He refuses to believe a child could do that. When the thugs insist it's true, he dismisses them, accusing them of being high if they expect him to buy that story. Then he kicks one for Wolf's failure to keep his men disciplined. This is Sir Ram, captain of the Phyla estate guards, and he plans to wring even more money out of Wolf once things calm down. But his scheme is cut short when Tiny appears on the stairs, and Ram demands to know if he's the one behind the slaughter. Tiny admits it with casual ease. As Ram starts seething at the nerve, Tiny remarks that all he did was rough up a lowly commoner like Wolf. Not exactly an issue worthy of a knight of Ram's rank coming in person. He adds flatly that Ram being here can only mean he's pocketing a hefty bribe from Wolf, an insult that drives the captain into a frenzy. He immediately channels his mana to attack. Ram's show of power earns only quiet contempt in return. Tiny can tell the captain hasn't even reached the second stage of mana control. Before Ram can land a blow, Tiny knocks his hand aside, confident he can deal with him even without tapping his full strength. He charges in, aiming a knee strike, but his opponent blocks it. Ram admits the kid is strong and shoves him back. Tiny only intends to show enough force to bargain. He can't risk making the Lord his enemy yet, so he springs up and retreats. With so many knights under Ram, all he needs is a way to make the man stand down. Ram grows irritated as his strikes keep missing. He's about to draw his sword but freezes when he notices Wolling behind Tiny. Tiny catches the change in his face. A spirit beast is almost unheard of in a place like the Invader District, so Tiny wastes no time. He knows Ram's only concern is payment, so he offers to match exactly what Wolf was giving him. Ram can't believe a child could pay that, assuming Tiny must be an older mage disguising his true power with magic. In appearance, Tiny says he's made a name for himself in the district. Ram tests him, claiming Wolf paid 5 platinum coins and asking if Tiny can do the same. Tiny doesn't bite. He suspects Wolf really paid only 1 platinum coin and offers 1.5 instead. Ram bristles at the number. Before he can even threaten him, Wolling roars, stopping him cold. Tiny coolly warns Ram he'll lose his life if he refuses the deal. At last, Ram slides his sword back into its sheath. He never imagined a child would play it this way. Tiny demands his final answer. Ram says he'll expect the payment. By month's end, the remaining thugs beg him not to abandon them, but Ram angrily swats one aside. Tiny then tosses the coins to Ram and tells him to set up a meeting with the Lord, so he can assert his claim over the Invader District. Ram says he will report everything that occurred here to the Lord, but he cautions Tiny that if the payments ever stop, the Lord's fury will be waiting for him. After he leaves, Tiny scoffs to himself, wondering if that day will truly arrive. He then looks toward the goons attempting to slip away. He commands them to gather every working woman and every beggar child currently in the Invader District. He follows it with an icy warning if they're even 60 seconds late. He'll take 1 life for each minute delayed, and if they try to bolt, he says his spirit beast will track them down and kill them. He allows exactly 1 hour. Shaking with fear, they sprint off to carry out his order. If everything unfolds the way he intends, he'll wrap up matters here in less than a week. After that, he can finally have his meeting with Esgard. Later, the frightened goons herd everyone inside. Emma is among them too, uneasy to find him there. Her gaze locking onto the blood smeared across his knuckle. He tells her it isn't his blood, it's Wolf's. He displays Wolf's lifeless body to everyone and declares that the man is at last dead. The crowd grows anxious since Wolf had the Lord's backing. They worry the Lord will punish them for it. When someone says tricking a noble is a serious offense, Tiny agrees. He says the Duke of Valentia will also learn that the Lord has been deceiving him. This time he has evidence. He plans to expose the Lord's corruption to the Duke. Days later, 2 guards talk about Rome's disappearance. He's on probation now because of what happened in the Invader District. They figure it was nothing more than thugs fighting for control. Even though they've heard whispers of a strange ghost or an enormous wolf, they dismiss it all as nonsense. Criminals always embellish. Besides, Wolf is dead and his whole fortune was taken. In the end, Rome was disciplined for failing to rein in the new boss. Ever since then, every shop in the Invita district has stayed shut, sparking a wave of merchant complaints. With his main income source drying up, the Lord grows more furious by the moment and finally calls for the new boss to come to his estate. Nearby, our boy listens in on the guards' chatter. That same day, Tiny brings up what might happen to the Lord of Philes if Esgard learned of his wrongdoing. In his past life, even after getting the ledgers, he did nothing because he believed every noble was alike. Back then, he simply traded half of Wolf's wealth and the ledgers to the Lord so a few people he knew could be set free. He hadn't learned any better yet. It was only after he became a knight that he understood there's always a higher-ranking noble above the lesser ones. He faced Emma and said the key point was that they were all no longer bound by Wolf's rule. Then, he urged them to take their vengeance. Right away, Emma kicked Wolf's corpse first, letting out her pent-up rage. With her leading the way, everyone started striking the body, pouring out their sorrow. Tiny knew that whatever he did, their hurt would never vanish completely. Even so, he offered them Wolf's money, telling them to take as much as they pleased. He told them to grab the gold and get out of the Invader district. They were stunned, realizing he meant to give away the entire fortune. Emma asked what he would keep for himself, and he replied he'd already taken what he required. She insisted he needed funds too, even if he still didn't grasp how much it mattered. Then he looked at the women, whose eyes had turned greedy. He issued a threat. If they used that money to commit crimes or went anywhere near the Lord, Wolong would rip them to pieces. The sight of the spirit left everyone trembling. Beast, turning back to Emma, he advised her to go to Diane if she planned to leave. He suggested they travel as a group and hire mercenaries as protection. When she asked what he would do, he said he had somewhere else to go. Emma worried at first, but after glancing at Wolong, she knew he'd be all right. She agreed to head to Diane, yet told him to seek her out if he ever needed help. He thanked her. From that day forward, the Phillies' entertainment district shut down completely. Back in the present, one guard asks what the new boss is called. Right then, they notice Tiny standing there, and he replies that the new boss is named Tiny. They tell him a peasant kid has no business wandering near the Lord's residence. Then the first guard suddenly questions how the boy even knows the boss's name. Tiny summons his silver wolf and makes it clear. He knows because he's the boss. Inside the castle, he's annoyed to be stuck in yet another situation, where people look down on him for being small. He stands before Cran, commander of the Knights of Files. Cran remarks on just how young he is. Since Rome already briefed him, Tiny needles him, saying it's rude to keep a visitor waiting while sizing them up. The commander bristles and tells Tiny to remember his station. Tiny fires back that Cran should be the one mindful of his own. Cran ranks beneath the Lord, so he has no right to lay a hand on the Lord's guest. The commander sneers that Tiny reeks of the streets. Tiny snaps back, saying Cran is the one who smells foul. Enraged, Cran draws his blade. The butler steps in between them and reminds Cran that the Lord is waiting. At last, Cran offers an apology and slides his sword back into its sheath, cautioning Tiny to watch what he says since the Lord is not a forgiving man. Tiny brushes off the caution, while Crayon, still seething, resolves to slit the boy's throat the instant the Lord gives permission. Cran reports Tiny's arrival to the Lord, who permits them to enter. After passing inside, Tiny is stunned when he lays eyes on the Lord. He hides his surprise and bows at once in a proper greeting, causing Cran to question where he picked up such etiquette. Tiny answers that he's been rehearsing the correct way to greet the Lord. Tiny, meanwhile, recognizes him from a previous life. In those days, the man was a bloated addict. This must be him when he was still in shape before the drugs took hold. Healthy or not, he remains a crooked lord. If he sends the ledger to Esgard as proof against Timon, it will finish him for good. Tiny just has to keep him pinned here. The Lord remarks that Tiny treats him with more courtesy than he shows Cran. Tiny modestly claims he can't treat a sword and the one who wields it as equal. Then he drops a shocking request. He wants to serve as Timon's knight. Timon takes it as Tiny seeing Cran as a rival, and the ambition piques his interest. Still, he doubts Tiny is truly a child. He suspects there may be dwarf or elf blood in him. Tiny insists he's only 13. That leaves Cran utterly stunned. Timon rises and moves on to what matters. Tiny wiped out the prophets from the Inviter district. Odd behavior for someone desperate to become his knight. Timon demands an explanation for what he's done. Tiny says he acted solely for the Lord's benefit. Timon is struck speechless by that answer. Tiny continues, saying that even if Timon seems sharp, he may not truly understand how the world works. Crayon volunteers to execute him on the spot, but Tiny lays out his logic instead. He says he acted because whispers were spreading that Valentino had started noticing the prostitution and drug business operating within Timon's land. Cran flinches at the name. Tiny brings up Khloe's coming-of-age visit to the Inviter district. He claims he heard it from those who escorted her. He argues he merely cleaned up the mess for Timon before it ballooned into a disaster. Tiny smiles to himself, pleased that he's managed to bend the truth even as Timon presses to confirm the account. Timon wonders if Esgard was plotting something ahead of Khloe's trip. Cran tries to dismiss Tiny's reasoning, but Timon snaps at him to keep quiet. Cran apologizes at once. In the end, Timon commends Tiny's move, even if he handled it with too much force. Tiny expresses thanks, yet Timon's suspicion hasn't faded. He's already heard that Tiny has the spirit wolf. In a cold tone, he demands to know whether Tiny stole it from Wolf's spirit stone. Tiny hadn't considered this, never imagining Timon knew about the stone at all. In the next instant, Walling appears at his side with the wolf's assistance. Tiny perceives what ordinary eyes cannot, a vortex of dark energy clinging to Timon. That marks him as a dark mage. Tiny knows demons grant strength only to those who pay in sacrifices. From the double ring encircling Timon, he must have offered hundreds of bodies, or dozens upon dozens of lives. It suddenly fits together as Tiny recalls the thugs who tried to haul off his sister's corpse. They said buyers were paying well for body. He realizes Timon must be the one purchasing corpses in the Invader district. That means Wolf had a dark mage supporting him all along. He wonders what Wolf's true identity was. Timon demands a response, but Tiny pretends not to understand. Timon immediately gestures to his knight. The knight draws his blade on Tiny. Our boy knows that with his current strength, he can't handle both of them. Even so, he calls his familiar. Walling materializes behind him, and its roar locks Crayon in place. Timon, though, doesn't so much as blink. He curses Wolf as worthless and decides he'll simply switch to a different test subject. Hearing that, Tiny suspects they intend to use him in their experiment. Timon asks Cran about the boy's power, and Cran replies that Tiny is close to reaching the second stage. Timon notes that would place him on par with a knight. Cran adds that Tiny must be a prodigy to have awakened mana by himself, especially since he isn't a noble trained from birth. Timon is startled. Cran explains that while self-awakening mana is uncommon, Tiny's mana is polished and doesn't leak. His mana circles are steady, meaning someone taught him through a hidden growth method. T-Man demands to know who instructed him. Tiny realizes T-Man won't accept it if he claims he invented the secret growth method himself. By himself, so he fabricates a story, claiming his parents trained him before he ever arrived at Bill. He says he's practiced these breathing methods since he was an infant, and only understood their value later on. Timon stops digesting that. Tiny knows about time, but he can't confirm any of it. Countless refugees poured into the invader district. Since Timon allowed them in purely to raise his profits, Tiny insists his own power should be evidence enough. To his shock, Timon buys the explanation. Tiny never expected him to drop it that quickly. But he's not wrong, Timon still isn't finished. He chooses to have someone else decide personally and orders Tiny not to move. He notes that killing Wolf only made everything messier. Tiny starts wondering who this unknown judge might be. His eyes go wide, thinking they could belong to the group Wolf warned him about. Since Timon practices dark magic, he assumes the newcomer does too. If a figure that strong catches him, it's a worst-case nightmare. Timon snaps him out of it, asking whether he accepts the deal. Tiny pledges allegiance immediately. Then he asks if the incoming visitor is someone of real importance. Timon says yes and cautions him to be impeccably courteous. Tiny begins weighing his remaining moves in 3 days. Esgard will audit the ledgers and uncover the truth. It will take 3 more days to gather a punishment force and additional time for them to reach the Filey estate. Altogether, help won't arrive for roughly half a month. He prays that this special individual shows up after that period. He asks when they'll get here, pretending he wants time to learn proper etiquette for the greeting. Timon replies that the arrival will be in about a week. Tiny goes rigid as soon as he hears it. Later, he broods over his latest trouble. Whoever this is, they'll be here in only 1 week. He has only 2 paths. One is to flee. The invader district residents are already gone, so slipping away from the Lord's men would be simple. But that would brand him a fugitive. It would cause huge problems later when he has to face Esgard, and he needs that meeting to happen cleanly without complications. Besides, even considering escape makes him furious. He knows he still isn't powerful enough, yet he believes he might discover a way to come out on top. That leaves his second option. With the visitor due in a week, everything hinges on who they truly are. He briefly suspects some official, but then recalls Timon said he'd let this person judge with their own eyes. Thinking it through, he realizes there's no chance the guest is a major noble, especially with how silent the estate feels. As far as he can tell, the visitor must be someone dubious. Tiny decides he has to stir up chaos in Phil's before they arrive. He intends to cause a huge commotion to attract public attention. If he succeeds, the guest might postpone or even scrap the visit. It's a hurried plan, but it's his best chance. To make it work, though, he must be strong enough to beat both Timon and Cran. He pauses his planning because after all that training, he's ravenous. Not long after, everyone is stunned by how much Tiny can eat at his age. They figure he might have dwarf blood since dwarves can eat as much as orcs. Ignoring their gawking, the boy keeps eating until he's satisfied. Now that his mana body has fully synced with his physical body, he needs far more fuel to keep getting stronger. He realizes he won't need spirit medicines or hidden elixirs to maintain this pace. A knight, Sir Grant, cuts into his meal, clearly there to scold him for his table habits. When Tiny casually asks whether the man has an issue, the knight demands that he respect his elders. Tiny doesn't see why he should honor someone who showed up just to bully a child. He needles him further, staying calm as he calls the man an idiot. Enraged, Grant swings to punch him for the insolence. A different man, Gren, sees it and urges the knight to cool off, reminding him Tiny is only a kid. Right then, Cran steps in behind them and tells Gren not to interfere. Tiny grins. He understands the commander has come to gauge his ability. He stands prepared to show what he's capable of in this bout. He knows Timon is the one orchestrating all of this. Outside, Sir Grant is set on teaching the boy a lesson. Tiny points out he's unarmed and warns that Grant may regret it later. The remark only makes the knight laugh. He tells Tiny to grab a sword because he'll end it in an instant, even taunting him by asking if he's scared. In reply, Tiny snaps a kick into his ankle, making him stagger. Grant steadies himself to avoid falling and throws a punch. But Tiny dips under it, channeling mana into his foot. He strikes the shin again, forcing the knight to groan in pain. Grant can't believe someone at the first stage hits this hard. Even with his legs throbbing, he refuses to be defeated. Tiny senses his stubborn resolve. Burning with rage, the knight is about to charge again, but Tiny slips away to protect himself. Then he springs upward and lands on Grant's shoulder. He now grips the knight's face with hands charged with mana. He taunts him, saying he has no intention of killing him. In the next instant, he slams him down onto the ground. Tiny proclaims that knights aren't anything remarkable. Everyone is stunned, and a low buzz of whispers spreads as they watch a child bring down a knight. Cran's gaze sharpens at him. This had been Tiny's design all along. He pulled it off by beating a knight in front of the crowd, without even calling his familiar. He did it to showcase his extraordinary skill, sure that such rare talent would keep the Lord from executing him. That way, his scheme can move forward. All at once, a stabbing ache shoots through his body, making him reel. He catches himself before he collapses, as he questions if he pushed himself too far. In the fight, he poured all his mana into striking Grant the moment his guard dropped. It's the only method he has to win, since Grant is far beyond him in level. In his past life, using something like this left him struggling, because his mana body let his physical body heal up, but restoring mana was always painfully slow. Now that his mana and flesh are synchronized, that problem is gone. It also makes training simpler. He resolves to grow much stronger. Later, he's invited to dine with the Lord. He learns that Esgard has made his move. At the table, Timon confesses he was too quick to judge him. Tiny thanks him for believing in his ability after seeing it for himself. The maid sets food before him. Timon tells him it's steak from a young calf. On top of that, he's arranged plenty of other dishes as well. Tiny remarks that meat is pretty heavy for the morning. Timon looks taken aback, since he believes Tiny got strong enough to beat his knight from all the F**********. Food he ate, Tiny brushes it off, saying Grant simply lowered his guard and that was how Tiny won. Timon notes his modesty, then shifts to how unfortunate it is there's no suitable instructor for someone like Tiny. To that, Tiny replies that many knights throughout history became powerful on their own, without any teacher. Timon pays close attention. Then he remarks that Tiny not only understands history, but also shows refined table etiquette. Tiny can't figure out what Timon is getting at. He can't exactly admit he learned all this as an adult in his previous life. Timon is clearly guessing Tiny might be nobility, but nobles with black hair and black eyes are rare in their empire, and even in the neighboring ones. Still, there's one place where it could make sense. Tiny is completely baffled, while Timon grows overexcited at the thought that Tiny could be a valuable asset. Tiny has no idea what Timon is rambling about. Timon brings up the person who has been briefed on everything about Tiny. That person is very pleased to hear of Tiny's progress. Meanwhile, Tiny, still in the dark, thinks about Timon's future, how he will eventually fall into drug addiction. Right now, Timon is a dark mage with 2 circles. When the time comes for the demon to claim him, his aid won't leave him either. Timon goes on, saying that Tiny will become significant to that person, implying they hold tremendous power. Tiny acts thankful for the chance being offered. Afterward, Tiny steps up his training. He figures this person and their faction will be dangerously influential. But for now, his biggest goal is taking down Timon and his commander. Timon is a 2-circle mage and Jean is a stage 2 skill fighter. Fran might be stronger than Timon, but they're nearly on equal footing, considering mana users and mages advance through comparable stages. In his previous life, Tiny went beyond stage 2. This time, he has to reach it within 6 days. After 3 days of training, he boosts his flexibility by compressing his weight and strength. Now his agility surpasses what it was in his last life as he relearns the fundamentals. He recognizes the errors he made before, in his previous life. He focused on getting bigger and more muscular, convinced that size was the path to power. But that oversized build became a drawback, because it threw off the balance between his mana body and his physical body. By making him too large, now he won't repeat that mistake, since he understands that greater size doesn't automatically mean greater strength. Then he hears soldiers nearby gasp. After seeing his fight with Grant, they choose to steer clear of him. He's pleased with how they react. Over these 3 days, he mostly does nothing but eat and train. Meanwhile, people stop paying attention to him, which suits him just fine. Then Cran arrives to escort him to the armory. He tells him Timon wants him outfitted with proper weapon and armor. Noticing Cran's sword, Tiny grins, because it's time for him to receive one of his own. Outside the armory, Cran reminds him not to forget to thank the Lord. Inside, Tiny looks over the weapons and armor. Those suits of armor probably won't fit his small frame. And as for the weapons, there isn't a single warhammer or mace among them. None of it is any use to him. To needle Cran, he mentions he might come across something like Cran's sword. Cran answers with a smirk, insisting his blade is anything but ordinary. He says it was forged by the renowned weaponsmith Rogers, and it now bears the name Gria's. Cran doubts Tiny could ever handle such a weapon. At that, Tiny wonders how many lives were offered up to make it. Tiny taunts Cran, claiming he has greater talent and is therefore the better match for a sword of that caliber. The remark enrages Cran so much that his roar reaches the guards outside the armory. Inside, Tiny proposes a contest to prove his claim. He snatches up a sword and ups the ante, saying Cran can kill him if he loses. Out of control, Cran lifts his sword at Tiny. Outside the armory, everyone hears Tiny begging Cran, promising he'll never pull anything like this again. After some time, a badly hurt Tiny staggers out. Everyone feels sorry for him, assuming Cran roughed him up. One guard murmurs about rumors that Cran holds a grudge against Tiny, since Tiny is aiming to become the next commander. A maid whispers that Cran went too far even if he can't stand Tiny. In the end, they decide to leave him be. As he moves on, other maids see him in the same state. He repeats the story to them too. That Cran did this to him, they tell him to go rest. In Timon's chamber, his butler pours him wine. He asks about the sacrifices. The butler says everything is prepared. He checks whether Wolf's men are being used again, and his subordinate confirms it. He reflects on how Tiny wiped out the invader. He sends his servant away, still thinking about Tiny. All in all, he can't read what the boy truly wants, but he can still put him to good use. Once his visitor arrives, he'll be able to verify Tiny's lineage. The trouble is, if he's wrong and Tiny isn't from that particular house, his superiors won't be pleased about what happened with Wolf. Then, both Tiny and he, as Wolf's overseer, will be facing punishment. Still, he reassures himself by reviewing what he's observed about Tiny. From his refined table manners to the power needed to beat a knight, that isn't something a commoner can possess. No matter how gifted they may be, he's convinced Tiny comes from the noble family he suspects. The last doubt is settled by Tiny's black hair and eyes. The evidence satisfies him. As he lies down thinking about his guest's arrival, a sudden warning ripples through his magic. He jolts awake, scowling, determined to sacrifice whoever dared disturb his sleep. In the next instant, he sees Tiny drive Cran's sword into him. Before he can make sense of anything, he's dead. Tiny leaves him there. The following morning, the maid who comes to wake Timon screams when she finds him dead. Later, Ram arrives to investigate as well. He's stunned to learn Timon was a dark mage. He confirmed it with the priest who has already left. They can feel the dark energy, and they're going to report it to the parish. Gren adds that the Royal Investigation Unit will be arriving soon too. Everyone notices his body looks as if it's been dead for weeks. That's because a dark mage's corpse decays more quickly. Gren wonders why Timon chose the dark road, especially since he was already corrupted. But there's no point dwelling on it now that Timon is dead. Another issue is that the murder weapon, the sword, belongs to the commander. Ram refuses to accept it. Soon after, the guards start talking about how Cran headed out for Tiny. Since Tiny had won the Lord's favor, they even suggest Tiny could have been the next commander, which would explain why Cran was so furious. Even so, it's hard for them to believe a commander would go that far over a promotion. The pressing question now is, where is Cran? Gren speaks to his subordinates, instructing them to begin the investigation at once. They start questioning the guards and maids about yesterday's events. Everyone insists they saw the commander beating up Tiny. On hearing that, Gren demands to see Tiny. Later, when questioned, Tiny repeats the same account. Cran took him to the armory yesterday, then began beating him. Gren doesn't believe that account because after that meeting with Tiny, no one has seen Cran anywhere. They comb through the warehouse and he isn't there either. Gren presses Tiny, asking if he's seen Cran since that incident. Gren keeps digging, but Tiny insists he hasn't laid eyes on the commander since yesterday. Gren then asks if anything seemed unusual. Tiny replies that the commander opposed him taking over as the next leader. Hearing that, Gren is content because it lines up with what the witnesses reported. Then Tiny, acting innocent, asks about the future the Lord had promised him. Gren tells him to come back tomorrow. Once outside, Tiny questions who Gren really is since he can't recall him from his past life when he faced the Lord's tainted knights. He wonders if he'd simply forgotten Gren, but he dismisses it because he remembers every soldier he ever put in his place. It feels odd that Gren wants to meet again tomorrow, so he decides to stay on guard. The next day, Gren's unexpected kindness leaves him stunned when he hands him a mercenary license and some cash. For a commoner, this means Tiny can cross territories freely, since you must be either a knight or a mercenary to travel around, and Gren is backing him. Tiny asks why he's being given all of this. Gren says someone with his ability should aim for something far greater, something this place can't provide. Tiny suspects Gren is really talking to himself. That would explain why he doesn't remember Gren. He must have left this place in his previous life as well. Tiny thanks him, saying he planned to go anyway. He knows the imperial investigators will arrive soon once they discover Timon is a dark mage. The guest may never come, but it will also keep Esgard from coming here. It's better for Tiny to set out and search for him himself. Gren wraps it up by saying he expects Tiny to remember his name once he makes it big. He's slightly taken aback when our boy asks what that name is. Still, Gren introduces himself. Tiny answers that he hopes Gren will remember his name too. After that, he walks out of the place. He understands that from now on, everything rests on Gren running the Phillies' estate as commander after the Lord died. But Gren is in a tough spot, trying to uncover the truth and find the commander. He's already planning to hire a specialist mage to track Cran. He feels sorry for him, yet there's nothing he can do. Using his mercenary card, he plans to buy a horse through a guild. Sensing his thoughts, Wolling appears before him and offers Tiny a ride. Tiny warns that he might not manage staying on his back for such a long trip. He recalls his orc friend teasing humans, claiming they can't ride direwolves because they'll end up vomiting. The whole time, supposedly, only orcs can handle it due to their warped sense of balance. But when Wolling keeps insisting, Tiny agrees to try. He's pleased to see Wolling has an impressive build in physical form. Spirit beasts usually look as large as they were in life while in spirit form. but their physical size scales with the level of their spirit mate. All at once, he realizes he must connect his soul to Woling to match his senses. He tries it. Successfully, he uses his second stage spirit mage power to bind his soul to Woling. He notices Woling's body shift. He remembers Estina telling him that advancing as a spirit mage lets a familiar inherit some of the mage's ability. Now he can tell Woling's physical form is harder and stronger, proof of how formidable he is. In the next instant, Woling surges forward like the wind. With their souls connected, Tiny's senses become razor sharp. He feels every motion of the ride, sees what Woling sees, and even catches the sense Woling catches. He hopes this will get him to Valentino quickly. Later on, it will also help him reach distant places like Karan, a kingdom where the first catastrophe will strike. In his previous life, disaster after disaster began erupting all over the continent, as though announcing the demon army's approach. Those events sapped the human military's strength and numbers. It began when the sacred relic in Karan went missing. He has to keep that from happening. In short, the 7 sacred relics are holy treasures bestowed by the goddess. They serve as humanity's final safeguard. After Karan's relic was stolen, the rest were eventually taken as well. This time, Tiny means to stop it. To do that, he must grow stronger so he can face the demon army at full strength. He intends to head to Karan as soon as he meets Esgard. Meanwhile, the people in Invader are whispering about the imperial army coming to investigate. They talk about Timon's death and the shocking truth that he was a dark mage. Outside Timon's mansion gates, an unknown figure shows up. The guards ask for identification, but with a flick of her fingers, she drops them cold. She slips inside and comes upon Gren. Gren stays wary, yet a second finger snap leaves him bewitched. She presses him to explain the Lord's killing, and Gren reveals all he can. She demands to know where the Lord's body is being kept. Gren says the Imperial investigators instructed them to place it in a coffin in the bedroom. The intruder commands Gren to sleep for 1 hour. When the hour passes, Gren jerks awake. He can't recall meeting anyone and assumes exhaustion simply knocked him out. Right then, a frantic guard tells him Timon's body is gone. Gren spits a curse. Without the corpse, their only vital clue to the truth is lost. About the dark sorcery, that same shadowy woman is now in the woods beyond Philly's estate. She examines Cran's sword for signs tied to the killing. She can tell the blade's owner has died. From that, she decides the one responsible for the wolf deaths has to be Tiny. She intends to ensure Tiny answers for interfering with her group's scheme. Elsewhere, our hero heads through Lucentia's western gate. He sees crowds moving toward Valentino. So far, everything has gone according to plan, yet he senses that the mysterious woman could soon shatter his calm. He decides he must replace his gear immediately. Checking his funds, he finds only 2 gold coins. He appreciates Grin for giving them to him, but he knows it won't cover what he needs. Out of nowhere, 2 street toughs step in and demand his cash. One threatens him once more, warning him to hand it over while they're still being kind. Rather than trembling, Tiny asks whether they have any money themselves. In his former life, he was feared as a giant of the underworld. The underworld even had a saying: if someone spotted his shadow in a back alley, they were to vanish on the spot. He recalls that as he was getting rid of a few punks. A priest scolded him, claiming his soul was being stained by all the killing. The priest kept urging mercy to lessen his sin. Tiny replied that he wasn't murdering anyone, he was taking out the garbage. Now he's already beaten both Lupus family thugs. Bystanders stare in disbelief, since the pair are said to be as powerful as knights. Tiny remarks that they're disappointingly weak. Furious, the 2 charge at him, but then, he hurls his coin pouch at them as hard as he can, making one trip into the other. He springs up and lands a kick on them. Then he robs the thugs. They swear their boss will come after him, but he ignores the threat. Tiny grins wide, now holding their money, plenty of gold coins. With that cash, he heads to a smith to shop for gear. He looks over a set of armor the merchant boasts is crafted from an iron bull's hide taken from the southern mountain. It's meant to turn away arrows. Tiny concedes the armor and weapons are solid. Then he catches people whispering about a beautiful lady. He asks the shopkeeper what it's about. The shopkeeper says Lady Valencia will be doing the patrol herself today. Tiny remembers that while Irina was the first to show him warmth and affection, Khloe was the one who gave him hope. Yet with Irina, it ended badly. He wants Khloe to recognize him. Then he'd know he's living the way Irina wished he would. In his last life, he was so huge by the time he went to Khloe that she couldn't even tell who he was. This time, far less time has gone by, so she should still remember him. He hurries on, hoping for a chance to be received by Esgard. Meanwhile, Edmund von Lucent, the Count's eldest son, shows Khloe around on a guided tour. He boasts that the city ranks among the biggest in the central region. He points out notable places and rambles on at length about each. Abruptly, she asks to see the slums rather than the market district. Her request catches him off guard. She fires back that those people are citizens too. With obvious nerves, he agrees and moves ahead. Privately, she questions why everyone reacts like this whenever she makes a request. Edmund ought to understand his duty to his people, especially as someone raised to inherit the title. Her father always told her that if the laboring class is helped to thrive, the entire realm will prosper. She wonders if his teachings set her apart from other nobles. She wants to reshape how people see things, but she knows an engagement would leave her with little freedom. She thinks about devoting herself to the temple, since they keep urging her to join. But doing so would break her father's heart because he doesn't want her to spend her whole life alone. Right then, she notices Tiny trying to get to her, but the guards block him. Edmund also can't figure out how Tiny showed up out of nowhere. Holding up the ring Khloe once gave him, Tiny says she's the one who handed it to him. He drops into a quick bow, recalling what she told him about seeking her out. He offers his thanks on the spot. When she sees the ring, she knows it's hers. Still, she doesn't recognize his face. She only remembers giving that ring to someone in the slum. And since Tiny looks like a noble now, she can't grasp how it ended up with him. Tiny is genuinely stunned by her reaction. At the same time, the guards level their weapons at him. Vivian, Khloe's personal knight, demands he explain himself. Tiny curses himself for rushing in too quickly. Even so, he insists he's the very child she gave the ring to. The claim catches her off guard. Tiny expected as much. He's far stronger now than when she last saw him. To back it up, he gestures to his black hair, reminding her he's the only one who has that shade anywhere in the duchy. Khloe admits it makes sense, yet she can't understand how he could have changed so drastically. Back then he was tiny and frail, barely able to speak. The truth is, the wolf made him appear that way so he'd pass as a more believable beggar. When Khloe remarks on how little he used to be, Tiny recalls that she's always had a weakness for anything small and adorable. So to charm her, he calls forth Walling in a petite, cute physical form. She melts immediately at how precious he looks. Vivian cautions her that Walling is a stranger's spirit. Khloe counters that only pure-hearted children can form contracts with spirits. She accepts that but stays wary of the boy. He's carrying a weapon, and he's also a spirit contractor. Khloe asks what the familiar is called. He says he named him Wolin. It means moonlight wolf in an Eastern language. The knight is shocked he can speak an Eastern tongue. Khloe praises the choice. She never imagined he could transform this much in only 2 months. He looks no older than 10, even though she remembers his name implying something tiny. He says he's 13 and that his name is Tiny, adding that awakening his mana sped up his growth. At last, Khloe recognizes him. Even so, Vivian thinks he's far too suspicious. She asks if he has mixed blood heritage. Khloe objects, but Vivian reminds her protecting her is her duty. Edmund agrees, saying Tiny seems suspicious to him as well, and suggests isolating him for questioning. Tiny ignores them, saying it doesn't matter whether anyone else trusts him. He only reminds Khloe of her promise to help him once he found her. She recalls the promise and asks what he wants. He replies that he wants an audience with Esgard. At that, the guards and Vivian bristle, furious that he'd make such an audacious request. Keeping his composure, Tiny argues with them, asking if they truly think he could hurt someone like Esgard. After all, Esgard is the legendary swordmaster, one of the continent's 7 strongest knights, capable of wielding devastating power and aura. Khloe smiles and says her father would be embarrassed to be called a swordmaster, since he was only recently acknowledged as one of the continent's strongest knights. Tiny starts sweating when he realizes Esgard hasn't actually become a swordmaster in this timeline yet. She waves it off, saying the title will fit Esgard perfectly sooner or later. Besides, the guards are pleased to hear how renowned their leader is. Tiny notices how well his words landed. At last, he explains he wants to see Esgard to tell him about the incident in Philes, since he was involved in it. Later, Khloe and Vivian discuss what Tiny told Vivian about the Philes incident. Khloe suspects her knight is keeping something from her. Vivian insists she repeated everything exactly as Tiny said. Timon was a dark mage, and someone else was pulling the strings behind him. Khloe agrees his account could help them track down the true mastermind. Still, she also treats it as a convenient reason to return home, since he wants to meet her father. Vivian warns that wooling might be dangerous, especially given how close Khloe is allowing him. Khloe dismisses it, saying something that cute and small couldn't possibly hurt her. Vivian admits she finds him adorable too, but chooses to stay on guard anyway. Then Khloe asks where Tiny is. Vivian says Edmund took him away, claiming he needed to handle some matter with him. Khloe wonders what kind of matter Edmund could possibly have with him. Then, without warning, Wolling vanishes from her lap. At the same time, Edmund lures Tiny away, pretending he has intel about the dark mage. But instead of sharing anything, he starts scolding him for forgetting his station. Tiny cuts him off and gets straight to the real issue. He asks about the dark mage. Edmund admits he knows nothing at all. It was only a pretext to get Tiny alone. He says he's going to teach him some respect. He raises a hand to slap him for being out of line, but Tiny catches his wrist. Edmund fumes at the insolence, yet his protest dies when Tiny crushes his hand in a grip he can't break. Edmund threatens to report the insult to Khloe, claiming it's disrespect toward nobility. Tiny feigns ignorance, saying he doesn't even know what a noble is. Then he tells Edmund to do as he likes and dares him to show whatever backbone he actually has. Tiny suspects Edmund has someone backing him. Edmund eagerly takes him up on it and tells Tiny to come along. Meanwhile, Vivian sets out to look for Tiny. The moment Walling vanished, they realized Edmund must have dragged Tiny too far away. Since a spirit can't remain separated from its master over great distances, she hurries forward, praying she'll reach Tiny before it's too late. Meanwhile, Edmund smirks, convinced he'll finally put the boy in his place. Tiny still looks uninterested. Edmund leads him to the Lupus family headquarters. The thugs recognize him at once and ask why he showed up without warning. They assume he's come to check the goods they prepared as payoffs. Tiny is unimpressed when he sees them. Edmund, though, only wants the gang to rough the boy up. The men hesitate, shocked he expects them to beat up a child. Lupus gets slapped by Edmund for daring to answer back. Taking the cue, Lupus orders his men to haul the boy away. Unfortunately for them, they're the same ones Tiny already pummeled, and they panic the instant they recognize him. Lupus explodes at their fear and commands them to move. They protest that Tiny is the one who destroyed them before, and they leave Lupus to face him himself. Lupus braces to strike, and Edmund watches with glee at his agitation. But to Edmund's shock, Lupus' blow is brushed aside with ease. In the next moment, Tiny drives him back so violently that he slams into the ground. Edmund turns pale at how fast things flip and frantically orders Lupus to shield him. Tiny coldly dares Lupus to protect Edmund if he's able. An instant later, both of them pass out from pure fear. Tiny thought the boss would put up more of a fight. With a crooked grin, he looks toward the underlings, who are shaking too. Not long after, Vivian rushes into the headquarters to rescue Tiny. She freezes at what she sees, especially Edmund's condition. Tiny casually asks what brought her here. Vivian says Khloe sent her. Then she asks about the book he's been reading. He hands it to her, saying it's proof of the bribes Edmund paid out. He adds that they're tied to human trafficking. With the ledger in Vivian's hands, Edmund won't be able to clear his name. Vivian can't help wondering what kind of life this boy has endured up to now. The following day, Edmund is banished from the Count's lands for his crimes. He had been running a long-term trafficking operation with the Lupus gang. To salvage the family reputation, the Count has no choice but to exile his own son. Vivian apologizes for all the trouble. Khloe asks if she truly believes she did anything wrong, and Tiny remarks that he doesn't feel even a little sorry. Khloe laughs at that. She says that no matter a person's rank, good deeds should be acknowledged and wrongdoers must be punished. It's what her father taught her. Vivian can't figure out why Khloe still seems dissatisfied. Khloe admits it's because she didn't get to give Edmund a proper thrashing before he escaped. Only then does Tiny finally understand the bond between them. Khloe, Esgard's renowned youngest daughter, and her guard Vivian, a gifted sword prodigy, make an unusual duo. They've stayed together no matter how Khloe's circumstances change. Tiny finds it amusing that Khloe acts like the elder sister when she's actually the younger one. Seeing his face, Khloe asks what's on his mind. He replies that since Edmund was so obsessed with being a noble, he deserved punishment anyway, status or not. Hearing that, Vivian once again wonders if he's really just a child. Then Khloe starts fussing over Walling. She even gives the familiar the nickname Wool, since saying his full name feels like too much effort. Watching how relaxed she is, Tiny asks if she ever doubted him. She says she'd already heard rumors that he brought down the Wolf's organization and freed the victims, and now he's exposed Edmund as well. Tiny is relieved to know she trusts him. Still, Khloe tells him he has to inform her before acting next time, and he agrees without hesitation. 3 days later, while they're traveling, the coachman brings the carriage to a halt. They're told that an elf has asked to accompany them. The news throws them for a loop, and the elf introduces herself as Irina. She says she serves the world tree. The two girls are instantly captivated by her looks and refined demeanor, but the boy immediately sees what she really is. Irina is, in fact, a five-circle dark mage. In his world, elves descend from fairies and typically reside in Elfenheim, deep in the western lands. Spotting one in the central area, where the Azran Empire lies, is almost unheard of. Beyond their striking beauty, elves are famed for their gentle, peace-seeking nature. That's why it makes no sense to him that this elf is also a five-circle practitioner of dark magic. Irina tells Khloe she's merely passing through Valentino territory, heading north toward the Werebeast Kingdom. She asks whether her destination makes them uncomfortable, given how the Empire and the Werebeast Kingdom are perpetually hostile. Khloe waves off the worry. What she really wants to know is why Irina is making such a long journey. Irina says it's part of her training, and Khloe quickly assumes she's working to become a top-tier warrior. Irina confirms it, yet she seems far more focused on locating the spirit's owner. Khloe explains that Walling actually belongs to Tiny. When she sees him, she remarks on how uncommon it is to meet a human spirit mage. Tiny, meanwhile, realizes she must be the visitor. Hyman had been awaiting. He hadn't expected her to be this formidable, so since he can't confront her now, he puts on an act of complete admiration, pretending it's his very first time laying eyes on an elf. The girls are shocked by how he's behaving. He notices they aren't going along with it, but luckily Irina can't detect Walling's real strength. As his master, only he knows what it can truly do. He even grumbles about how flawlessly she conceals such overwhelming power. Irina then demonstrates a bit of magic for Tiny. He watches mana radiate from her body, recalling Argon's old lesson on sensing mana and distinguishing its types, a lecture he largely brushed off in his previous life. To better judge his odds against someone like Irina, he starts weighing everyone's strength. They currently have 12 third stage expert rank knights and 1 4th stage blade ranked knight, Vivian. In simple terms, a mage's number of circles corresponds to a mana user's stages. With a 4th stage fighter on their side, they'd still need 5 people at that level to bring Irina down. Put differently, it would take 100 weaker fighters to defeat her. He knows he must devise a way to win, which means striking when she lets her guard slip. Besides, he's holding a trump card. A moment later, Walling hops from Khloe's lap to Vivian. Irina gushes about how adorable Walling is and asks to hold him as well. Tiny asks if she's certain and she agrees at once, but before she can take him, Walling shifts into a massive wolf. She reacts instantly, forming a protective barrier, and in that same instant, Vivian drives her blade into Irina's side. Everyone is stunned as dark energy spills from her. Her status as a dark mage is finally exposed. She demands to know how they found out. Khloe, meanwhile, is relieved she chose to trust the boy. Earlier, he had used Walling to inform her of Irina's identity. As a dark mage, he wanted Vivian's support, but Khloe pointed out Vivian was in a delicate position, since it could create trouble for the Empire. Tiny insisted Irina was the true mastermind behind Philly's incident, and that letting her go would endanger everyone. He said he was betting his life on it. That's why Walling jumped onto Vivian's lap to tell her everything too. Now Irina springs back to put distance between them. Vivian swears, furious she missed the heart, and Irina immediately raises a shield around herself. Vivian commands her knights to attack to protect Khloe, and Tiny joins in. Still, her barrier knocks him back. Irina lashes out with magic at the knights and Vivian, clearly enraged that they uncovered her identity. Tiny taunts her, saying her dark magic stink is burning his nose. Fuming that he's the cause of all this, Irina shapes a devastating explosive spell between her palms. A heartbeat later, a tremendous blast erupts. Tiny instantly combines Iron Body with his divine steel armor to weather the explosion. The force hurls him backward, but he survives. It's the first time he's used that skill in this life, and it works. Vivian orders her knights to kill Irina. Seeing her shield finally starting to give way, Irina angrily unleashes dark magic at them once more. Tiny climbs onto Walling and the two charge forward. He crashes his weapon into her shield. With Irina preoccupied by his attack, Vivian and her knights seize the opening and strike. From the rear, Irina issues a threat, saying she meant to kill only Tiny at first, but now she intends to eradicate all of them. Vivian fires back with a challenge, insisting she won't allow it as she smashes the shield again. Tiny immediately follows with another blow, yet both are driven back once more. They know this is their one shot, but the shield still won't break. Irina realizes she has no choice but to unleash everything now and deal with the fallout later. She uses her magic to send a tremendous tremor through the earth. Vivian recoils in horror when she sees it's aimed straight at Khloe. Without hesitation, she hurls herself in front of Khloe to intercept it, yelling for everyone to hold on. Then she freezes in shock as Tiny charges directly at Irina, pushing through the non-stop barrage of flame. The truth is, Tiny is using his divine steel armor to shield himself from the fire. That ability has grown far stronger thanks to his hidden growth skill. He gestures for Vivian to strike now as he rams the shield again, resolved to grind it down as much as he can. They both attack once more. Tiny lights up when he finally notices a fracture in Irina's shield, but an instant later a second blast shakes the whole area. The shockwave hurls them both backward, though Irina is clearly wounded and running on fumes. That solid hit boosts everyone's morale. They surge forward again to keep the pressure on her, with Vivian coming in from the other side to cut off her escape. Furious at the nerve of anyone daring to strike an elf, Irina retaliates by unleashing a raging flood of fire magic. The overwhelming force leaves Vivian reeling, wondering how the mage could possibly still have this much power left, only to stare in disbelief as Tiny charges straight through the blazing inferno. Using his armor to protect both himself and his familiar, he closes in until he's right in Irina's face, and strikes in the very next heartbeat. Realizing Irina is finally trying to pull back, Vivian commands her knights to end it, but with nowhere left to run, the mage resorts to a desperate final gambit, trading her own life to amplify her magic. As she readies an enormous fire spell meant to scorch everything to ash, the battlefield erupts into chaos as everyone scrambles for cover. Retreating from the soon-to-explode danger zone, Tiny realizes the knights have nothing left, so it falls to him to figure out how to neutralize her power for good. He calls to Khloe, telling her he's secured enough time for her. This is her moment. Vivian stands watch while Khloe gathers mana, and then Khloe begins her chant. Khloe wields holy power, something normally bestowed only after years of repentance and divine favor. Usually someone must earn the right to serve as a priest, undergo baptism, and learn to control holy power before they can finally awaken the ability to drive out evil. Khloe, though, is among the rare few born with it, so-called natural clerics. Seeing the knights' stunned faces, Tiny realizes even they didn't know she was a cleric. The Valentia family must have kept it secret so Khloe wouldn't be forced to abandon marriage for the priesthood. Tiny can tell her power hasn't fully matured yet, but it's sufficient to push back dark magic and bring down Irina moments later. Khloe's strike lands squarely on Irina. The elf can't accept being beaten by a mere human. With everyone else spent, Tiny steps forward to finish her. But Khloe stops him, explaining they need Irina alive for questioning. She adds that even with her cleric senses, she couldn't detect Irina's dark aura, and she wants to learn how that could be. Tiny apologizes for rushing to end it. Khloe considers healing Irina for the interrogation, but she quickly realizes she's already too late. The dark mage is dead. The knights are sincerely impressed when they discover their lady is a cleric. Khloe turns to Tiny and remarks that he doesn't look surprised, meaning he must have worked it out already. Tiny admits he had. Khloe is startled since this is a secret only her family should know. Tiny says he can't explain how he knows yet, but promises that one day he'll tell her everything. To his astonishment, she accepts that without protest. Tiny then explains Irina targeted him because of certain incidents from before they met. Khloe guesses those incidents were like what happened with Edmund, and Tiny confirms it. He admits he's afraid she could be put in danger because of him. Khloe dismisses his worries, saying it's her responsibility as a noble to eradicate demon worshippers. If she dies, it only means she wasn't strong enough and Tiny shouldn't fault himself. He accepts her reasoning, though his face still shows concern. Khloe guesses he's nervous about how she'll respond. She calls his expression adorable and says he's finally acting his age. Vivian joins in, teasing him nonstop about how cute he is. As they laugh and trade jokes, Khloe reminds them they still need to report everything to her father. She resolves to file an official report as soon as they make it to the closest city. But when they reach the main entrance of T-Bon, they come across something completely out of the blue. Tiny already understands that Esgard cherishes his daughter, yet the man went far too far by dispatching the blue-winged knights to welcome them. Khloe is clearly mortified by the attention. The blue-winged knights are the top tier of the Valentia force. Each one of them holds a rank higher than expert. Vice Captain Garen lowers his head to Khloe, followed by 100 soldiers. Khloe offers her thanks with courtesy, but when Garen brings up how anxious her father has been, she complains that he sent an excessive number of knights just to guard her. Garen tells her father is justified in being concerned, all the more because she was targeted by a dark mage. He also says the Lord was tied up dealing with an urgent matter, so he couldn't show up himself. When Khloe asks what went on, Garen says that 6 weeks earlier the family treasure, Tempest, disappeared. As Khloe notes that her father always carried it with him, Tiny finally grasps what Tempest truly is. He carefully asks Khloe whether the heirloom might be an artifact. Khloe can't say for certain, since Tempest's secrets are only handed down to the family head. She's only ever believed it to be an exceptionally strong artifact. Tiny, however, has at last put the pieces together. He tells everyone he knows precisely how it was lost. The group is dumbfounded. Rather than spell it out there, he insists on meeting the Lord in person, saying he'll relay the full explanation directly to him. Hearing Tiny's assertion, Garen starts questioning who this boy really is. The knights tell him Tiny was instrumental in defeating the Dark Mage. When Garen learns Tiny is nearly at expert level, he's utterly stunned. Even the famed 7 knights never reached that height at such a young age. It's beyond what anyone would call talent. Garen is already eager to bring him in, then it clicks where he's heard the name before. Tiny is the one who delivered the letter. About what happened to Philly, Khloe is overjoyed to be home again, taking in the lilac fields all around them. Tiny asks whether she enjoys the blossom. She says she does, adding that her parents adored them so much they called her Lilac when she was still an infant. Vivian remarks on how devoted Esgard is to his wife, and it stirs something in Tiny's mind. In his past life, Esgard's final words included a reminder that he'd never cared for those flowers. Tiny realizes that at the time, Esgard didn't know who Tiny really was. That's why in this life the Lord urged him to be found quickly, so he could raise Tiny's strength. Tiny steels himself to become an aura master once Esgard begins training him. He knows he has to break through to the next stage soon. Without aura, he won't even be able to leave a mark on the demon army's upper ranks. He set his sights on wiping out every last one of them. After some time, they arrive in Valentino, the Azran Empire's greatest city. The knights are glad to be back on familiar ground. Khloe asks Tiny if he's ever visited, and he answers quietly that it's his first time here in this lifetime. Before she can press him to elaborate, her father hurries over to embrace her. Khloe sidesteps and he tumbles forward, landing face first on the ground. She scolds him, telling him to protect his image, and orders him to apologize to the knights for all the trouble he caused. The lord quickly regains his composure and thanks his knights for returning his daughter unharmed, inviting them to enjoy the banquet he's arranged. Only then does he spot Tiny and ask who he is. Khloe reminds him that Tiny was mentioned in her report containing crucial details about the dark mages. The lord apologizes, saying he's been overwhelmed with matters lately. Then, stunning everyone, Tiny tells the lord he knows where Tempest is. At that, the lord warns him he's bold to make a statement like that. He unleashes his soul pressure on the boy. Tiny can tell the lord still hasn't attained swordmaster status. He's only recently become proficient with aura. Tiny recalls his former companions, Estina, who rose to aura expert, and Jerk, who nearly did. Tiny neutralizes the pressure with ease, drawing on the soul energy he amassed in his previous life. Tiny asks whether the lord truly wants him to lay everything out in front of a crowd. Khloe immediately apologizes for him, thinking that as a child, he simply doesn't know what he's saying. Esgard, though, understands that Tiny is acting deliberately. He decides they should speak somewhere private, once they're finally alone. Esgard wastes no time and asks where Tempest is. Tiny says he has a hypothesis about it. Esgard doubts him but still wants to hear what he thinks. Tiny knows Tempest is among the handful of high-tier artifacts that exist. He also knows the name can mean time or chance, choosing to be direct. He meets Esgard's gaze and gets straight to it. He asks whether Tempest can reverse time. Seeing what he's implying, Esgard asks him to explain further. Tiny describes the catastrophe ahead, a tremendous calamity destined to occur 2 decades from now. After hearing how enormous it will be, Esgard realizes a child couldn't fabricate something like this. He's particularly shaken that Tiny knows the names of the World Tree's guardian, the dwarves' mightiest hammer wielder and the orcs' most formidable fighter. Tiny confirms it's all true. In his previous life, they were his allies. Esgard ultimately verifies that Tempest really can send someone into the past, but it only happens by draining the life force of a truly powerful individual. When the artifact first came to him, he was warned about the risks of using it and told what it was meant to do. Back then, he never fully trusted that it would actually work. Now he faces the truth. He really did send Tiny back. Still, he admits he doesn't fully trust the choices his future self will make. He can't figure out why he'd place that weight on someone like Tiny. Tiny is utterly stunned when he hears it. Esgard realizes he could have used the artifact on himself and returned to the past. Given his rank, his experience, and what he knew about the future, he could have assembled an overwhelming army to wipe out the Demon Lord's forces before they ever gained momentum. He can't grasp why his future self would pick Tiny. Rather than shouldering it personally, Tiny is left questioning it too. Tiny answers plainly that future Esgard had a very specific reason for choosing him. It had something to do with developing his potential. At the time, Tiny genuinely thought Esgard had lost his mind. Esgard accepts that answer, but says he didn't know exactly how far into the past Tiny would end up. Tiny is shocked to realize Esgard activated a time travel relic without even knowing its full constraints. Esgard says he'd never used it before, yet he was sure Tiny would be sent to a point in his life. That had completely shaken him when he finally understood who he truly was. As that sinks in, Tiny's face turns grim with a sudden, crushing awareness that this very moment was when his sister died. Sensing the mood shift, Esgard carefully asks if sending him there was a mistake, but Tiny only shakes his head. He knows this isn't the Lord's doing, and if anything, he feels a rush of thankfulness for being allowed to see his sister one final time. Still, the Lord has one last point to verify, asking whether Tiny can offer any additional proof. Something so conclusive that doubting him would be impossible. Realizing how heavy that demand is, Tiny readies his answer. He tells Esgard that Khloe's true name is Lilac, chosen after her mother's favorite flower. When Esgard notes that everyone already knows that, Tiny reveals the real shocker. The crucial detail is that Esgard himself actually despises those flowers. At that, Esgard erupts into laughter. He concedes Tiny is being honest. He never had the nerve to admit to his wife what he truly thought of them. And with her gone, it doesn't matter anymore. He mutters a curse, caught between wanting to weep and wanting to smile as he's forced to accept what lies ahead. Tiny is simply relieved to be trusted, though he can tell the younger Esgard has a serious temper. Out of nowhere, the Lord summons one of his knights, Royer. Esgard catches Tiny off guard by saying that even if his future self believed him, the Esgard of today has no idea who he is. He insists Tiny demonstrate the ability his future self praised so highly. Tiny gets fired up, eager to show what he can do. But once they step outside, it dawns on him it's pretty unfair for the Lord to put his talent to the test like this, especially when it was future Esgard who told him to hurry up and seek him out in the first place. Needle him, Tiny loftily asks whether the Lord wants to hear anything about what's to come. Of course, he expects the answer to be yes. Instead, Tiny is thrown when the Lord says he has zero interest in Tiny's personal future. The only thing that matters to him is the disaster on the horizon. He firmly orders Tiny not to reveal anything about his life or his children's lives, saying people only really learn by stumbling, failing, and paying the price themselves. He's sure Khloe will have hardships of her own, and he refuses to let Tiny steal her chance to mature. Tiny offhandedly admits he doesn't actually know much about Esgard or Khloe to begin with. Back then he was barely holding his own, so he didn't have the room to follow their private affairs. Esgard looks stunned, grabbing Tiny and rattling him as he demands to know whether he truly has knowledge of what's coming for the world. Tiny answers that he does know about the major incidents and upheavals that set the people in motion, at least in broad strokes. When Tiny asks what else he wants, the Lord replies that Tiny has only named a few individuals. He wants to know what happened in between, and Tiny just stares blankly. Esgard decides he'll have to knock some sense into the kid to jog his memory. Later, as the Lord reviews what Tiny shared, his face darkens. He's clearly displeased that, out of 10 major calamities fated to occur, Tiny can remember only a maddeningly small handful of details. Nervously, Tiny explains why he's so vague, admitting most of what he knows was stitched together from gossip, rumors, and stray remarks his companions made in passing. Seeing the Lord's reaction, Tiny wishes he could be older already so Esgard would deal with him like an equal. Esgard remarks that the only genuinely valuable thing Tiny brought up was the oracle's prophecy about a warrior and a saint bringing the war to an end. Figuring they'd be around 20 by now, the Lord intends to find them right away and start recruiting and training. Tiny hesitantly says they might not even have been born yet. That's the last straw. Esgard is completely fed up and calls Tiny utterly worthless. When the butler reports that Royer has been summoned, Esgard rethinks it and orders Drexler brought instead. He wants Drexler to teach Tiny a proper lesson. So, our boy now stands in front of the Blue-Winged Knight's vice-captain, Drexler Einon, a fearsome warrior of the 5th stage. Drexler greets him, but he's plainly baffled when the Lord tells him to assess Tiny's ability. His mind starts sliding into a small existential panic, wondering if this means he's being pushed aside. Those grim thoughts are cut off by Esgard's voice, ordering him to watch Tiny closely during their spar. Facing the boy now, Drexler studies him, trying to work out who he really is. When he senses Tiny's mana, he's shocked. Tiny has already reached the 2nd stage and is almost at expert level. Even though he looks no older than 10, Tiny, meanwhile, is elsewhere mentally, thinking about the artisan who forged his weapon. He likes it, and he's already imagining something larger and better. Esgard barks at him to stop daydreaming and treat this seriously. He warns Tiny that if he doesn't concentrate, the Lord will abandon every promise he made. Then Esgard tells Drexler to show no mercy. All he has to do is be careful not to actually take the kid's life. He faces Tiny and lays out exactly where he stands. He's not the older version who made those vows. Esgard, as he is now, won't agree to help unless he's shown genuine promise first. Tiny asks whether he really has to defeat Drexler to be considered the winner. The Lord spells out the terms. Tiny only needs to inflict one wound on the knight to secure the win. Our guy takes it on with a self-assured smile. Tiny readies his weapon. From the edge of the arena, Esgard notices how Tiny channels his mana. It's unlike anything he's seen. He figures Tiny developed that approach through his hidden growth method. That alone marks him as a true prodigy. Even so, Esgard can't understand why his future self chose Tiny instead of returning personally. With the knowledge he has of what's ahead, Esgard is convinced he could have become an aura master. He concludes there has to be some special reason his future self believed in them. Boy, and he's set on uncovering it. He gives the signal to begin and tells them to go all out. Tiny summons Walling at once, and when the knight still doesn't advance, he chooses to take the first move himself. Drexler immediately identifies Walling as a spirit, but he's sure a simple summon like that won't be enough to bring him down. That confidence starts to shake the instant Tiny cleanly avoids his first counter with ease. Tiny retaliates right away, but when his blade can't even leave a mark, he starts to suspect Drexler might be one of those rare monsters of a fighter who excels at both attack and defense, and he finds our boy's movement more and more intriguing. Drexler quits holding back and brings down a crushing blow. Still, Tiny slips away again, realizing he'll need more drive behind his strikes to break through. Tiny forces his speed to its absolute peak, catching Drexler off guard. With just how fast he is, to answer it, the brute clamps down on his weapon and smashes it into the ground. The ground splinters, wrecking Tiny's footing and making him slow, as Tiny springs upward to escape the shockwave. He sees Drexler's hammer already arcing toward him, and he barely twists away in time. He He notices that even though the hammer dwarfs a longsword, Drexler swings it like it's weightless. Tiny realizes Drexler normally fights with a shield, which means his whole approach leans hard into defense. He decides it's time to change his plan. When Drexler comes at him with another hammer swing, Tiny vaults high into the air again. Drexler roars at our boy to quit darting around like a trapped animal. From the sidelines, Esgard can tell Tiny has started to catch the fight's rhythm. He slips past each heavy swing with a new kind of ease. Seeing how effortlessly Tiny keeps evading, Esgard begins to think the 10 Knights boast might not be empty bravado. But even while admitting the boy's talent is exceptional, Esgard still isn't pleased. At last, his patience breaks, and he yells at Drexler for making a fool of him. Humiliated and burning with irritation, Drexler surges forward with all his strength. Esgard's alarm spikes when he realizes the knight is drawing on the terrifying force of his soul weapon. Esgard knows he has to stop this immediately, but his order to cease arrives a heartbeat too late. Instead of backing off, Tiny rushes straight into the approaching storm. As Esgard wonders if the boy has gone crazy, the very air seems to split apart. A colossal detonation bursts at the collision point, engulfing them both in a blinding surge of light and force. The violent blast sends Tiny crashing to the ground. He's left sprawled there, severely hurt from the impact. The sight sparks instant fury in Esgard and he rounds on Drexler. Drexler insists he didn't mean to injure him, but the Lord won't hear it. He hurries over to Tiny, berating him for being so reckless when this was only meant to measure his skill, not to get him killed. Even battered and broken, Tiny grins, and argues that it still counts as his win. As the Lord turns his gaze to Drexler, the truth of what happened clicks into place from the chain of cause and effect. When Drexler released his soul weapon, Tiny didn't merely endure it. He fired back at the same time. Even as Drexler's power slammed Tiny down, Tiny managed to land a hit to Drexler's face in that very moment. Esgard remarks that Tiny almost lost his life for an empty victory, yet Tiny refuses to budge. He says his whole existence has been nothing but one life-or-death battle after another, and that without forcing himself into such perilous extremes, he would never have conquered the hardships of his path. What matters most to him isn't his well-being, but whether he managed to demonstrate his value to the Lord, stirred by such unwavering determination. Esgard understands why his future self placed faith in him. He praises Tiny's resolve and vows to honor their agreement by providing exactly what Tiny requires. Tiny eventually blacks out. When he comes to, he's astonished at how fast his body is recovering. The Lord is there waiting. He comments on Tiny's remarkable healing pace before guiding him away for a private conversation. During their walk, Tiny finds out he has been unconscious for half a day. He speculates that a senior priest might have treated him. Their discussion is cut short by an upset Khloe, who chastises her father for pulling an injured boy out of bed. The Lord counters by stating that Tiny's wounds were the result of his own action. He adds that he would never deliberately hurt the one who saved his daughter's life. This comment leaves Tiny momentarily baffled. Though he believes Khloe rescued him, the Lord appears to think otherwise. When Khloe voices her concern, Tiny admits his greed was to blame and apologizes for alarming her. Khloe tells him to behave more like someone his age, but when she looks at him with sincere encouragement, a mix of astonishment and gratitude, the Lord's protective instincts as a father flare up. He cautions Tiny against entertaining any improper feelings toward his daughter. Tiny attempts to explain that his surprise came from being labeled a savior, recalling another timeline where he failed to defeat the Dark Mage. Esgard swiftly cuts him off, aware that those incidents have yet to occur due to the time leap. He sends Khloe away so she can prepare for her coming-of-age ceremony, leaving himself alone with Tiny to address more pressing issues. She departs, though not without reluctance. Afterward, Esgard delivers an important warning. Tiny must conceal his identity as a time traveler, particularly from the clergy. He clarifies that control over time and space belongs to the Creator, and even the goddess is forbidden from meddling with it. For a mortal to break these rules is considered the gravest transgression, which is why the Valentia household safeguards its secret. When Tiny challenges the idea of the goddess as the ultimate creator, the Lord reveals that the authentic scriptures recounting the world's full history have been removed from public temples and are now preserved solely by ancient noble lineages. They decide to restrict knowledge of Tiny's secret to a very small circle, including the knights destined to become their future ally. They choose not to involve the faction known as God's Hand. Tiny is determined to locate the 10 knights of the Asran kingdom and use his foresight to forge them into an overwhelming force. When the Lord presses him for detailed future methods, Tiny boldly replies that he should offer something first before expecting answers. He teases the Lord as a senile old man, earning himself a quick smack on the head. Eventually, the Lord hauls Tiny outside. He concludes that before proceeding, the boy needs to learn proper manners. Still, he intends to fulfill his promise. He begins preparing to train Tiny by unveiling a hidden development technique handed down through the Valentia lineage, the power to control gravity. The lesson starts off poorly as Tiny zones out and dozes, drawing a sharp knock from Esgard for his inattentiveness, who is keen to commence the training. The Lord explains that the Valentia family's advancement system rests on 4 foundations: commanding mana, mastering a unique sword discipline, obtaining a stage 3 attribute, and ultimately achieving a stage 7 aura. Tiny comes to understand that this well-rounded method is precisely why the family holds such extraordinary strength. Since the boy favors the heft of a massive warhammer over a slender blade, Esgard opts to bypass offensive sword training. Tiny considers his ambition, thinking that mastering the Lord's famed defensive techniques would make him nearly unbeatable in combat. Yet the Lord presents an even more tempting proposition. Instead of focusing solely on defensive skills, he decides to teach Tiny how to obtain an attribute. The boy clearly isn't thrilled by this revelation. At the same time, a shadowy circle of mages convenes to talk about Elaine's demise. Their leader remarks that she had been an essential instrument intended to shatter the core of Elfheim. They suspect that her killer is a youthful heir of the Morse family, meaning our boy. Worried the Empire could reach their boy before they do, the leader commands his men to start digging up information on him at once. But he stresses that their main priority is still their dealings with the Karen Kingdom. Back at the training field, Tiny doubts that anyone can pick a particular attribute on purpose. He figures that once he hits the 3rd stage, the explosive attribute from his past life will simply return on its own. Esgard sets him straight. He notes that even though Tiny is only a kid, his body is strangely heavy because of his hidden growth method. He reminds him that he used heavy weapons and armor, linking that weight to how energy works, saying that the more weight someone carries, whether in their body or their gear, the slower they tend to move. The Lord then brings up gravity, an attribute only a small number of mages have identified. He explains that if Tiny learns to control it, his heavy build can become a real edge, letting him hold enormous reserves of energy and multiply his strength by leaps and bounds. Esgard adds that this ability can even grant fundamental attributes at expert rank. As he keeps explaining, Tiny can't quite accept it. The underlying scientific idea. When the Lord says gravity is the force that draws things down to the ground, Tiny waves it off as absurd, insisting that if the ground were pulling, everyone would be glued to it. The argument heats up as the Lord tries to explain what makes things drop from high places. But Tiny just shrugs, treating it as an obvious part of life that doesn't need explaining. Fed up with Tiny's stubbornness and lack of curiosity, the Lord decides only a hands-on lesson will work. He hauls the boy to the edge of a tall root. Right then, Tiny spots mana gathering in Esgard's fist. With the threat of being dropped hanging over him, Tiny finally concedes that gravity could be why people fall. Even so, the Lord lets him go anyway, determined to make the lesson unforgettable. As Tiny hurtles toward the ground, he freaks out and triggers his divine steel armor to survive the landing. He slams down right on top of Wolong, who has just shown up. Esgard comes down after him and asks if gravity makes sense now. Tiny is shaken and begs for a spoken explanation instead. Esgard demands more practice and drops him again and again. Later, Tiny wakes to see his chest glowing beneath Khloe's healing hand. She says she can't believe he's already reached expert rank. And Tiny has no idea when he even leveled up. In the middle of all that chaos, he just sits there stunned, trying to wrap his head around the fact that he's already made it to expert. He realizes Esgard's terrifying drop training actually did its job, forcing his body to toughen up under the weight of gravity. Khloe watches and remarks on how ruthless her father's method is. She's genuinely amazed he managed to break into expert rank. She also says the entire Blue-Winged Knight Order is buzzing with gossip about his talent. When Tiny mentions she should be busy getting ready for her coming-of-age ceremony, Khloe brushes it aside, saying she only needs to rehearse simple manner. Tiny casually tells her she'll do great at it, which makes her pause in surprise. Then she gives him a playful smack. She boasts that she's the star of the day, so of course it'll go perfectly. Then her tone shifts as she tells Tiny that since her father trained him, that basically makes them family now. She allows him to call her sister, which catches him off guard. Seeing his expression, she reminds him that this is a huge privilege from a duke's daughter. Tiny finds it a bit ridiculous, but he goes along with it. Khloe makes him promise to keep their family connection quiet. Before she leaves, Khloe tells him Drexler wants to see him. Some time later, Tiny finds the knight standing in the middle of an arena, with a crowd of high-ranking men watching. Drexler notes Tiny's new expert status. Tiny confirms it in the audience presence, makes it clear this isn't a routine summon. All at once, the knight tosses aside his weapon and challenges Tiny to a bare-handed rematch. He admits their last spar made him look disgraceful for a knight of his rank, and offers this revenge bout to help Tiny get used to his upgraded strength. Tiny doesn't waste a second. He lunges so hard the ground splits beneath him. The speed and sheer weight behind him leave Drexler stunned, who can't believe this is the same kid from just a week earlier. Tiny smashes a heavy strike into Drexler's shield, driving the seasoned knight back. With every collision, the force of their exchange sends waves of power rolling across the arena. Drexler's hands shake under the relentless weight of those small, stinging blows. Tiny darts in again, his weapon ringing off the shield. He quickens his tempo and pours on a storm of 23 rapid strikes. His opponent catches on to just how much faster he's got. The crowd stares, amazed, wondering how Tiny can whip a heavy mace around at that kind of speed. Drexler grips his own weapon and decides there's no need to restrain himself. When they clash once more, Tiny starts settling into his rhythm, reading the flow of mana and putting the gravity principles he just learned into practice. He figures out that by adjusting his weight, he can make each swing feel light or heavy, depending on what the moment calls for. To try it out, he attacks again with everything he has. Drexler's eyes go wide as he feels the full impact of the boy's blow. To end the bout, he launches himself high and triggers his combat technique, Form 1, Lightning Smash. The blast that follows cracks the arena and breaks the floor apart. When the dust drifts down over the shattered ground, Drexler understands there's no point in continuing. Tiny thanks him for his assistance. Drexler jokes that he was holding back a lot during their exchange. Tiny fires back by saying he hasn't even used his spirit summoning powers yet, and he calls forth Wolong, amused by his boldness and obvious talent. Drexler formally welcomes him into the elite Blue-Winged Knights. Tiny instantly deflates the moment by saying he has no desire to join the order, leaving Drexler frozen in disbelief. Stunned by his ability, Drexler realizes Tiny has already grasped the hidden arts of the Valentia family. Later, Esgard casually tells Tiny that he forgot to mention his plans to travel the world to the Blue-Winged Knights. It's best if he isn't tied to any one group, but he surpasses what he expected. Tiny modestly attributes his rapid progress to the Lord's guidance. Feeling the first great calamity drawing near, the Lord says the preparations are almost finished. As a final tool, he chooses to present Tiny with an artifact warhammer, an armament infused with near-lasting magic, valued at years' worth of a knight's pay. Tiny politely asks him not to do so much for him. Strangely, the Lord admits he's been working on it for months, originally planning it as a retirement present for Drexler. Later, Tiny goes to Randall's Hammers, the shop of an elderly dwarf blacksmith. Esgard wants the weapon adjusted to better fit the boy. At first, Randall takes offense, thinking refining a master-grade weapon for a child is a waste of his skill. Tiny remembers from Heinen that a master dwarf always seeks a worthy wielder for their work. To win him over, Tiny displays his high-level mana control. The dwarf uses his truthful eye, a racial gift that reads the sincerity behind someone's emotion. At last, he realizes Tiny is genuine. He tells him to wait, then agrees to show him the weapon. Some time later, Tiny is examining what will be his future arm. He explains that the Duke's artifact is being refined with shock absorption spell, so it still needs defensive enchantments added. Tiny asks about offensive magic, and the dwarf clearly doesn't like the request. The boy wants it flawless, since a new Warhammer artifact doesn't come along every day. Even so, he agrees to take it, since it already carries 3 different enchantments. Randall says he has another weapon put away, a gigantic warhammer forged from densely compressed black steel, with weight. Boosting runes, its former owner gave it up because it was far too heavy to even lift. Tiny's eyes shine the moment he hears that. The dwarf adds that it comes with shock amplification and self-restoration. Tiny insists on seeing it right away. Not long after, even though the hammer is over 100 kilograms, Tiny hoists it effortlessly and slams it down, cracking the workshop floor. He recognizes how closely it resembles Nocturne, the weapon he used in his past life. He asks Randall to alter the grip so it can be extended as he grows. The grumpy dwarf finally relents when Tiny says the Duke's family will pay double. The new weapon is named Stamp. Back at the castle, Tiny reports to the Lord, who's relieved that the Stamp hammer found an owner so Drexler can keep his original present. With 2 weeks before the weapon is finished, Tiny decides to concentrate on training. When he uses a term from an Eastern tongue, Esgard is. He is taken aback by the revelation. The Lord admires the fact that Tiny is learning Eastern tongues, remarking that it serves as an ideal disguise for his enigmatic origin. The tone darkens, however, when the topic turns to Khloe's approaching betrothal to the crown prince. Tiny cautions him again that the prince is fated to perish on their wedding day. That tragedy will trigger a second catastrophe in which the imperial family is annihilated. As a result, the kingdom collapses in his previous life. Khloe was later labeled the crown princess of misfortune. Esgard confesses he is already aware of this, yet he still believes he can alter destiny. Tiny reminds him that their knowledge is incomplete. Esgard remarks on how remarkable Khloe is, though he admits she still has much to master. Tiny agrees, knowing she will otherwise be burdened with ruling a collapsing empire in sorrow. Esgard resolves to act with greater caution this time. Tiny does not contest him, but vows that if the Lord's strategy fails, he will rescue Khloe by his own means. The mood shifts abruptly when Tiny refers to her a little too familiarly. The Lord's paternal protectiveness ignites at once. He smacks Tiny on the head again, accusing him of harboring affections for his daughter. Outside, the scene is far more celebratory. People flock to the castle for the coming-of-age celebration. As the hour approaches, an aide by the window reports to the lord that far more guests have arrived than anticipated. Since the ceremony is hosted by the Valentia house, nobles have assembled in great numbers. Genus Freewell, commander of the Blue Wing Knights, oversees every arrangement to keep things running seamlessly. Ensuring no mishap mars the event, the lord commends his diligence. He also notes that an envoy from Lowhider is present. Regrettably, it is their problematic third son. The Duchy of Lowhider wields immense influence in the realm, and has rivaled the Valentia lineage for generations as their feud is long-standing. Dispatching someone like him seems like an insult. The lord, astonished, orders that he be firmly reminded he stands within Valentia land. Janus assures him that all measures are already arranged. The lord replies that he truly can depend on him. Yet he suddenly scrutinizes Janus and wonders aloud whether he might be concealing some ailment. Janus is puzzled by the unexpected worry. The lord waves it off swiftly and insists it is nothing. He adds that Janus need not personally oversee the ceremony, but Janus declines to withdraw. Khloe is dear to him, almost like a sibling. He wishes to remain by her side. The lord relents and tells him there is no reason to feel sorry. Khloe has always trailed after Janus, treating him much like an older brother. The lord then abruptly brings up the subject of marriage. Janus looks clearly bewildered. He brushes it aside and reminds the lord not to raise such matters again. The lord grows uneasy and apologizes, attributing it to the strain of the event. He permits Janus to resume his responsibilities. Once alone, the lord falls into contemplation. Janus assumed command after his father passed away and has proven steadfast ever since. And he remembers Tiny once saying he had never heard of Janus in the future. That thought troubles him deeply. Neither marriage nor sickness accounts for such a vanishing. A sixth-tier mono-wielder would not be defeated in a routine clash. Therefore, the lord determines that the second disaster must be responsible. Meanwhile, Tiny practices outdoors, panting as his thoughts drift to Janus. He considers that Esgard has a point, with numerous nobles entangled in delicate politics. An incident during the ceremony feels almost inevitable. The sheer number of influential attendees heightens the danger. Before long, Khloe comes to him. He frets that staying outside may be improper now that so many envoys have gathered. Vivian explains she has even tried to keep Khloe from roaming about. Khloe confesses the chamber indoors feels stifling, and she is at ease here. She brightens as well, happy to see Wolong. Tiny calls Wolong over and offers her time to play with it. Delighted, she cradles Wolong close, feeling that staying near him makes everything less dull. Just then, Tebron von Lowhider steps forward and greets Khloe with confidence. He compliments her appearance and proudly states his name. Khloe is startled to learn he is from the Lowhider house. He carries himself with assurance, acting as though their bond has already been settled. He proposes that since they have only just met, they should spend time together, and even suggests bringing wine as if it were fitting. Khloe is bewildered by his conduct. Offering wine before any formal announcement feels inappropriate. Vivian steps in right away, making it plain that Khloe needs to attend to the other guests. Tibron responds with smug outrage, demanding how a woman knight dares cut him off. He tells his burly aide, Graham, to come forward. Graham moves to stand before her and claims this is a matter meant only for noble youths to discuss. Vivian answers sharply that his argument is absurd. Graham then softens his approach, saying his young lord has been sincerely waiting for years. Asking for understanding, Hebron insists once more on being given a chance. Tiny watches every detail closely. Graham's grin seems even more dubious than T-Braun's swagger. Tiny chooses to step in. He lightly questions Khloe about them, which confuses her and instantly sets T-Braun off. Tibron commands Graham to get the kid out of the way immediately before he can respond. Tiny answers with a single slap that launches him into the air. T-Braun then crashes hard onto the ground. Enraged, Graham charges at Tiny again. Tiny handles it just as effortlessly, striking him with another slap, flinging him out through a window and over the roofline of a nearby building. Noble stares, utterly stunned. He can't believe one hit from that boy could topple a trained knight so easily. As Graham continues to tumble, his thoughts slip back to the chain of events. He recalls the moment the Lord told him to accompany his third son to cause a scene at Khloe's ceremony. He wavers, warning it would tarnish Lowhider's name, but the master shuts him down without hesitation. Tibron is no longer part of Lowhider. He was going to be cast out and disowned anyway, making him nothing but thrown-away refuse. Trading one piece of trash to wipe out a problem so neatly is simply efficient. He is reminded to obey, play dumb, and erase it all afterward. As Graham slams down, two nobles look on from an upper window. They gape at the sight of a skilled knight being beaten by a child. The spectacle unsettles them. One tries to figure out who Tiny is, while the other decides no ordinary prodigy could manage that. Someone like him must be a monster. The idea makes one of them chuckle. Duke Valentia raising such a thing without realizing it feels amusing, and the notion of meeting the boy starts to tempt him. They then turn their attention to Duke Alan Khan Lowhider. They suspect Duke Lahiter is only acting loyal to the imperial family, while secretly trying to ruin the alliance between the Imperials and the Valanches. They sneer at the thought of Lohiter competing with the Valentia family, especially when Duke Valentia has wielded powerful aura for years. One of them remarks that the Emperor doesn't want Esgard to grow too strong. They glance at the two men the boy knocked out and say those two needed dealing with sooner or later anyway. But the other replies it's pointless now, because Valentia's young masters, fiercely protective of their little sister, have just come back home. Back inside, Esgard tells Tiny that Tibron's disgraceful conduct led to his expulsion from Lohiter, so Tiny won't face legal punishment for striking a noble. Still, the Lord slams the table and warns Tiny to quit handling every problem by resorting to force, saying he doesn't want the boy behind bars before the Demon King army arrives. Tiny points out that the guests were behaving suspiciously. That sets him off. He loses his temper and roars about who dares lay a hand on his daughter under his own roof. Tiny thinks Esgard is completely disregarding his own advice about restraint. As Tiny stands there, two hot-headed young men nearly run him over. Khloe's brothers searching for Tiburon to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. In the chaos, Tiny unintentionally knocks one of them, Tren, down. The brother is stunned that a child could endure their charge. They recognize Tiny from the stories about his clash with Drexler, and realize he's the one their father has been training. The eldest, Aaron, voices genuine respect for Tiny's ability, but ends the encounter quickly so they can keep chasing Tiburon, swearing he won't leave the territory alive. Tiny recognizes Aaron as the future heir, but is jolted by the fact that the second brother wasn't in his original timeline. He fears this brother may die later on, just like Genus. Heading back, Tiny vents about the Azran imperial family, obsessed with their golden dragon bloodline and restricting guests. According to Rank, two nobles who suddenly appear overhear his complaints. One needles him for speaking such insults out loud. Tiny immediately notices the man is using magic to disguise his real face. He introduces himself as Baron Narsar, a ceremony guest. Narsar ridicules the Duke's choice to take in a kid like Tiny. Tiny's voice turns cold as he reminds him he's showing disrespect on Valentia territory. Narsar laughs it off at once and puts on a friendly act, even offering to treat Tiny to dinner as a way to strike up a friendship. Tiny briefly considers forcing the truth out of the stranger right there to learn who he really is, but he recalls Esgard's warning and chooses to wait for a better chance. Still, when Narsar asks whether Tiny can arrange a meeting with Khloe, Tiny finally runs out of patience. With no warning at all, he swings a huge slap that knocks him clear up into the sky. Narsar's companion is stunned, while Tiny only grins at him. But Tiny lands himself in trouble again as his temper flares once more. His train of thought is interrupted when Exilin strikes without warning. Tiny narrowly slips the blow and manages to meet him blade to blade. Yet his foe is driven by fury, swearing to tear him to pieces. Things get critical when Tiny senses monospace control closing in around him. To his shock, he realizes he's up against a challenger-ranked knight. Ixalan threatens to slice him down, but Tiny trusts his iron god armor to shield him. Catching a brief chance, Tiny calls Woling into position behind his opponent. The spirit beast's appearance startles Ixalan, giving Tiny a window to throw a punch. Still, it has absolutely no effect. Ixalan doesn't even react. He simply grips Tiny by the front of his shirt and hurls him aside like a doll. Tiny steadies himself just as the knight draws back to unleash a crushing strike. His spirit wolf steps in between them. In the next instant, Tiny is slammed into the ground. As Exilin closes in to finish him, Narsar appears and orders him to stop, saying he will take complete responsibility for the mix-up. Afterward, Genus meets Tiny to settle things properly. Tiny apologizes, admitting he acted out of suspicion. Janus chooses to drop it since the noble involved has already forgiven him. Even so, he issues Tiny a severe warning. He says Tiny must not look down on Valentia or on those allowed to enter with special permission. Tiny can feel the man's oppressive presence, and he listens as Janus urges him to be more careful if he wants to live up to his remarkable potential. As Janus is about to leave, Tiny presses for details and asks about Narsar. Janus refuses, calling it confidential. Tiny pushes again, asking to confirm whether he's connected to the imperial family. Janus immediately regrets letting anything slip. He notes that challenger rank is rare. Then he tells Tiny to keep it secret, and Tiny agrees. Tiny connects the dots on his own. He decides the hidden powerhouse must be an imperial family inspector, sent because Khloe's upcoming ceremony is effectively the formal announcement of her engagement to the crown prince. A week goes by, and at last the ceremony day arrives. The castle fills with guests, and Genus focuses on making everything flawless for their sister. Tiny, meanwhile, locks onto the buffet. Genus watches, irritated, as Tiny shovels food into his mouth. He tells him to slow down before he makes himself sick, but Tiny brushes it off. Genus lets it go, understanding that Tiny needs plenty of calories to support his growing body. Their talk is cut short when Narsar approaches Tiny, asking to speak since Genus is tied up with official duty. Tiny quickly apologizes for how rude he was before. Narsar catches him off guard by being remarkably gracious. He says he was actually impressed by Tiny's decisive nature and even tells him to hit him again if he ever gets arrogant in the future. Tiny feels thoroughly unsettled, wondering if the man has some kind of warped personality. The celebration truly starts when the host announces the main attraction. Khloe steps into the hall with her father and two brothers. She looks breathtaking in her ceremonial dress. Narsar is clearly captivated by her beauty. Seeing him gaze at Khloe so intensely makes Tiny feel fiercely protective. The nobles stare as well, struck by how radiant she is. She stays composed, knowing that from this moment onward her life is officially changing forever. Tiny watches her and recalls the gentle way she asked him to be her brother. The memory makes his mana spill out, drawing Walling into the hall, and leaving everyone completely speechless. Esgard looks shocked as well. Walling behaves like an oversized puppy around Khloe until she sits and tells him to stay. Some guests whisper complaints about a dog at such a formal event, but Walling suddenly begins to glow. He expands into an enormous giant wolf, right there making the entire room freeze in terror. They realize this isn't some ordinary animal, but a powerful owl. Narsa thanks him for the spectacle. Tiny only finds his gratitude irritating and suspects there's something off about him. He quietly decides that if Narsar keeps acting this way, he may need to slap him again. Esgard approaches his daughter and grows a little emotional, saying how proud her mother would be. A heavy sadness settles over the room, though only those who know the family's past truly understand why. Then the Lord places the medal around her neck and announces the moment everyone has been waiting for. He raises a finger, light bursts across the hall, and a magical projection of her fiancé appears. The man introduces himself as Bradley Van Aslan. He says he can't attend in person, but he's thankful to be her fiancé. Vivian in the crowd recognizes his voice and believes he's the reincarnation of a legendary king. Tiny isn't impressed because he remembers that in his past life, he died for no real reason. When Narsar moves to step in, Tiny grabs him back, telling him to take it easy. He makes him spell Narsir in reverse, and Tiny realizes it becomes Azran. As he continues, Tiny starts to freak out. It hits him that the person he once roughed up is actually the crown prince. A cold dread washes over him as he imagines how much trouble he's in. Genus sees him trembling and asks what's wrong. Tiny just pins it on the heat, and Genus tells him not to worry because the prince has already let it go, assuring him he'll be perfectly safe in Valentia. Her explains that it was the crown prince who insisted on this marriage, even going against the emperor's command. That makes it obvious the prince is officially backing them now. Later, Janice says Esgard wants to see Tiny after the ceremony. When they meet, the Lord thanks Tiny for Walling since it helped Khloe stay steady. They move on to far more serious concerns. He thinks over what Tiny reported. A powerful artifact will disappear, and a massive creature called a kraken will tear the capital apart. He questions why it would be a kraken rather than some other monster. Tiny says they should look into it, then asks about the hammer stand. The Lord explains the tuning and tells Tiny to go to the blacksmith the next day to collect his weapon. Tiny arrives at the blacksmith's shop, and the new weapon changes everything. The blacksmith notes it's heavier, which means it can hit harder. It repairs itself on its own and is tuned precisely to Tiny's unique mana. The blacksmith admits it gives him an eerie, unnatural feeling. He can't believe his son made something so extreme. Tiny lifts it as if it weighs nothing, and the blacksmith suggests a practice swing. It moves effortlessly, almost like it's working with him. He's genuinely pleased. Later, Tiny rides his familiar outside the city to test how it performs while in motion. He's blown away and feels grateful to Randall for making it happen. Walling gets overly excited and surges forward, and Tiny assumes it's just because the wolf enjoys sprinting beneath the moon. He checks their speed and realizes they're flying. At this rate, they'll reach the port city of Anixon in only a week. Elsewhere, in a shadowy room, demon devotees learn that Tiny has left the Duke's territory. He's irritated that Tiny is traveling on a top-grade spirit beast, far quicker than any ordinary carriage. After confirming Tiny is bound for Anixon on the way to Chiron, the leader decides it's the ideal moment to eliminate. He orders them to reach the Tamers and have Tiny killed. Back on the road, Black Knights spring out to cut off Tiny's path. They act nasty, sneering at him and say they're on the same level. They insist he can't beat them even with his spirit beast. Mana flares around them as they prepare to teach him through brute force. One looses an arrow, but Tiny bats it aside like it's a bug. They panic because that shot was meant to be a high-tier strike. They tell themselves it must be some kind of trick and rush again, convinced numbers will win. Tiny has no interest in their talk. He brings his hammer down, obliterating one knight on the spot. The man understands too late that Tiny's strength is no bluff as he collapses. Tiny spits that they're nothing but vermin, serving demons instead of acting like true knights. When the others realize they were deceived about how powerful Tiny really is, they turn and bolt in terror, but Tiny refuses to let them escape. He races after them and drives his hammer into the ground, ripping the earth apart and pinning them in the fissures. With that finished, he's loving the new weapon. Then he pauses, wondering how they knew exactly which road he'd take. He feels a twinge of regret for killing them all, since now there's no one left to question. All at once, a huge tree crashes down behind him. A gigantic two-headed troll emerges from the darkness. Tiny realizes things just got far worse. A high-rank monster has arrived, and it's fixed on him as its next prey. Seeing the massive two-headed troll, Tiny can't believe the situation, because a rank 5 monster has no place in this region. These things can go toe-to-toe with elite mages, yet this one charges straight at him, axe raised. He narrowly slips the blow, and a voice from the shadows commands the beast to kill him. That confirms it's under a magic tamer's control, and it was sent specifically to erase him. He realizes the troll is being puppeted. He sends Walling after the tamer, but the mage uses a magical weapon to drive the troll into a frenzy. The monster throws its axe again, and even though Tiny dodges, the impact is so violent it shatters trees like twigs. The troll is shockingly quick and keeps striking from behind, which starts to wear on Tiny's patience. He knows rank 5 trolls are all raw muscle and regenerate almost immediately, so he stays calm and waits for an opening in its guard. Things turn even deadlier when the troll spews a haze of toxic smoke. Tiny feels his strength draining, but he channels mana to keep himself standing. Right as the axe drops toward his head, he hurls his new hammer upward, pouring every ounce of power into the swing. The effect is overwhelming. The weapon's added mass pays off, and for an instant it seems like he's the one in control. But the creature's injuries knit themselves shut before his eyes. Tiny is forced to pull back, hopping constantly so he doesn't get flattened. He keeps slamming it with brutal strikes, yet the troll simply repairs itself again and again. Watching from afar, the tamer assumes Tiny will eventually burn out. The battle drags on until Tiny can't retreat any farther. That's when he realizes the troll is finally running out of steam. The tamer's scheme falls apart, because the troll is the one slowing first. All that regeneration is draining its strength faster than it can replenish it. The tamer freaks out as Walling bursts forward and slams him down, pinning him. With the tamer tied up, Tiny rushes the troll for a final charge and channels lightning into his hammer. The blast is enormous, and when the dust clears, Tiny is still on his feet, gripping both monsters' severed heads. He walks over to the captured tamer, demanding answers. The man says their crew operates out of a lawless city, ruled by a mayor who heads a city alliance. Tiny doesn't accept it, since an organization like that wouldn't discard a top-tier tamer so easily. He presses harder until the man confesses they're the ones planning to steal the artifact from Karan. Tiny makes it plain that his survival depends on naming who's in charge. The man insists he'll be killed if he gives up the name. Tiny notes that's only a possibility, then threatens him to gamble anyway. After wrapping things up, Tiny heads for the port city of Anixon. He recalls Esgard saying a contact would be waiting at a nearby pub. He locates the place and steps inside, but the moment he recognizes who's seated there, he stops cold. The helper sent for him is Esgard himself. Esgard gives a quick apology, and then his body abruptly reshapes into a totally average-looking man. Like it's nothing, he remarks that the shop doesn't serve alcohol to children, leaving Tiny completely stunned. The face in front of him is unfamiliar. Even worse, Tiny can't detect the faintest trace of mana from him. There's no enchantment to dispel and no illusion to pierce. The disguise isn't an illusion at all, it's spellwork, flawless. Close by, a couple of men laugh and tell Tiny the bar isn't a place to play. One starts mouthing off about Tiny's black hair, but Walling immediately steps between them. At the sight of the wolf, the men recoil and scramble away in sheer panic. Tiny notes to himself that Walling probably shouldn't have shown it. Still, he figures some people only learn when they're checked. The disguised man watches Walling and realizes Tiny is a spirit summoner. He puts it together, recognizing Tiny as the special order client he'd been waiting for, and apologizes for the delayed welcome. He escorts Tiny into a back room. Tiny produces a silver tablet, and the man confirms it carries the Duke of Valanche's official seal. He explains that he leads Black Wing, the Duke's covert intelligence unit. They're not merely top-class fighters, they're the finest spies anywhere. He introduces himself as Jay, the commander overseeing the entire operation. Tiny is baffled since someone in Jay's role should be extraordinarily strong, yet there's still no mana coming off him. Then Jay reveals something shocking. His mana never awakened at all. Tiny is floored, but Jay just chuckles, briefly shifting back into Esgard's appearance. He says that having 0 mana makes disguises a bit troublesome, but it's also entertaining because no one can ever trace him. Tiny admits the approach is insanely daring and risky. Jay agrees the rush is what makes it worth it. Getting down to business, he tells Tiny a 7th circle mage named Gale Anderson called the Warlock of Tsunami, has disappeared. Tiny immediately understands how serious that is, a sea-controlling mage of immense power. Jay says Gale vanished 2 weeks earlier while at sea, and then every line of communication went silent. That's a major issue, because Gale was meant to supply a recommendation letter for Tiny's assignment. Jay gives Tiny a new identity tablet and says they've prepared a fallback option. Tiny is relieved Esgard kept his word, then Tiny brings up the name he forced out of the tamer earlier. Hustle, a devil worshipper connected to Kara. A catastrophe, Jay records the name, guessing it might belong to an orca or maybe a werebeast. He swears he'll check it out. Then, all at once, a desperate pounding on the door cuts them off. An agent tells Jay he needs to go because they've shown up. Tiny assumes it's some serious danger, but the huge presence is really just an enormous crowd of starving customers. Jay winds up spending the afternoon dishing out food in an overstuffed restaurant. Tiny watches the madness, baffled that a fake pub built for spying somehow thrives as a real business. 2 days later, Tiny stands at the Flaxen docks. Disguised with his face hidden, he gets ready to board a ship headed for Karun. When an attendant asks for identification, Tiny sends a faint thread of mana into the seal. The attendant nearly leaps back, stunned to see a noble traveling completely alone. Tiny spins a cover tale, claiming he comes from a ruined noble house. It hits the attendant so hard he starts apologizing for his rudeness, and he wishes Tiny a safe journey. As Tiny steps onto the deck, he recalls the background Jay supplied for the alias. He's posing as a descendant of the Moor's family. They were nobles accused of devil worship and vanished 40 years ago. And since the line was known for black hair and black eyes, the disguise is dead on. Officially, he's a fugitive from a cursed bloodline, though the son of a noble-hearted elf detail feels a little over the top to him. The moment he settles in, his instincts spike. He senses dark mana stirring close by, and he realizes the source is coming from somewhere within the ship itself. As the mana shifts around him, Tiny instantly understands he's been boxed in by malice, and it's not just 1 or 2 people either. That foul presence runs through the whole crowd aboard. He sees the truth. Their scheme is far worse than a simple surprise attack. It feels like they're getting ready to make everyone on the ship into human offerings. Bloodshed starts when a man charges Tiny, thrusting a knife straight for his head. Tiny doesn't so much as blink. He snatches the attacker's wrist barehanded and cracks the bone like brittle wood. The man howls as blood spills and the crowd locks up in fear, realizing the one Tiny just crippled is bleeding out. When someone shouts for Tiny to release him, Tiny does the exact opposite. He flicks the fallen knife up, catches it, and with one clean motion buries it in another man's chest. The man drops instantly, coughing blood but the strangest part is the thick, reeking smoke that billows from the corpse. It stinks of rot, and the passengers erupt into panic. They start yelling that the dead man was a demon worshipper. One passenger even thanks Tiny for revealing the danger, all while trying to sidle closer under the excuse of procedure. Tiny isn't fooled for a heartbeat. He seizes the man, wrenches his arm, and drives him into another conspirator. As both hit the deck spitting blood, Tiny stays cool, quietly counting the bodies. The rest realize they've been exposed and bolt, screaming that Tiny is a killer. But it's plain to see, every last one of them follows demons. The ship's captain rushes up, putting on a show of outrage and disbelief. He tries to apologize, pinning everything on tainted subordinates, and asks Tiny to help him sort out the disaster. Tiny ridicules his performance and executes him right there. When the captain's head thuds onto the deck, the smoke pouring from his neck is even denser than before, proving he was the worst corrupted of them all. Afterward, the scene moves to the castle, where a report is delivered to King Emund van Karen. They confirm the crew that had worked this shipping route for 5 years was completely compromised. Several sailors had been infected with a low-ranking evil affliction. It gave them enough strength to operate the ship, but the captain had reached a deeper tier of corruption. The king is told that reaching that degree of depravity requires the sacrifice of hundreds, maybe thousands of innocent lives. Those offerings grant demon worshippers enormous power and can even let powerful evil clans rip open the barriers between dimensions. Tiny tells him demon followers spread through humanity like a sickness. The king admits he hasn't encountered anything this severe in 30 years, and realizes he's been far too complacent. He praises Tiny, under his false identity as an elf-blooded spirit summoner, for preventing what would have been a horrific massacre. Curious about Tiny's spirit beast, the king asks to see it. The advisors panic, insisting it's dangerous to display such a rare spirit. But Tiny ignores them. He calls forth Walling on the spot. The king visibly recoils at the sight of it. Amazed by how tangible and formidable the spirit is, he immediately requests a one-on-one conversation, although his guards are uneasy about him being alone with an unknown person. The king orders them to leave the chamber. When they're finally by themselves, the king wastes no time. He tells Tiny he's fully aware the quarter-elf tale is complete nonsense. Staring him down, Edmund demands the real reason Tiny came to the kingdom. The king quickly corners Tiny by pointing out a lie about his lineage, explaining that black hair and elven blood can't coexist in biological terms. Tiny is left speechless by the disclosure, but the king promptly adds that this fact is a tightly guarded secret of the royal family. Tiny apologizes at once and confesses his real mission is to track down demon adherents before they can take a divine relic and set off a catastrophe in Karun. The king's keen instincts keep Tiny under pressure. He pegs Tiny as someone born in the empire. He says that alone turns things complicated diplomatically, because Karun leans towards supporting the kingdom's alliance rather than the empire, even with the natural suspicion toward an imperial subject hiding who he is. The king chooses to place his faith in him. He justifies it by Tiny being a spirit summoner. He falls back on the familiar belief that anyone pure enough to command spirits must be good at heart. Tiny feels a stab of guilt at that notion, knowing from his previous life that summoners aren't automatically virtuous. Taking advantage of the opening, Tiny asks for an official audience with the relic's guardians. He vows to do everything he can for Karun, and the king approves. Choosing to believe in him, the king puts his trust in our boy. Later, skipping the usual rites, the king formally names Tiny a knight and assigns him responsibility for protecting the sacred artifact. As the insignia is fastened to his chest, Tiny thinks it over. It's his first time being knighted in this life, and he swears to use this new beginning to safeguard humanity. Then the talk turns grim. When Tiny tells the king that a man called Hustle is the one pulling the string, he notes the name sounds orcish. The king's face hardens into a grave, focused look the moment he hears it. He asks if Tiny can vouch for the intelligence. Tiny says it came from a fifth circle mage. The king asks for time to consider it and dismisses him. Elsewhere, the tsunami sorcerer uses every ounce of power to raise a magical barrier with his weapon around the cross. He's panting when a man steps in and praises his work. He yells as he realizes it's Hustle. The man remarks that our boy could endanger their scheme. Meanwhile, Tiny is assigned to the Divine Artifact Protection Troop, and his arrival triggers instant hostility. The seasoned soldiers doubt a kid's supposed combat achievement. One of them, Mason, loudly mocks Tiny for being handed authority and rank without proving himself. Tiny exhales in irritation. He understands the king made this choice because the artifact is basically just a symbol now, and the protection unit has become a place to stash washouts. Realizing there's a power struggle brewing inside, Tiny decides to establish control right away. Tiny approaches Mason and starts chatting like it's nothing. When Mason tries to throw his senior status around to scare him, Tiny calls forth his familiar. The abrupt show of crushing power makes the knights freeze in fear. Tiny then states that he's the one in command here. He adds he was looking for a demon follower to make an example of anyway, and asks if any of them want the role, which sends them into immediate panic. They deny it and snap into a salute, and Tiny tells them to give their best from this point on. Still, he senses something off and recalls the king's expression. He suspects the king already has knowledge about Hustle. His train of thought is cut off by a man's voice. Laughing, the man thanks our boy for taking down the demon followers. He says he's glad to meet our boy and introduces himself as Truman, the captain of the Divine Artifact Protection Unit. Tiny returns the greeting with polite respect. As they speak, our boy quietly thinks the captain's strength doesn't seem to justify such a lofty position. Since he knows Tiny volunteered, the captain goes straight into business and brings up Tiny's interest in the sacred artifact. The abrupt shift makes Tiny wary, because it feels uncomfortably close to the looming Karun disaster. He stays calm and acts intrigued, careful not to reveal too much. The captain seems to have expected Tiny's curiosity, so he leads him somewhere else to lay out how things really operate. He drops several books onto the table and says people completely misunderstand these holy instruments. He cites the holy barrier and notes it only affects low-ranking evil, but it's utterly useless against true demonic power. Given those limits, most folks assume the artifacts are just decoration. To straighten out Tiny's thinking, the captain suggests a certain book describing an ancient pact, a vow from the mythical era, showing these tools were meant to be our final line of defense. Hearing that, Tiny realizes he'd completely judged the man wrong. He senses no trace of malice from the captain, so he relaxes his guard. In the end, the captain decides reading is a drag, and tells Tiny it's far better to witness it firsthand. So he guides him into the castle's tightest security area. Along the way, the captain asks his name and explains why people treat guarding these items as a bottom-tier assignment. Tiny assumes it's because the artifact is only ceremonial, but the captain opens a door and shows him what's real. Inside hangs an enormous, radiant artifact called Humanitas. It's breathtakingly beautiful, suspended in midair. The captain says the post seems insignificant because the artifact doesn't require protection. He also admits no one understands how it stays afloat, and that it's said only someone truly worthy is able to lay a hand on it. Since everyone believes it can defend itself, they don't bother assigning a prestigious guard to it. Tiny decides to test it and extends his hand the instant he nears it. Light engulfs his entire body. The captain is completely blown away. He's never witnessed power on that scale. Tiny senses something off as well, since he's extremely attuned to mana. He realizes the artifact's barrier is humming, reacting directly to the energy coming from him. Stunned, the captain grabs Tiny by the shoulder, realizing Tiny is practically communicating with the artifact. Afterward, they head back outside, and the captain admits Tiny keeps catching him off guard. He says he's been around for years and has never seen anything like what just happened. That makes Tiny respect him more. He realizes that even if the captain isn't the fiercest warrior, he genuinely takes his duty seriously. Then a rude guy named Greg Simbo from the Royal Knights barges in, acting like he runs everything. He talks down to the captain and directs all his insults at Tiny, calling him a holy half-elf. Tiny calmly corrects him, saying he's a quarter elf, though it's just a cover identity. Greg sneers at the idea of elves as heroes and tries to start a F***king fight to prove Tiny is a fraud. Tiny doesn't even flinch, seeing it coming from a mile away. He sidesteps, catches Greg's arm, and drives him hard into the floor. Greg keeps mouthing off, so Tiny hauls him up and smashes him down again to silence him. As Greg lies there admitting he screwed up, the captain watches from behind, totally stunned. Up above, a shadowy figure observes the whole scene, thinking things have finally gotten interesting now that Tiny is here. Next, Robert Dummel of the Royal Knight Order steps out to challenge Tiny. He's instantly dropped by a crisp slap. That humiliation sends the other knights rushing in. But Tiny puts them down one after another with ease, barely exerting himself. The tension spikes when the vice-captain, Randolph Grandchist, enters the fight and trades blows with Tiny. After being forced back, Randolph earns a little praise from Tiny for being at least somewhat useful. That prompts Tiny to ask whether he knows someone named Hustle. The vice-captain admits he has no idea who that is, leaving Tiny wondering why the name means nothing to anyone. The mood shifts as a man overflowing with mana steps forward, remarking that Tiny showed zero mercy to the defeated knights. Tiny recognizes the newcomer as a top-tier master, probably challenger class. The man introduces himself as Liam von Peterson, captain of the Royal Knight Order, and Tiny tries to stay respectful. But Liam waves off the politeness, saying he's just an old veteran looking for a little thrill. He sweetens it by offering intel on Hustle if Tiny agrees to spar with him. Realizing it's a rare shot at both answers and a fight with an elite opponent, Tiny eagerly accepts. He strikes with his full strength. The blow cracks the ground and he warns Liam not to take him lightly. Their weapons smash together with tremendous force, and when Tiny goes for a follow-up kick, Liam doesn't budge. Tiny springs back, realizing Liam has a stone-like defensive trait. Tiny observes that Liam's approach is built for bruising, heavy clashes, carrying the weight and steadiness of a true challenger-class knight. Even with the power gap, Liam is impressed by Tiny's flawless form and decides to stop holding back. Charging back in to keep the duel going, they trade a flurry of lightning-fast blows. Liam can tell our kid's missing only age and real-world seasoning. Tiny wants to understand how Liam keeps his balance steady, even while bearing intense pressure. Tiny strings together a 4-strike combo, making Liam concede that even genius falls short of describing him. He opts to call Tiny a monster instead. Tiny accepts the praise and keeps pressing until Liam decides it's time to end it. Liam delivers one last hit that throws off Tiny's footing and drives him back, stopping the spar before it goes too far. Pleased with what he got out of it, Liam vows to honor his side of the deal about the information. Later, Tiny digests everything he learned, turning over the unsettling truth about Hustle's real identity. Afterward, Liam says how grateful he is to have such an unexpected experience so late in life. Tiny is grateful for the spar as well and quietly respects Liam's ability. True to his word, Liam passes along information about a man called Rittman. He says Rittman is an imperial knight who answers only to the king, and travels so widely that he probably knows who Hustle is. Liam even offers to arrange an introduction, but a messenger suddenly rushes in yelling Tiny's name, saying the king demands to see him at once. When Tiny gets there, the king tells him he's already located the person Tiny was seeking. Right in front of him stands Rittman, the East Coast Passage specialist. Tiny is floored, wondering when he ever asked the king to track this man down, especially since Liam had just brought up that exact same person. Rittman hails Tiny as the hero who defeated the demon followers, and asks if Tiny had been searching for him. Tiny tries to respond courteously. The king notices, while Tiny is secretly irritated that he wasn't warned ahead of time. So he can keep up the act, Tiny anxiously says that because of how he looks. He assumed he might be from the eastern continent, and casually mentioned wanting to go there. Rittman accepts the explanation, remarking that the king never hesitates to reward people, and has always been generous whenever Rittman discovers a new route. The king then reminds Tiny he can't depart for the east until he keeps his promise to eliminate the demon followers. Tiny can't understand why the king is bringing it up out of nowhere, especially with Rittman present. He checks Rittman's mana and finds it completely normal, meaning the Woling wouldn't sit quietly if he were a cultist. Still, he notices Rittman's mana shape is an unusual blend of beast and human, reminding him of what Jay said about orcs or beastmen. The king tells Rittman he'll be a major asset in wiping out the cultists. That stuns Rittman, since he was meant to leave the next day to search for someone named Gale. The king refuses to budge and calls off the journey, saying the immediate threat must be dealt with first. Rittman accepts the command with reluctance. Tiny realizes that even without any sinister energy, this man is unquestionably Hustle. Later, the king asks Tiny what he thinks, and Tiny admits the man doesn't appear to be a demon follower. The king insists Tiny stay close to him to make absolutely sure. Tiny asks why the king is taking it this far, and the king shows a mana oath on his chest, crackling with lightning. In short, a mana oath is a vow sealed by one's own mana that triggers a painful jolt through the mana circles if it's broken. Tiny thinks a level 3 shock could be deadly for an elderly man, and asks why he'd gamble like that for someone he scarcely knows. The king says his bloodline can glimpse the future through dreams. He keeps dreaming again and again of the divine artifact vanishing and monsters tearing the capital apart. After Tiny arrived and warned the artifact would disappear, the king realized those dreams were an alert. He'd rather be seen as a cowardly old man with a subordinate who holds a grudge than watch his kingdom collapse. At that moment, Tiny hears something and realizes Hustle has just slipped out of the castle. Tiny jumps onto his moon wolf and races after him, noting the wolf still detects no demonic energy. He briefly considers that the real Hustle could be someone else, but the man's sudden escape from the castle makes it clear. Tiny decides to pursue him and secure the proof he needs. Meanwhile, a group of men secretly load a ship on the river under cover of night. Hustle shows up behind them, startling the crew who expected he wouldn't return until tomorrow. He says everything went off track because the king ordered someone to stay at his side. Even though the men are thrown off by the king's sudden timing, Hustle tells them to stop questioning it and get ready to leave at once. Without warning, a burst of flames tears through the ship. Tiny stands amid the wreckage and confronts them, accusing them of serving demons and demanding to know why they're out so late. They panic the moment they realize they're being attacked. Tiny rushes in with a mana-charged blow and drops 4 of them instantly. He lands as if nothing could shake him and gives the remaining men the option to surrender. While the followers call him a monster, Hustle stays calm and tells his men that Tiny is simply a high-level fighter, probably worn out after such a showy entrance. He argues that Tiny is only buying time to recover mana, making Tiny realize his act isn't fooling anyone. Hustle chooses to finish it right then and charges at Tiny. They collide and Tiny catches Hustle's sword with his bare hand, opening a gap for Walling to attack from behind. The wolf claws pulls back fast, leaving him injured and roaring with fury. Hustle vows he'll rip Tiny to pieces, and tries to trigger a reverse summoning on the wolf, sending a brutal shock surging through Tiny's body. He swings at the wolf, but Tiny manages to shield the exact spot being targeted. To conserve mana, Hustle finds that kind of precision absurd and realizes he has to kill Tiny right away. Tiny cuts down the rest of the followers with a single strike and tells his wolf to focus on moving, because his mana is nearly spent. In the middle of the fight, Tiny recalls what the king told him about Hustle's history. Most beastmen inherit traits from land animals, but Hustle is a rare mutation born with sea creature traits, and those mutants remind the beastmen of a tribe that once defied their god. Babies like that are usually executed on the spot. The king said he spared the one who survived, and hid his identity with a mana oath because he needed those unique abilities. Back in the present, Hustle asks whether the king told him anything else as water begins spiraling around his weapon. Tiny finally remembers the king's last warning: never fight him near the sea because he's actually a killer whale. Tiny sees that the water is feeding the strength of Hustle's sole weapon, making everything far more dangerous. Hustle stands on the water's surface with a sword in each hand, waiting for Tiny to act first. Tiny charges in, taunting him as he comes. He pours all his power into a crushing hammer blow. Hustle blocks it with both blades, but the impact is so enormous it drives him down into a crouch. Hustle notes to himself that Tiny's physical recovery is outrageously fast. Tiny refuses to ease up and keeps pressing forward, his eyes blazing with anger and frustration. Hustle starts to feel uneasy, knowing that if this drags out, reinforcements will eventually show up. Tiny throws a punch so heavy it sends Hustle flying back. Rather than recover, Hustle uses the momentum to plunge straight down into the sea. Tiny thinks his opponent is trying to escape, but then an enormous wave suddenly rises over him. Hustle calls out that Tiny isn't some ordinary kid, and a towering wall of water erupts from the ocean. The creature tells Tiny they'll settle things another day, then turns toward the open sea. Seeing the orc's unbelievable speed, Tiny understands there's no way to pursue it across the water. He feels a spike of irritation until he spots his wolf vaulting through the air as though the wind were solid ground. Tiny realizes Walling has just shown a new special ability, though he decides they should keep that tactic in reserve for their next clash. He stares toward the horizon, knowing the orca promised a rematch and wondering what other plots his enemies are preparing. Far inside a cave, Edmund arrives, pleased with how things have turned out. He tells Gilead that he's met every expectation. Gale seethes and ridicules him. Edmund ignores the insult and offers him food, saying he needs to stay awake to complete the task. He gestures toward the kraken and asks what they should do about it. Gale looks horrified by the creature's presence. The kraken opens its eye and cracks start to spread across the shield. Edmund explains that if they free the monster, the baby will be able to reach its mother telepathically. But if they kill it, that would warn her as well. Either way would bring the destruction of Karun, wanting Galito to feel the pressure. He reminds him that saving his hometown depends on his cooperation. Gale argues that God will punish him in the end. Edmund just laughs, lets the food fall, and says he has felt doomed from the moment he entered the world. He now exists for one purpose: vengeance. At the same time, Tiny and Liam stand before the king to present their finding. Their report, they tell the king that the ones behind the latest cargo transport are not ordinary criminals at all, but devotees of a demon. The shipment is revealed to be an enormous stockpile of ritual supplies worth nearly half of the kingdom's yearly budget. The king laments that he didn't question Edmund earlier, calling him someone propelled by a frantic need to validate himself. After being cast aside by the world, Tiny cuts in to share something Liam told him. He says Edmund's work was so tightly concealed that hardly anyone even knew his name. The king adds that Edmund probably chose to stay unknown, so werewolves wouldn't track him down. Tiny argues they should have doubted him from the beginning, because people with real ambition don't keep themselves hidden. The king agrees, deciding there's no point obsessing over old errors. He then asks Tiny if there's any other method to locate the demon's remaining followers. Tiny says he does have a strategy, and that it will work as long as the king gives him the support he needs. Soon after, our boy reaches the hotel, cloaked in a hood with luggage trailing behind him. Jay greets him with a stiff apology, failing to recognize him at first since business hours haven't officially begun. When Tiny shows who he is, Jay is utterly stunned by the sight of him and by the mountain of equipment he dragged in. Tiny brings Jay up to speed, laying out the tangled situation with the demon worshippers. Since Tiny can't detect any demonic aura from Hustle, he realizes Hustle didn't become a monster. He simply decided to side with the enemy. Jay is overwhelmed with embarrassment because he wanted to amaze Tiny with Blackwing's strength, but Tiny steadies him, saying they still have the perfect chance to show what they're capable of. Tiny sets a box on the table and pulls out a royal decree telling Jay the king granted him special authority to take control of the remaining cargo. He adds that since Blackwing has top-tier trackers, they should be the ones to handle the shipment's forensic work and pinpoint who's responsible. Tiny begins unpacking the crates, but Jay pauses because the job is brutally hard. When Tiny yanks a live frog from one box to drive his point home, Jay explains their earlier efforts failed because the culprits are meticulous about erasing every trace. Tiny freaks out, afraid all the effort he poured in was pointless. But Jay lifts his spirits by noting they now hold nearly all the ritual materials the demon followers require. And because those ingredients are rare and most were lost in the Karun fire, the cult can't just purchase replacements or reproduce them in a hurry. Jay suggests a smart snare: open a shop in Karun that sells exactly what the cult still lacks. With time working against them, the followers will be forced to come to that one store. Tiny is impressed, remarking that Jay isn't merely a merchant, he's a brilliant tactician. Before they begin, an assistant serves a local chicken specialty. Tiny turns it down at first, insisting he can't spare time to eat, but Jay persuades him to try a single bite. It's so amazing that Tiny's plate is empty before he even notices, and he can't believe how good it tastes. When Jay asks how it was, Tiny simply tells him to start cooking for a living. Jay takes it as high praise, proud of his skill, and remarks that now they'll be able to slip in without trouble. With confidence, he declares it's time to begin the operation to track down the demon follower. 2 months later, late at night, 2 hooded strangers make their way to the shop. They're uneasy, wondering if they've come to the right place. One calms the other, saying the owner is just an ordinary businessman chasing profit. The other is frightened because they ignored their elder's warning. But the first assures him the situation has been checked. They knock and step inside, eager to wrap things up fast. Jay greets them and examines their list. As he reads through it, he realizes every item matches the ritual components he was told to watch for. He knows the prey has finally walked into the snare, and that it's time to notify Tiny. Jay stays composed and asks them to wait while he goes to the back to collect everything. While he pretends to search, he catches them murmuring about their elders ordering them to be especially careful. All at once, another hooded man steps into the shop while they're still bickering. A shadow appears. They panic as someone comes in, however. A new arrival cuts in with a sly grin, asking to be included. The first two tense up as they realize he's their senior. Jay assumes the man is their associate and wonders if they plan to let him in on it. The newcomer makes it clear he's fed up, saying he came to hurry them along. Since the job is far too important to allow any chance of failure, the two underlings scramble to calm their elder, insisting they kept their master's identity hidden and verified everything twice. In answer, the elder sends out a surge of choking, black smoke, and it immediately overtakes one of them. Before Jay's eyes, the man twists into something grotesque, then collapses to his knees and pleads for mercy. With no fuss, the elder tells Jay to have someone clean up the mess left behind. He closes in on Jay, openly distrustful, remarking that the shop looks a little too perfectly placed for his taste. To probe him, he releases another blast of dark mist that drops Jay unconscious. Later on, Tiny finally comes across him and shakes him awake, and notices his clothes have been ripped in places, while Jay struggles to piece it together. He says his name is Lucky. He remembers the elder realizing Jay has no mana at all, which is probably why Jay was left alive. The visitor had merely drawn his dark power back into his palm, and warned Jay he'd be killed if he breathed a word about what happened. Jay gestures to a heap of ash on the ground, saying the elder believes he can erase Jay whenever he wants. Tiny refuses to shrug it off just because Jay can't use mana. He says leaving such an obvious trace shows the enemy is arrogant, and suggests hiring a skilled mage to follow the trail. Jay hesitates, voicing a suspicion that the threat is far worse than they thought. He likens the elder's presence to the crushing aura of a top captain from the 7th Corps, something that feels almost inhuman. Tiny still isn't deterred, insisting they have to uncover the truth no matter the danger. He says that if a plan fails, then they make it succeed by force. Jay is struck by the reasoning and promises his complete backing for Tiny's mission. Over the next month, the knights throw themselves into intense training, while Tiny devotes himself to research. Thanks to what he uncovers, he tracks the enemy's movements and learns a huge ritual is set to occur on the nearby island. To counter it, he arranges an ambush together with the Black Wing, and passes along just enough information to the royal family to secure official backing. Report, as Tiny reads, he catches two knights murmuring about Liam being missing, figuring he's simply taken some time off. Tiny mentions the king is sending reinforcements, which leaves them startled. Right then, a captain walks in and gripes about how many knights have recently gone on leave. He adds that even Liam is away, so he has no one to hit the bar with. When Tiny asks if they're that close, the captain says they've been friends for years and usually spend time together. He invites Tiny to join him for dinner, but Tiny declines courteously. The captain laughs and asks if Tiny is taking a holiday too, and Tiny goes with the joke, saying it might look that way. The captain just tells him to rest up and return. Recharged, when the mission day finally comes, a band of treacherous knights sneaks toward the holy artifact. They're certain of success because an important guard is absent, making it the ideal moment to steal it. They storm the chamber, face the relic, and proclaim that they've won. Then Tiny steps out from behind a wall. He says he suspected this would happen and is relieved he stayed behind. The group freezes, shocked by his sudden reveal. Tiny says their actions were almost embarrassingly easy to foresee. He admits he's truly stunned to find Captain Truman with them. He demands an explanation from the captain. Another knight speaks up for him, saying Tiny is an outsider who can't understand the man's past. His captain built the order and trained an entire generation of fighters, yet he feels humiliated at being stuck guarding nothing but a relic. Tiny asks whether Truman ever truly meant to become a knight, and the question sends him back into memory. He recalls discovering his body's limits early on, after standing beside a far more talented companion. That drove him to pursue duty and administration instead of top-tier combat training, only for his ambitions to be cut short when a baron and baroness forced him to transfer to this secluded assignment. Truman believes the current king wronged him by overlooking what he was going through. Feeling abandoned, he turned to Rittman, the only one who offered him a renewed sense of purpose, meaning after spending a lifetime ignored. He thinks Rittman's scheme to forge a new realm serves the greater good, but Tiny can't see it that way. To Tiny, the captain is someone Rittman has used and twisted, and he can tell the man is trying to rationalize a grim pact with demons. Truman insists there's no path back and commands his men to seize Tiny, sure that one day his decisions will be vindicated by those who come after. The knights rush in with blades drawn, but Tiny confronts them head-on. He whips his weapon around, striking hard and flinging them apart in every direction. Truman can hardly believe a single fighter is tearing through his whole squad. Tiny clearly revels in it, showing skill so refined that the captain understands his unit is already beaten, with injured soldiers sprawled across a blood-slicked floor. Truman decides a last-ditch trump card is the only way to turn this around. The captain hurls a crimson orb at Tiny, when Tiny knocks it aside. It smacks the ground and spills out dense, toxic black vapor. It swells fast until it finally shapes itself into an enormous demon. The beast unleashes an ear-splitting roar that rattles the chamber. Truman is instantly shaken because the demon is dangerously close to the holy relic. Just then, the demon turns on its summoner, hoisting the captain up to devour him. Tiny reacts at once, bringing his hammer down with a brutal blow that cuts off the demon's arm. The severed limb crashes down, trapping the bleeding captain beneath it. Truman can't understand why Tiny would save him at all. He demands to know where the monster came from, and the captain answers with what little strength he has. That Ripman handed it to him as a final option. As the demon shrieks and readies another assault, Tiny notices the artifact's sacred barrier is already starting to break the creature down. He realizes Ripman doomed the captain from the start, giving him a beast that would be erased by the very relic he was meant to protect. Ignoring its wounds, the demon takes flight straight toward the divine artifact. Tiny yells a warning and hurls himself upward. He drives his weapon through the monster, blasting a huge hole clean through its torso. The demon's eyes still blaze with hatred. It tries to climb higher for another strike. Tiny won't allow anything to endanger the relic he's sworn to defend. Meanwhile, down at the island's shoreline, a hooded man stands over several bodies. He spots the turmoil on the island and demands an explanation from his partner. The other man studies odd markings on the ground and confirms the presence of concealment magic. He says the island ritual is probably a diversion, and that Karun is the true objective. Conclusion fills him with dread as he realizes Tiny is in grave danger. Tiny knows demons prize obedience above even their own lives. Without a moment's doubt, the monster throws itself at him, intent on carrying out its command. Tiny slips aside in an instant and circles behind it, aiming for its blind spot. Putting everything into the blow, he crashes his hammer down onto the demon's skull. Blood spatters the ground as the creature drops. Even so, Tiny knows the fight isn't over yet. Not willing to gamble, he scrambles to higher ground to build speed. Then he launches himself forward and brings down one last devastating strike. The demon can't withstand it. The hit is so violent that its body explodes into pieces. Tiny springs back just in time, leaving only a severed arm behind. Panting hard, Tiny realizes just how powerful the Demon King's followers really are. Their sorcery is far beyond what he anticipated. When everything settles, he notices Captain Truman is gone, in spite of his betrayal. Tiny refuses to let him get away. He climbs onto his wolf and immediately gives chase. Meanwhile, Truman is gravely injured. Blood trails from him as he staggers through a pitch-dark passage. His legs barely hold him, and every breath is heavier than the one before. At the tunnel's end, a door glows faintly with an eerie light. Convinced he's finally found refuge, he crumples at its base. As his strength drains away, his thoughts return to the demon he just confronted. Living through it seems impossible, and yet he knows the wounds he carries will kill him. His vision of a reborn kingdom has collapsed, and the belief he once clung to offers him no comfort now. Without warning, Tiny stands before him. Truman is stunned that the boy survived the demon. Tiny coolly says that ducking into a sewer was a terrible hiding spot. Truman doesn't protest. He only manages a faint smile, aware his end is close. Tiny presses him for the enemy's plan, but the captain's voice is slipping away. Straining for breath, Truman murmurs something about a promise. A moment later, his head drops back and he stops breathing. Tiny looks down at the corpse, thinking this pitiful fate came from choosing demons instead of honor. The quiet ends quickly. The Woling senses a powerful surge of mana beyond the nearby door. Remaining cautious, Tiny steps inside. He finds the tsunami sorcerer sprawled face down on the floor. When he rolls him over, he sees the sorcerer is already dead. That doesn't make sense because the mana his wolf detected couldn't have come from a lifeless body. Then he spots a tiny kraken nearby. It isn't breathing either. The moment Tiny touches it, a torrent of memories and knowledge pours into his mind. He realizes the sorcerer spent his last strength to protect the small being. In that instant, a dreadful, wicked presence floods the chamber, its force as overwhelming as the sin of gluttony itself. Tiny knows he can't spare even a heartbeat. He hastily draws on the last of his magic and unleashes a potent mana recovery spell. A vast shaft of light blasts up into the heavens, tearing through the gloom like a beacon of hope. At the palace, the king spots that column of light from his study and instantly realizes it's the Gale's doing. Deep down, the king suspects the fabled kraken is already on its way to his realm. Just then, the first prince, Henry von Karin, bursts into the room. He reports an enormous tsunami racing straight toward the city, moving too quickly for a complete evacuation. He presses the king to declare the highest emergency immediately. The king is gripped by despair. If the old tales of the kraken are true, then Karin won't endure this catastrophe without a miracle. Just then, a steady voice cuts in, asking if the king intends to surrender so easily. Tiny enters, bearing the tsunami warlock's lifeless body, Gale, across his shoulders. A royal aide tries to stop him for violating protocol, but Tiny pays no mind and carefully sets the body down on the floor. He says Gale fought valiantly to defend Karan with his final breath, but demon devotees killed him. The king flares with rage, realizing one of the kingdom's 7 pillars has fallen. Even so, Tiny insists there's still a chance. Before he died, Gale prepared a unique barrier designed to protect the city when darkness was at its worst. The king hesitates, arguing that even sacred power is not without bounds. A single divine relic might not be enough to halt something as colossal as the Kraken. Tiny points to the ancient scriptures, which plainly declare that artifacts granted by God surpass any monster. If they put their faith in that strength, it will bring the beast down. Tiny's certainty rekindles the king's courage. He orders the highest emergency measures at once. Mages are instructed to protect citizens from the rising water. Soldiers are directed to lead people to the inner square or ferry them to nearby islands for refuge. But before long, the night delivers dreadful news. All ships in the harbor have been destroyed. The final path of escape has vanished. Beyond the city, an enemy elder watches the debris drifting on the water with pleased satisfaction. He knows the people are trapped now because part of their earlier scheme was revealed and interfered with by the knights. He orders his lieutenant to summon reinforcements and remove anyone who blocks their way. Black, demonic smoke coils around him as he sees the Kraken closing in. He chuckles under his breath, saying the real show is about to start. Within the city, terror spreads as the tsunami approaches. The mages drive themselves past their limits, spending every last drop of mana to hold the sea back. It's a perilous strain that leaves them drained, barely able to stay upright. Meanwhile, Hustle watches the turmoil from a distance. He waits until panic crests, then prepares to trigger vile sea magic. His aim is unmistakable: wipe out the royal lineage and extinguish the divine artifacts light for good. He tells his followers that Malum's hour has at last arrived. 2 days go by, the city stays submerged, and the people are worn down by non-stop fear and hardship. Tiny looks over the exhausted citizens and the weary king. Softly, he urges the monarch to rest, even if only briefly. But before anything can be decided, the atmosphere abruptly shifts. Tiny senses an unfamiliar, crushing power drawing near. His face hardens as he realizes the true danger has finally arrived. Far off, a towering wall of water rises like a mountain. Above it, immense tentacles reach up toward the sky. The Kraken's gigantic form emerges, throwing its shadow over the city. In that moment, it becomes obvious that Karun's final outcome is about to be decided, as the sea suddenly explodes into motion. Fear sweeps across the land. Seeing the enormous creature surge from the water sends people fleeing in all directions. Liam can hardly grasp what he's witnessing, while the king stands rigid as the reality sinks in. The Kraken is truly here. Amid the mayhem, Tiny races to the king with a weighty bag in hand. He says it holds what Anderson left behind for them. The king immediately understands and calls for Wooling, placing his trust in Tiny. Knowing there's no room for hesitation, Tiny climbs onto Walling and launches into the air, certain this duty is his to bear. As he moves, the king is hit by a sudden recollection. He remembers the demon follower apologizing for stepping away from his side, saying he fought to the very end for the king and the nation. The demon follower had vowed that the proof of his loyalty would be left behind within Tiny. That remembrance steels the king's determination. Tiny soars through the sky with Wallung as the Kraken pursues close behind. As the monster closes in around him, he realizes its true body is actually positioned far off. Wolling's sudden snap response makes him understand there may still be an opening. The sensation of flying through the sky stirs a familiar experience from his past. That recollection pushes him to trigger the 3rd stage of Spirit Summoner. A bolt of lightning links him to the wolf in a blink, and the surge of strength is both crushing and exhilarating. He comes down on one of the Kraken's tentacles and readies himself to rush toward the creature's core. Without warning, the beast lets out an ear-splitting shriek. The shockwave rattles him, and he clamps his hands over his ears to bear it. He figures the Kraken has tracked him through its young. The demon follower once said traces had been left inside the baby Kraken's body. Even with only animal instincts, it can still identify the one who murdered its offspring. Now that explanation clicks. Tiny swings his hammer with everything he has and slams down. The blow forces the baby Kraken's body into its mother. For an instant, he thinks the scheme worked. Instead, the massive Kraken unleashes another crushing roar, and a brutal wave of power erupts after it. The blast sends Tiny reeling. He squeezes his eyes shut as he tumbles off Wolong, regret flooding in as he wonders if he misjudged everything. Just before he crashes, someone grabs him and sets him down safely. A steady voice tells him to loosen up. When he looks up, he recognizes Gina right in front of him. At that exact time, a gigantic tentacle smashes into the ground nearby, triggering yet another explosion. They stay upright amid the wreckage. Tiny fears Gina's showing up could spark political fallout, but Gina says this emergency outweighs that, and he's in disguise. So nothing will come of it. Tiny knows Genus isn't some ordinary blade. A man with silver mana and isoline power who reached challenger rank, so young is exceptionally uncommon. With that in mind, Tiny finally relaxes. Then they notice the Kraken abruptly settling down. The shift feels wrong. At the same time, Tiny picks up another presence. The Devil's followers are sprawled unconscious across the ground. Their presence explains the earlier detonation. He realizes the blast was part of their setup. Even so, Anderson's approach has partially paid off. Then the colossal kraken rises once more, startling them both. Terror surges back immediately. Gina moves ahead. Forward, baffled because no devil followers are left nearby. Tiny realizes something is still being concealed. Needing answers, he asks about the summoning magic Janus had been looking into. Janus says most of it should be gone, but the spell was built to mask the existence of something. That one detail ties everything together for Tiny. The followers must be hiding something crucial, and suddenly the truth hits him. They are after the divine object. Without hesitation, Tiny calls forth the silver wolf spirit and shuts his eye. In his sight, the palace comes into view. He concentrates harder, demanding a clearer pinpoint. The vision tightens and shows the devil's followers moving toward the castle. With that confirmation, he immediately mounts Walling and bolts away. Gina questions leaving the kraken behind, but Tiny knows what matters most. Securing the divine object takes priority. Only if they lock it down can the sacred promises hold. The city turns into a nightmare as the kraken's huge tentacles tear through the streets. Panic spreads through every part of the capital. By the cathedral, the knights guarding the divine artifact fight to stay steady. Even with the holy object projecting a protective aura over the grounds, the soldiers' hands shake. They cling to the thought that if the cathedral remains, the city can still survive. That fragile hope breaks when a shadowy figure steps out of the darkness. The intruder laughs at the secret spells meant to shield the knights and sneers at their desperate resistance. They are devil followers, and to them the knights are nothing but a minor nuisance. Hustle lifts his hand, spilling a choking haze of energy from his palm. A dark beam follows, and the soldiers howl as the crushing fog swallows them in moments. At the same time, Tiny and Genus surge forward atop their mount. They're nearing the divine artifact's position. Tiny tells Genus the objective is right up ahead. But before they reach it, more devil followers cut them off. Tiny tightens his grip on the hammer, angered by the chaos closing in on all sides. Genus steps in without a second thought to carve a path. He launches a devastating beam from his hand, blasting the enemies aside at unbelievable speed. Tiny can only stare, once again reminded of just how overwhelming Genus truly is. As they press on, Genus questions whether the followers can even manage the divine artifact. Given the ancient limits bound to it, Tiny admits that it is. It's plausible because he's witnessed it happen in the past. That recollection leaves him with a crushing feeling of dread. The kraken's devastation seems far too deliberate to be mere chance. He worries that something far worse is coming. His dread is proven true when Liam suddenly shows up with his weapon ready, catching up with them among the wreckage. Before anyone can say a word, a massive tentacle crashes down into the ground right in front of them. The shockwave leaves all three men frozen in disbelief. When the dust clears, Tiny spots a demon acolyte ahead, clutching the core of the sacred artifact. The scene confirms his worst suspicion. The artifact is already gone, and that theft is exactly what allowed the kraken to manifest. With the holy relic missing, the ancient wards have fallen. Janus finally grasps how severe this has become. This isn't merely a battle with a beast. They're up against a black mage, a seven-circle dark warlock. Their foe grins, clearly amused by the people challenging him. He recognizes a Moor's descendant and two top-tier knights as formidable opposition. Seeing them as a real danger to his master's scheme, dark lightning crackles in his palm. He chooses to end it now. He attacks at once, unleashing his power. Genus feels the lightning aimed at Tiny and instantly steps in to take it. Liam moves with him to help defend. They dig in against the electric onslaught. The demon follower sneers at their resistance and keeps flooding the air with ruinous force. Tiny understands they won't last long if they only keep blocking. The madness ends only if they seize the divine artifact again. He notices the demon follower rising into the sky and immediately guides Walling straight after him. Set on retrieving the core, he climbs hard. From beneath, the demon follower fires a lightning bolt at the rider ascending. Genus launches upward to stop the strike. Liam can only stare as Genus takes the full brunt of a seventh circle attack head-on. It's reckless, yet Janus doesn't flinch. Janus unleashes the first equinox form of Valentia swordcraft. The icy him of his blade collides with the black energy. As the darkness tightens around him, he remembers the king's decree. Keeping Tiny safe is vital to the world's survival. Belief must not falter, even when the road is harsh. Genus lands solidly, resolved to carry out the king's command. He draws the demon follower's attention, forcing a one-on-one. Liam warns him the danger is escalating as the demon follower's irritation spikes. And while Genus believes everything now rests on Tiny, the demon follower looks even more entertained when he sees Genus and Liam standing side by side. Since they're challenger-class knights, he decides to give them a proper trial. Dark lightning collects in his hands, then surges out with crushing force. Both knights plant their feet and withstand it. Liam throws every ounce of strength into holding the line. Then he surges ahead, driving a heavy sword slash toward the demon follower. The demon follower hardly bothers to respond. Instead, he channels lightning into the earth, detonating a savage blast that shatters Liam's momentum. He ridicules the attempt, sure nothing they do can succeed, but his certainty slips when he senses power swelling behind him. He turns a moment too late. Genus strike whirls around him like a cyclone and smashes him down. Liam rushes to Genus, relieved that victory might actually be possible. He confesses he never imagined Sir Tiny had someone like Janus at his side. Janus doesn't linger on the word friend before either can settle. A frigid voice slices through the air. The demon follower rises once more, now wrapped in swirling dark lightning as a shield. He finally identifies Genus and calls him Valanche's hound. Liam immediately catches the meaning. Janus knows his cover has been exposed. The demon follower, now revealed as Sirius, vows to kill them with his own hands. Dark lightning compresses into something far more horrifying and rockets toward them. Both knights realize at once they can't block it completely. The blast lands near enough to hurl them away. As Genus regains his footing, he recognizes just how lethal this enemy is. He settles into stance, ready to rush in and strike before the next spell takes shape, just as he's about to move. An abrupt presence shatters his concentration, forcing him to halt. Elsewhere, the demon follower with the divine artifact turns and spots Tiny charging at him on walling. Tiny doesn't hesitate, he barrels in and attacks. The hit throws the demon follower off kilter, sending him tumbling into the sea below. Tiny watches him fall and assumes it's finished. That belief collapses when the figure rises from the water again. It's Hustle. Now that they're over the ocean, Hustle feels sure of himself. He calls Tiny an idiot for choosing to fight on water, where Hustle holds the edge. Tiny refuses to retreat and charges with his hammer lifted high. Intent on rewriting the result this time, he presses on. Hustle braces himself and sends out waves of water attacks, swearing to make the sea Tiny's tomb. Water closes in around Tiny from every side. Hustle is convinced he's won. Then Tiny's voice rings out from above. Hustle looks up and realizes Tiny is hovering far overhead. The sudden reversal stuns him. Tiny is far stronger than he expected. Tiny swings his hammer, launching a counterblow. He darts through the air at high speed, closing on Hustle and striking with heavy force. Hustle chooses to pull back rather than meet him head-on. He plunges into the ocean, escaping with the sacred relic. Far below, he stashes it inside a whale and tries to slip away without being noticed. Tiny follows its path and dives straight for the whale. He swings his hammer into its neck and makes it cough up the divine artifact. As soon as it's in his hands, he feels a surge of relief. But he won't allow Hustle to get away that easily, knowing they're still unfinished. Business to settle, he lifts his hammer once more and blasts the whale with lightning. Blood clouds the water, then a brutal explosion erupts. The whale sinks dead under the waves. Tiny lets out a breath and then fear tightens around him. If this keeps up, he won't be able to safeguard the holy object. And Karun will be lost. Realizing that, he sees there's only one path left. He must face the Kraken himself. Tiny feels a crushing, sinister force pressing into his skull. The agony grows unbearable, so he quickly unwraps the divine artifact and lifts it up toward the heavens. He pleads with the enormous creature to halt its assault, because the people nearby are in pain. The Kraken ignores him. It insists everyone has to be offered up to purge the world of evil, with the artifact no longer resting in its rightful home. The monster believes it's no longer bound by its old vows. It raises a colossal tentacle, ready to crush the city flat. Making it clear it won't stop, Tiny holds his ground and yells for the beast to end it. That defiance draws the Kraken's fury straight onto him. The creature knows he's the one wielding the power, yet demands why it should ever let go of the agony of losing its child. The sheer weight of that divine wrath slams into Tiny, and he spits blood. Even as his body suffers, he can tell the beast's feelings go beyond rage. It's truly shattered with grief, and he understands that pain. Tiny swears he'll track down the ones who murdered the creature's child. He asks the Kraken to believe him and stop the slaughter. The beast questions his power at first, but Tiny confesses he'll find a way to become stronger. That candor shifts the Kraken's judgment, and at last the divine beast agrees to aid him. Nearby, Janice finally comes to. Liam is relieved he's still alive, and Genies admits he truly thought that place would become his grave. Then they turn to the demon follower, teeth clenched in fury. Even cornered, the villain refuses to back down. The follower shoots into the sky, wrapped in black lightning. He taunts the knights and gathers a huge tide of darkness meant to scorch everything. Before he can unleash it, a massive tentacle crashes into him. He knows it's no accident when the Kraken starts pounding him again and again. Liam stares, baffled, unsure why the creature has suddenly fixated only on their foe. When the Kraken brands the follower with a lasting wound, Genus understands. He sees the beast's power isn't harming the knights at all. That makes it clear to him that Tiny actually completed his mission. The wounded demon follower still refuses to surrender. He summons a bizarre, unnatural force that blooms into a huge red flower in the sky. It grows at once, lashing out vines to ensnare the knights. While Janus and Liam hack at the stalks, the follower shrieks and slips into the petals as they seal shut. The knights think he's fleeing, but the plant suddenly swings toward the city. Liam throws himself at it with all his strength, yet nothing he does has any effect. The vines fling both knights aside like dolls. They stagger up and dash for the castle to stop the creature. As they near the city, they halt in disbelief. The knights meant to be defending the castle are standing there, but they resemble empty, shambling corpses. The guards before the gates no longer look human. Their eyes are hollow and horrifying, and they repeat the same words over and over, chanting of death and glory as if a powerful will is puppeteering. Not far away, Hustle slams his hand down in fury. The interference has spoiled a critical step. Still, he tells himself the objective can be achieved somehow. He dares the so-called weak knights to try to stop him if they're able. Genies and Liam hear it all. The instant he mentions an objective, Liam realizes it points straight toward the king's chamber. If that's the target, then the king is in danger. The controlled knights surge at them, still parroting their warped commands. Liam knows there's no time to hesitate. He tells Genus to deal with some of them and charges ahead. He attacks with precision, using the blunt side of his blade so he won't kill them. Even though it sickens him to see fellow knights like this, he forces himself onward. Reaching the king is the only thing that matters now. Genus notices Liam refusing to strike to kill, and decides to show a bit more restraint as well. Within the royal chamber, the demon devotee is already standing before the king. One knight is yanked up into the air by black lightning, thrashing helplessly. The demon devotee grips his face and drives him down to the ground without a trace of mercy. Then he moves nearer the throne and introduces himself with a sneer, as though someone of royal blood is owed at least that small courtesy. The king instantly identifies him as the one orchestrating the turmoil. The demon devotee admits it with pride. As his prize, he proclaims the Karun lineage will be wiped out tonight. Dark lightning coils around him as he readies the killing blow. Before he can complete it, Janus emerges from behind and strikes. The demon devotee looks down on him, saying his blows amount to nothing. Right then, Liam attacks from the opposite side. They offer the king an apology for being late, saying they only just made it to the castle. The king is relieved the moment he sees Liam still alive. The demon devotee laughs at their arrival and claims it simply adds to the body count. He pulls together a massive surge of dark lightning, preparing a ruinous strike. Liam immediately understands that even if he avoids it, the king will be killed by the explosion. There's only one way. He apologizes beforehand and drags Janus in front of him as a human shield. Janus has no idea what Liam is doing when the attack crashes into them. In that split second, Liam recalls the king naming him a royal guard and trusting him to keep the city safe. When the smoke fades, Liam is on one knee on the shattered floor, with Janus unconscious beside him. Remorse slams into him. He faults himself for not always fighting as if his life depended on it. He feels he doesn't deserve the title of noble. The king steps forward despite the threat and tells him that dark power preys on a weakened spirit. What matters is refusing to surrender, even after foolish decisions. Liam begs the king not to push himself, but the king insists he can manage. Then Janus comes to and erupts in fury. He makes it plain he lived through that on his own, and he condemns Liam for putting him in the line of fire. He doesn't conceal his bitterness and says he won't let this go. Liam takes responsibility and promises he'll make amends later. But the fight isn't finished. The enemy is still there. Above them, the demon devotee is stunned that they're still alive. Furious, he gathers an even greater mass of dark power. Janus quickly realizes they have a single chance. They must erase his corrupted energy completely. The demon devotee releases his strike, convinced it will end it all. Janus triggers his second technique and slashes, forming the Song of Crazy Winds. The overwhelming force catches the demon devotee off guard, and he can't believe a challenger rank fighter can wield that kind of power. At the same moment, Liam strikes from behind using Karun's Royal Guard fourth technique, putting everything into the blow. Their combined hit crashes into the demon devotee like a massive rock. He howls as his body turns to smoke and disappears. For a heartbeat, they think it's finished. The king drops from sheer exhaustion, and his men rush in frantic. Janus immediately senses something is off. He warns them they only severed one of the demon devotee's arms, which means he got away. Somewhere else, the wounded demon devotee curses in rage. He tries to summon the shadows, but they refuse to answer. Nearly 30% of their strength went into this operation, and he still ended up injured. Things are slipping beyond his grasp. Then he lifts his gaze to the sky. Tiny rides above on Walling, holding the divine artifact. The sight leaves him stunned. Somehow, that boy has become the focal point of everything. The demon devotee stares at Tiny, incredulous. Tiny replies evenly, almost taunting him, and it only stokes the demon devotee's fury. Dark power pools in the demon devotee's raised hand. He admits he can't figure out how Tiny got the divine artifact, but decides it doesn't matter anymore. He fires a wave of sinister energy straight at him. Instead of backing off, Tiny grins and urges Walling onward. The wolf surges directly into the oncoming attack, stunning the demon devotee. Tiny activates Iron God. He shifts his balance with exact control, anchoring himself with heavy weight as he accelerates, then lightening his body at the instant he launches. With his iron body strengthened, he smashes straight into the dark wave and punches through it. The demon devotee can't believe his eyes. Tiny keeps pressing forward without hesitation, declaring he's coming for him. He calls Walling again, vaults on in a flash, and charges. His hammer crashes into the demon devotee and knocks him hard to the ground. The demon devotee scoffs, but Tiny can tell the enemy is weaker than before, so he prepares to end it. All at once, the demon devotee lifts a finger and gathers a vast surge of vile magic. Despite already losing a leg, he grins as shadowy power floods the area. He confesses that Tiny has driven him to resort to this last tactic. The force starts gathering with violent intensity. Tiny recognizes it at once. The aura mirrors that of a burning sacrifice. The demon's follower shrieks that he will scorch and slaughter Tiny in the cruelest way imaginable. He unleashes a burst of dark power. Tiny immediately senses the threat, understanding that distance attacks are useless now. In that critical instant, he recalls the divine relic's teaching. It had told him that awakening the soul usually demands reaching a superhuman level. Yet he thinks back to his earlier encounter with his own soul. Gripping the sacred artifact firmly, he shuts his eyes and concentrates. The demon follower believes Tiny is finished. Then he feels a sudden change. Tiny awakens his soul. Astonishment spreads across the demon follower's face. Someone at expert rank should never manage that. Before he can properly respond, Tiny opens his eyes and strikes. He lifts his weapon and attacks. The collision throws the demon follower off balance. He falters and starts plummeting from the sky. As he falls, he cries out in disbelief. Tiny moves beneath him, realizing in desperation that he has pulled it off. The demon follower clamps onto Tiny's arms, unwilling to concede. He vows to rip him apart even if it costs his life. Tiny offers no resistance. Instead, he smiles. The reason becomes clear when the Kraken emerges behind them. Panic overtakes the demon follower as he tries to flee, insisting the beast will not seize him again. Tiny tightens his hold on the man's leg and prevents his escape. The demon follower warns that Tiny will perish too. Tiny calmly replies that this guarantees the demon follower's death. Before he can break loose, a gigantic tentacle slams down and swallows him. Smoke billows as his presence vanishes entirely. Tiny begins to drop from the sky. Fear grips him once more. He lacks the mana needed to summon Walling from such a height. The impact would be fatal. He swears under his breath, refusing to die that way. Then the descent suddenly halts. He realizes he has landed atop the Kraken. The surface beneath him feels unusual yet stable. The divine creature supports him gently. The Kraken speaks, its tone no longer furious. It expresses gratitude for Tiny's assistance and admits its rage has finally subsided. Tiny smiles and dismisses it as nothing significant. Soon after, the kingdom of Karun announces the outcome. The demon followers nearly brought ruin upon the realm, but a young hero stopped its collapse. The invaders were defeated, and even the Kraken was handled. In honor of his courage, the king bestows upon Tiny the title of Shining Knight. 3 months go by, and with uninterrupted training, Tiny's improvement becomes unmistakable. When Genus observes him now, he can hardly believe the transformation in so little time. Tiny says he devotes himself entirely to self-improvement and relies on a confidential method of growth, which explains his rapid advancement. As they stroll together, Genus notices how much the kingdom has recovered during his convalescence. Most of the battle's destruction has been repaired. Tiny reminds him of the severe wounds he suffered and questions whether he should be up and about already. Genus shrugs it off, admitting that the backlash and his injuries still hinder him, especially after Liam used him as a shield, but he insists he is recovering well. He then shifts the topic back to Tiny. Tiny drew out the strength of a sacred relic at expert rank and battled someone vastly stronger. Such strain always carries a cost. Tiny confesses his hands still shake, and that his body and mind feel slightly misaligned. He tries to laugh it off, but Janus recognizes those signs may indicate deeper harm. Tiny studies his hands and considers what truly occurred. With his mana and stamina nearly exhausted in the fight, his body and soul slipped out of harmony while attempting to recover. He uncovers something unexpected. He learns to wield the power of the soul. This energy resembles mana in sensation, yet its nature is fundamentally different. By channeling it in place of his depleted mana, he lessens the toll on his body. He quietly demonstrates by casting magic without tapping mana. A magic blade lifts into the air and fractures a nearby stone. In that instant, he knows he has stepped onto a new path. He realizes the ancient tale of attaining the rank of Aura Master by refining the soul may hold truth after all. Because he refused to surrender back then, this opportunity now lies before him. Genis feels reassured that Tiny is recovering well. Then he raises an important matter, presenting Tiny with a letter detailing their next destination. The Duke plans for them to proceed straight to Elfenheim, but Janis suggests stopping at the capital first. He wants to inform the Valentia family of everything that has happened before continuing. Tiny reads the message with care. He understands that the second catastrophe will unfold during the Azran imperial family's wedding. Elfenheim could be nothing more than a pretext, from what he learned in a former life, that Genis ultimately dies. Tiny suspects someone is trying to steer them away from the real threat. Even so, he's certain the third calamity will strike in Elfenheim, and he must meet Estina there. He recalls Khloe urging him to see her as a sister. To him, she's grown into someone dear, almost family, and he feels a strong, deep urge to protect her if he can. Yet his mind also drifts to the capital, in his previous life. Even Genis's captain couldn't stop the tragedy there. If they both go now, maybe they can alter what happens. After considering it all, Tiny settles on a choice. He decides to go to the capital first. Janis smiles, since that matches what he's been wishing for. Back in the castle, the king speaks to everyone, Tiny and Genis included. He declares that the rebuilding efforts are going smoothly. Acting on the Radiant Knights Council, warnings about holy relics and demon worshippers are dispatched to every nation. To bring Karun back to calm and wealth, the time has come for Prince Henry's coronation, and the king sets the crown on Henry's head. Henry receives it modestly, confessing he still doesn't feel fit to rule, but he wants to offer his thanks to the Radiant Knight once again. Tiny is puzzled since he was already thanked earlier when he borrowed the sacred relic. He feels he's been repaid enough, but Henry won't let it go, saying it still isn't enough. At his cue, soldiers present a special object. Henry explains that enchanted armor isn't needed for Tiny at his current level, but this is different. It's one of the man-made artifacts once carried by a former king of Karun on his journeys. It's the Mana necklace. Because Henry esteems Tiny and wants to reward him properly, he reveals one of Karun's royal treasures. He says it once belonged to Karun's traveler king, then sets the necklace before Tiny. Tiny stiffens, thinking the gift is far too precious for him to take. Henry clarifies that he had first planned to give Tiny a suit of transcendent armor, but every part of that set is officially recorded as a national treasure, so he offers the necklace instead, adding that it still contains 6. Class magic. Tiny remains unsettled. He already knows Henry is kind-hearted, but this much generosity is hard to take in. His thoughts turn to transcendent armor, especially the 7-circle kind that grants inhuman strength. It's so scarce that even the continent's 10 knights have scarcely laid hands on it. Only weapon masters have ever handled it. The king assures him that even if the necklace's mana is fully spent, it replenishes itself within a single day. With that, Tiny accepts it with due respect and takes it as a great honor. Henry places it into his hands himself, telling him that whenever he looks at the necklace, he should remember the city will always support him. Moved by the moment, the people around them begin to cheer, shouting his title of Radiant Knight with pride as Henry raises Tiny's hand for the crowd to see. Later, outside the city, Genis speaks warmly of the greatness of the people celebrating them. Tiny then decides to hand the necklace over to him. Janis goes rigid in shock, feeling the burden of such a priceless item. Tiny explains he still can't manage large amounts of mana, and wouldn't be able to use it well for now. That's why Janis should keep it safe instead. Genis agrees to have it properly registered through the tower and vows to protect it until Tiny is ready. Tiny relaxes because he truly needs Genis to remain strong. As he turns away, a weighty thought surfaces. He knows he's guiding Genis toward the place where he died in his previous life, and the memory settles silently in his chest. Soon they arrive at a river. Genis assumes they'll have to hire a boat, but Tiny chooses otherwise. Wanting to save both time and money, he calls forth his moon wolf and presses on without a pause. Genis is stunned but climbs aboard. As they skim across the water, Genis grips tight, fear flooding his body. Tiny notices and calmly asks if he's all right. Genis tries to tough it out, but the speed is too much. Tiny understands that while riding the Wolong feels effortless to a master, it's difficult for anyone else. In the end, Genis can't hold it back and throws up from the motion. Once they reach the far bank, both of them drop to the ground, drained and gasping for air. Nearby townsfolk look on, baffled. Genis admits he honestly thought he was going to die. He suggests they rent horses next time. Right then, Janis suddenly senses something is off. Tiny feels it too. His violet wallet is gone. He quickly retraces his steps and suspects it slipped into the water while he was focused on helping Genis. Genis blames himself at once, his voice trembling with remorse. Tiny assures him that money can always be earned again, and reminds him that free cities usually set aside emergency funds for situations like this. He motions toward 2 burly men close by who are tormenting a young boy, and moments later a scream tears through the air. Later that night, as they near the castle, Tiny thinks to himself that in a city this free, those bulging purses have probably already slipped into the right hand. Janice, still on edge, addresses Tiny by his formal title, Radiant Knight. Fear and resolve mingle as he steels himself and asks if Tiny means to tarnish his own standing. Janus argues that moving without first looking into things or grasping the circumstances will only throw society into disorder. Holding to that view, he presses for restraint before any force is used. Tiny gives a faint smile, acknowledging how deeply Janus feels his duty. He even remarks that Janus rides at triple the speed of a typical horseman, a clear sign of extraordinary ability. Tiny rides after him, quietly hoping bringing Janus along was the correct choice. Gina indicates he understands, but then Tiny abruptly accelerates and slips past him, leaving Janus wide-eyed. With the ceremony approaching, Tiny decides to bring up something that matters. He asks about the second prince. Jaina says the prince is viewed fairly well in public, and that people say he is close to the crown prince. At that, Tiny's unease deepens. In his previous life, whispers said the second prince tried to seize power and died together with the crown prince. That recollection contradicts what he's hearing now, forcing him to wonder what is really going on inside the imperial family. Meanwhile, within the palace, a child rests quietly in the empress's arms. The second empress, consort Karsha, already understands the scheme has failed miserably, so when a demon devotee reaches her through a glowing orb and refuses to explain, her anger flares even hotter. She reminds him they spent years preparing and devoted 3 full months to setting every stage before acting. With all that labor amounting to nothing, her faith starts to fracture. The demon follower clenches the orb, seething. He tells her plainly she can end their arrangement whenever she wants. The words infuriate her. He calls it humiliating for them, and recalls how she demanded the loathed Azran bloodline be wiped out entirely. He urges her to choose carefully, since chances like this almost never come a second time. Her hand shakes, yet her ambition outweighs her fear. She insists on certainty that their ultimate aim will be fulfilled, and he answers with a confident promise. Just then, her son stirs and calls for her. Her face changes in an instant. She puts the orb away and softens at once. When he talks about his upcoming lesson, and admits he feels unsure because he's only half imperial and lacks golden eyes, she refuses to let that doubt take root because she needs him strong. She tells him to keep getting better the way he always has. His expression brightens right away. He boasts that once he becomes as powerful as his older brothers, he'll lift her onto his back and sprint around the imperial palace 10 times. She smiles with warmth and voices unwavering belief in him. The child keeps chatting about his previous class, oblivious to the darker plots unfolding around him. Elsewhere, among the demon followers, the second elder calls his group together. He admits they misjudged things, but says that even with extra preparation, the result may have been the same. The first elder is badly wounded and is still recovering, and a great deal of their resources are already gone. Their resentment shifts onto Tiny, holding him responsible for wrecking everything. They trace his route and learn he is traveling toward Asrian. With a significant event about to happen there, their suspicion grows. Still, they can't verify any direct connection to Valentia. Needing to put their greater mission first, the elder commands them to concentrate on the grand act they intend to carry out with the Blue Fox. Back at the palace, the crown prince studies a report and notes that someone has come forward of his own accord. Before him stands the second prince, Royd Van Asran. Royd says he plans to work with the domestic intelligence division. The crown prince remarks that such gritty work doesn't fit him, especially since Royd is known for strict rule following and giving orders head-on. Before they can go further, his knight speaks up from behind. The conversation turns to the second empress and 10 elves. Information about them has been minimal. Royd says their mother recently summoned the knight leader once more, who still leads the imperial knight troop, and that this has happened again and again. Royd thinks the knight troop's authority needs to be bolstered. He also feels their father's lingering contempt for the imperial knights is shaping these choices. Royd adds that their mother continues to treat 10L as if she were still very young, despite already being 14. That childishness stands out even more because a boy our son's age leaves a much more powerful impression. The older man is reminded of the boy who once struck him so hard he spun through the air several times. He and his subordinate are still shaken by the memory. Now our boy sits at the heart of rumors spanning the continent. When Royd bristles that such arrogance went unpunished, the man takes the blame onto himself. He says he deserved it. And he states Tiny's identity outright, the Knight of Radiance who saved Karun from catastrophe. It's the very same person. Royd goes rigid, unable to believe it. He links the name to the one who stopped the Kraken and arrested devil worshippers. Stories paint him as a half-dwarf in his early 20s, Yet the Crown Prince insists he's still just a child. The idea leaves Roy deeply uneasy. The Crown Prince quietly wishes he could meet him someday. Elsewhere in Asrian at Valanche's second estate, Tiny faces Esgard. Esgard stares at him, stunned. He can't believe how much Tiny has grown in only a year. His blunt surprise grates on Tiny, especially after everything Tiny has achieved lately. Even so, the Duke soon recognizes those accomplishments and commends his victories. But flattery isn't why they've gathered. The king turns to the looming crisis. Another calamity is set to strike inside the imperial palace during the Crown Prince's wedding. Without help from an insider who can tamper with the imperial barrier, a plot like that couldn't happen. Because of this, Esgard concludes a human traitor must exist within the imperial family itself. The Great Barrier is more than a magical wall. It's directly connected to the capital's outer fortifications and cleanses wicked energy before it can get in. For that reason, it doesn't just keep enemies out, it also locks down and suppresses corrupted mana. Its influence blankets the entire city like quiet guardianship. Only a select few can move without being constrained. The imperial family, the imperial knights, and the imperial wizards are unaffected by it. Everyone else remains subject to its power. That's why no major disaster should be able to unfold within the palace, unless someone on the inside interferes with the barrier itself. So there's only one explanation. A traitor must be hidden among the upper ranks of the imperial bloodline. Esgard tightens it further, saying the only person he completely trusts is the Crown Prince. He dismisses the second prince as well. They bring up the second sister again as they reassess the situation, which means someone else has already been ensnared by demon worshippers. That kind of control only works if the victim isn't aware of what's happening. His tone is sharp and Tiny snaps back at once, feeling like he's being blamed. Esgard reproaches his impulsiveness, saying that no matter how much he explains, Tiny still tends to rush in without thinking. Tiny keeps his face composed, refusing to reveal how much the criticism stings. Esgard reminds him he was commanded to go to Elfenheim. Tiny says he had his reasons for not going. Esgard decides to overlook it for now. Their talk is cut short when his servant arrives. He urgently reports that the weapon master Grid has requested a sparring match. Within the Kingdom Alliance, only one superhuman stands at the pinnacle. Grid Van Selden, the weapon master, has made his might known across the world. Throughout the long war between the Kingdom and the Alliance, he crossed blades with Esgard again and again and kept the Alliance from breaking. Even after the war, he kept challenging Esgard, driving their rivalry onward. 3 years ago, Grid awakened as an aura user, placing him at the highest tier. Then a year ago, Esgard reached that same level. From then on, their standings were evenly matched. Tiny vividly remembers how the world seemed to tremble when they collided. A clash between two superhumans is something nobody forgets. He clenches his fist and crumples the paper in irritation. To him, the timing couldn't be worse. When they should be ensuring stability, someone wants to test strength again. Tiny catches his frustration and suggests taking the match on terms that could serve their broader strategy. 1 week later, the Colosseum outside the capital is packed. The arena is set for a duel between two superhumans, and enormous crowds pour in. Some spectators murmur as they recognize our boy as the Radiant Knight. Others doubt it, saying the rumors made him sound far younger. But unease spreads too. People quietly wonder why the Emperor would allow such a bout. Aura wounds don't heal easily. A serious injury could become a loss for the nation itself. Soon, gossip grows that the Emperor isn't fully behind the Crown Prince's approaching wedding. Those whispers reach Gina and worry drives him to the Duke. He voices his fear about what the Emperor truly intends by approving the match. Esgard stays firm. Even without permission, he would have asked for it himself. He believes the Emperor agreed out of trust. Tiny watches him and senses a change. Compared to before, Esgard now seems more devoted and far less suspicious. All at once, word races through the arena that the Crown Prince has arrived. The Crown Prince showing up directly contradicts the rumors of a rift between Valanche and the imperial family. Tiny studies him with careful attention. He is convinced the Emperor still harbors doubts about Valanche, and the Crown Prince can't be unaware of that strain. Tiny and Esgard both bow with proper respect. Judging by the prince choosing to appear despite the delicate circumstances, Tiny decides he can rely on him for the moment. The prince offers Esgard a warm greeting after so long apart. He then shifts his gaze to Tiny and nearly doesn't recognize him, stunned by how much he's grown. He mentions that his fiancée is eager to see Walling. Tiny understands, and with precise control of his mana, he calls Walling forth inside the barrier, compressing it into a small, harmless, dog-like shape. He offers it without fuss. The prince cradles the tiny wolf with obvious relief and assures Tiny that they're on the same side. Afterward, he departs the arena. Later, Esgard tells Tiny he has already cautioned the Crown Prince to stay wary of demon worshippers. Additional guards are stationed throughout the palace, with special focus on Khloe. Tiny takes on the duty without the slightest hesitation. Soon after, a dense fog spills across the Colosseum. The air turns abruptly colder, and confusion ripples through the crowd. Within the roiling mist, the Duke's opponent emerges, carrying the same crushing aura as earlier. He observes carefully and notes that the grid hasn't changed. The atmosphere thickens as Grid enters the arena and squares off with Esgard. In the stands, Tiny sits next to a visibly uneasy Genus. Grid opens with a derisive laugh, taunting Esgard for daring to face him. Unmoved, Esgard calls out Grid's arrogance for barging into an official celebration. Without an invitation solely to stir trouble, maintaining imperial poise, Esgard asks whether Grid even grasps just how low his standing is now. Grid is infuriated by the casual tone. He sneers that Esgard's manner of speaking isn't suitable for nobility. Esgard only returns a smile. He says that rather than picking at someone's word choice, Grid ought to rein in his own reckless conduct. As Esgard begins drawing up mana, he adds he'd prefer sounding a little blunt over behaving as disgracefully as Grid had. Grid answers by unleashing his mana as well, deciding the arguing ends here. The host cuts in to bark out the rules, reminding everyone that transcendent weapons are forbidden. He then declares Esgard's particular condition. Whoever loses must comply with whatever the victor demands. Grid draws his weapon, driven by the urge to settle an old grudge. He ridicules Esgard for opting for a sword, but Esgard warns him it's past time to stop acting so wildly. Grid boasts that becoming an aura user entitles him to act as a senior, vowing to crush Esgard. The smugness lights Esgard's temper. He lifts his weapon and delivers a straightforward slash, yet Grid blocks it with ease using his own blade. Grid scoffs at the feeble attempt and with a counter, knocks Esgard backward through the air. As Esgard regains his footing, Grid winds up a heavy charge, eager to show what he calls real swordplay. He surges in with the tip aimed straight at his target. To his utter disbelief, Esgard triggers a simple edge parry. Too late, Grid realizes Esgard used that basic move to divert all of Grid's violent aura and force. Esgard strikes back, making Grid raise a shield to avoid the blow. Grid vaults high to open space but from below. Esgard dryly thanks him for the lesson and offers to return it. Grid simply laughs and forms an enormous ice arrow in midair. Esgard stares up, startled, as it plummets, detonating in a huge blast on impact. Esgard struggles to steady himself as the ground beneath him breaks apart. Grid keeps pressing. He unleashes a hidden art called Icicle Cascade, sending down a storm of ice lances. Esgard lowers his guard, waving the ice off as a mere irritation. That misjudgment triggers another enormous explosion when the spears connect. Grid roars that his secret technique is far more intricate than Esgard ever thought. Esgard only exhales and drives his sword into the ground, setting off a counterblast that sweeps the area clean. Grid stands rigid with shock, baffled by how Esgard pulled it off. As the smoke thins, Tiny grins in the stands, while the arena remains shrouded in dense mana. The crowd is horrified, wondering if the two of them are monsters because of their unbelievable speed. Esgard taunts Grid again, asking whether swordsmanship means pouring in that much magic. Grid admits he likely can't prevail using only a sword, calling Esgard a formidable old rival. Esgard is revolted that Grid would abandon his promise so readily. Unmoved by any embarrassment, Grid declares the beginning of the second round. He surges in with murderous intent, and their swords crash together once more. Grid challenges what Esgard's dignity is even for, while Esgard mocks Grid for fighting like a raging beast. Their colliding auras detonate so violently that the mages sustaining the stadium barrier must flood it with extra mana to stop it from breaking. Gina stares, spellbound, calling Grid's use of the freezing attribute a true lesson in battle. When Tiny asks who will win, Genus can only answer with uncertainty. They've each wielded aura for different spans of time. Then all at once, Grid is driven back. He spins his weapon and sets up a decisive finisher. Argy senses the swordmaster is close to falling, adding that although things usually unfold this way, this time the result will be nothing like the usual ending. Determined to end it, Grid gathers every drop of mana and charges. Ice lances bloom around his weapon and fire toward Duke Esgard as he closes the distance. Intent on crushing him in a single moment, he fuses sorcery and sword into one blow. Esgard doesn't give ground. He triggers his formidable force field instead. The ice spears veer past him, shattering without ever touching his body. Grid stalls for a heartbeat, stunned by how flawlessly the defense works, but he snaps back immediately and switches to another tactic. He lifts his weapon and unleashes an immense surge of mana, then swings again and again as colossal mana waves blast outward in all directions. The shock rattles the whole arena. The crowd sees the barrier's eastern side fail first, then the western portion gives way soon after as fractures race across the northern shield. Spectators panic, scrambling to see if anyone was injured. Thankfully, there are no deaths, but terror ripples through the stand. Even Jaina is left speechless by the sheer devastation. As the haze dissipates, the announcer declares the outcome. Esgard von Valentia is victorious, and the arena explodes in cheers. Countless voices hail the Empire's swordsmen, saying they don't need a weapon master at all, while Genus celebrates with obvious relief. Grid steps forward, shaking, and faces Esgard head-on. He can't accept what he saw, still certain his finishing strike should have connected cleanly. But he remembers that the instant his blade reached Esgard, Esgard reinforced himself with a shield, and in that same breath struck back. In that instant, Grid felt the mana throughout his body warp, and his balance disappeared. The distortion almost ripped him to pieces. He understands that if Esgard hadn't halted his swing halfway, he would have died for sure. Realizing that, he yielded. Now he demands to know how it was done. Esgard calmly explains that it's force field manipulation. It looks plain, almost like sleight of hand, but the results are impossible to deny. Grid can't grasp how anyone could even invent a method like that. Yet Esgard offers no further details. As the victor, Esgard steps up and states his demand. Grid steels himself, expecting ridicule or political fallout. He already fears this loss will tarnish the alliance's standing. He admits he never once imagined being defeated by his longtime rival. Still, a promise is a promise. He offers his life if he cannot meet the demand. Esgard isn't asking for blood. Instead, he orders Grid to stay in the imperial capital until the crown prince's wedding ceremony is over. That is the victor's condition. The crowd responds with surprise and respect, praising Esgard for showing mercy to an old foe. Grid grows uneasy, sensing there's more hidden behind this request. Esgard tells him to come and learn the reason with his own eye. Grid leaves, frustration searing in his chest. Word of Esgard's win races through the empire overnight. By morning, people are calling him the Sword Emperor. The name rings through the streets. The following day, Tiny reads the reports in silence. He notices Esgard receives the very same epithet he once carried in the previous timeline. That confirms some events are still unfolding along familiar lines. A knock breaks the quiet. A subordinate tells Esgard that Grid is asking for an audience. Grid steps in at once. He sits down and immediately gets to the heart of it. Esgard drops the formalities and addresses him plainly, as if years of rivalry make courtesy unnecessary. Grid argues that nobles must uphold propriety, even behind closed doors, especially with subordinates present. Tiny watches and remarks that those with authority should carry themselves with discipline. He adds that people usually learn that after being hurt. Grid snaps at him. Tiny stays calm and brings up a personal tale. He remembers that when Grid was young, he killed his cousin because he couldn't control his strength. The recollection lands like a blow. Grid surges to his feet in rage, demanding how Tiny could know such a hidden truth. Tiny says Grid himself told him in another time. Grid won't accept it. He insists they've never met. At last, Esgard steps in and reveals the truth. The move that overwhelms Grid is delivered by the tiny figure standing in front of him. Boiling with rage, Grid fixes Esgard with a hard stare and demands to know what plot he's up to, and addresses him by his nickname. Esgard picks up on it. Grid wouldn't use that shortened name unless he were truly annoyed. He tells him to settle down, emphasizing that this isn't some minor issue. Grid makes himself inhale and exhale. If Esgard went to the trouble of setting up a meeting like this, then it has to be important. Even so, still on guard, he mutters that it feels like putting faith in a dangerous partner. Esgard points out it's been a long time since Grid last used that nickname. Grid brushes it aside, saying the full name is a hassle. Then he waves for them to get on with it, clearly impatient. Tiny studies him closely and remarks that some things can't be explained with words alone, only experienced and grasped directly. That only pushes Grid's irritation higher. He warns that if he gets one more evasive reply, he won't restrain himself. Tiny chuckles at the threat, entertained that time hasn't mellowed him in the slightest. Esgard steps in fast, telling them to quit posturing and speak plainly. Then Tiny lays it out. In the original sequence of events, Grid would be 56 this year. Their lives weren't supposed to intersect until 15 years later, when white streaks would already thread through his blue hair. The absolute confidence in Tiny's voice leaves him uneasy. Grid eases down into a chair, shaken by the precision of it all. He confesses he can even imagine himself at that age. But if that future was genuine, how terrible does what's ahead get? Tiny tells him that from this point on, it won't follow the same path. The 10 knights will step in before tragedy can unfold. Grid knits his brows at the unfamiliar phrase. There are only 7 knights right now. Besides Tiny, he wonders who the remaining 2 are. Tiny says they can't be reached yet. One, called the Grim Reaper, is still being trained in an unknown place. The demonic knight is still inside the sage's magic tower. The titles sound dramatic, but Grid understands what they imply. If things truly spiral into war, they'll need forces outside the norm. At last, he understands why he was told to stay in the imperial capital. It's to stop a disaster from happening. Tiny agrees at once without the slightest pause. Esgard comments that the young duke catches on quickly. Grid's mind jumps back to the odd technique used in their duel. He demands to know what it was. Tiny admits that in the future, he is the one who teaches Esgard that exact method. The truth lands like a jolt. Grid pushes again, asking what the recorded outcome of their former confrontation was. Tiny says it was judged a draw. Still, when it comes to polished sword skill, Esgard later outstrips him and claims the title. He'll only be recognized as the swordmaster once Grid personally accepts the title. Grid isn't about to swallow that in silence. He demands they set up another duel right away. Tiny edges in and urges him to slow down. Rather than charging ahead, he proposes showing Grid glimpses of powers he'll eventually learn to use. In a low voice, he lays out precise instructions. As it sinks in, Grid's eyes open wide and new potential in his own strength starts to take shape. Esgard watches without a word as the strain fades away. Then another piece of the talk rises back up in Grid's mind. There are 5 transcendent weapons. He has 3 in hand right now. Tiny affirms the total will increase, yet Grid can't let go of the larger question. Why reveal anything about what's ahead? Wouldn't holding that knowledge be an edge? Tiny answers instantly if things veer off course. The world itself could collapse. He's never pursued rank or wealth, and above all, he trusts Grid to keep his promise. Even if it costs him his life, the statement lands hard. Grid breaks into laughter as the tension finally dissolves. He concedes that after hearing all this, holding onto doubts is meaningless. He agrees to go along with their strategy. Esgard immediately cautions him that not a word can reach anyone else. Grid snaps back that he isn't an idiot. Tiny gives him a doubtful stare and points out that later on, he and Heinen often swore they'd be discreet, then stirred up problems anyway. Grid looks insulted, though he can't fully argue. Esgard bluntly tells him that when you're not sure, staying quiet beats showing off. Grid reluctantly takes it in and walks out. After he leaves, Tiny and Asgard stay by the window. Tiny asks if giving away that much information was truly wise. Esgard doesn't waver. Grid's power is something he can't do without. By blood and legacy, he'll end up as the key figure in talks between the Empire and the Alliance. With the magic tower involved as well, Tiny nods, confident Grid will honor what he agreed to. Even so, one worry remains. Quietly, he asks when Esgard plans to tell Genus. Esgard hesitates at the question. Tiny thinks that warning Genus earlier could help him brace for what's approaching. Esgard chooses to wait until the present crisis is over, believing the news would only weigh Janus down more. Since no one treasures Genus more than he does, Tiny insists they have to be prepared no matter how things turn out. Esgard agrees, adding that he and the Crown Prince are keeping a close eye on everything. When Tiny's distrust of the Crown Prince is obvious, Esgard asks what's behind it. Tiny says the imperial family once ruined their own nation by tearing itself apart in power struggle. Esgard warns him to watch his words. Imperial intelligence is probably already collecting details about them. Tiny admits his real concern is that the danger may have nothing to do with demon followers. Esgard explains that if it's merely a succession fight within the palace, then he has no lawful right to step in. Tiny understands that could mean doing nothing even if the capital is lost. Esgard doubts the palace defenses would ever crumble, but Tiny stays wary. He suspects someone in the imperial line may be secretly aligned with the demon follower. When Esgard asks what he intends to do, Tiny reminds him he isn't subject to Valanche's law. With a grin, he says he'll track down the suspicious royal, take them out of action, and then disappear. Esgard thinks it's madness, but eventually drops the argument. Their attention shifts to Tiny's body and mana growth. Esgard notes Tiny is on the verge of reaching Blader and offers to supervise the training himself. Tiny remembers how brutal that regimen was before, but steels himself anyway as Esgard sends him off to start. A month of relentless training passes. Tiny surpasses every expectation, refining martial techniques and heavy weapon control with razor-sharp accuracy. His hammer blows carry crushing power, and he even learns to form tornadoes by sending his mana outward. He thinks about how most bladers at this point can project their force, so he drives himself harder still. Esgard continues to worry that Tiny's plan will turn him into a fugitive, but Tiny stays intent on strengthening his mana and managing his time. Later, Janus shows up, and Esgard tells him Tiny is on the brink of attaining the blader rank. He instructs Genus to come to the Dragon's Eye base once it's official. Genus doubts a child could reach that level so quickly. But the moment he steps into the training grounds, he's stunned by the sight of an enormous tornado. He watches as Tiny pushes beyond his limits to grasp a technique reserved only for Blader. A thunderous blast rocks the whole chamber, making Genus throw up an arm to protect his face from the shards flying around. Tiny successfully unleashes a hidden art known as Turbulent Storm. He rejoices at first, but the strain hits his body at once. His back tenses and his stomach rumbles as his mana pushes his body to adjust to this newfound strength. Janus watches quietly, then starts clapping. He looks both entertained and impressed, confessing he never expected someone that young to reach the blader rank. Tiny is puzzled when he spots Genus and asks himself why he's here. Genus says Esgard sent him to keep an eye on Tiny's training. He came because Esgard reported that Tiny was about to break past his limits. Tiny silently scoffs at Esgard. His stomach growls again loud. Janus remarks that it must be around lunchtime. Tiny admits all that training has left him absolutely starving. Janus proposes they eat together, saying he has something important to tell him. Tiny asks what it is, and Janus guides him to a pleasant restaurant nearby. Later on, Tiny notices his hair has been dyed red and asks if that was really necessary. Janus says it came straight from Esgard's orders. He adds that since Tiny has been given an assignment, he has to fit in with the crowd. His Radiant Knight name is already widely recognized. As they walk, people whisper about him, guessing he's a mix blood elf and remarking on his strange hair. Janus then murmurs to Tiny what his new name will be. Torin, an apprentice knight of the Valentia family, and Janus attend it. Tiny questions the choice, and Janus says Esgard demanded it. Tiny reacts, thinking Esgard's commands are severe, and Janus tells him to mind his words. Tiny offers an apology. He admits he's feeling uncertain and irritated. Janus calms him down, saying that mastering emotions lets mind and body move as one. That unity becomes the base for climbing to greater heights, something he learned from Esgard. Tiny remembers a previous life when he beat down several men. Nestina asked if he'd harmed people without need. He recalls admitting that he had, and she told him that if he learned to rein in his feelings, he could accomplish much more. Back in the present, Tiny notices his mana has shifted in color now that he's reached Blader rank. Janus says that, under the Valentia clan's secret growth method, mana color reveals the force of one's will and the true nature of their soul. Staying calm strengthens endurance and sets the groundwork for later power. Tiny understands it mirrors his soul and wonders what made it change. Janus tells him it's because a spirit has taken shape, compressing his soul's power. Tiny tests it by gathering both mana and soul energy into his hand. One feels light, the other weighs heavy. Janus asks what he's doing. Tiny concentrates fully, squeezing both forces tighter, then lets them go in a measured detonation. A circular ring shoots upward into the sky, unleashing a tremendous gust and startling everyone in the area. Sheena stares in astonishment and calls it unbelievable. Tiny says he can use the technique now. Genies can barely process what he just saw. Tiny admits he still doesn't completely grasp it either, but he knows it's a major step forward. Janus comments that mastering a wide area technique in a single day is remarkable. Tiny thanks him for the help, and Janus tells him there's no need. After all, they're family. Outside, people murmur about Tiny, warning others to steer clear as he draws attention everywhere he walks. They arrive at the restaurant, an opulent place reserved for nobles. Tiny grumbles that it's far too luxurious and suggests they just eat back at the mansion. Genie smiles and tells him not to take the captain of the Blue-Winged Knights lightly. Inside, Tiny demolishes dish after dish as the staff keeps bringing more. Gina watches, stunned by his appetite, saying she never imagined someone could eat that much. Tiny thinks about how his mana has expanded, with his gravity affinity now twice what it used to be, and that only the toughest foes can challenge him anymore. Janus asks if he's satisfied. Tiny says he could still keep going. The waiter reports he's eaten 150 servings, costing 11 gold in total. Janus pays with obvious reluctance, still pained about the expense. He studies the menu while Tiny asks why he ordered only one dish. Tiny looks from the menu to the sign outside, then asks Janus about the place, realizing it's not some ordinary restaurant. Before he can get an answer, Janus snaps his finger and uses a thread of mana to shut out every sound around them. Tiny is stunned by the flawless control over mana and attributes. Janus explains that to outsiders, it's simply an upscale dining spot. But in truth, it serves as Dragon's Eye's headquarters in the capital, the imperial family's intelligence bureau. At the moment, it's the crown prince who oversees it. The group reorganizes after the succession. Janus states that, for now, this is the most secure place for the Valentia family. It was Esgard who ordered him brought here, since Tiny understands how far the imperial intelligence network can reach. And there's an additional motive behind Genie's bringing him here. Khloe's wedding is in 10 days, and attendance is restricted to the imperial family and imperial knights. Only direct Valentia bloodline descendants are invited, as a way around the restriction. Tiny poses as an aide at Esgard's side, since Esgard doesn't trust the knight's skill. Tiny urges them to leave sooner, but Janus reminds him he's supposed to be undercover as a servant and gives him an address to use if anything goes wrong. Studying the paper, Tiny asks what it is. Janus explains it marks the whereabouts of a holy relic. Because Tiny is already guarding the Quran artifact, Janus thinks he can protect this relic too. After hesitating briefly, Tiny shows he's sure he can manage it. Janus then tells him to learn the layout of the map. When they finish, Tiny collides with someone. He brushes it off at first, then sees past the disguise and realizes it's the crown prince. Soon after, Tiny is seated directly across from him. The crown prince is startled to find Tiny there. Without wasting time, Tiny says he already knows that Prince and Esgard are hunting down every demon sympathizer. The prince confirms it and adds that he trusts Tiny's capability. Tiny asks to be briefed on the imperial family's internal affairs so he can anticipate any danger. When the crown prince doesn't respond right away, Tiny worries he's gone too far. He even imagines being reprimanded by Esgard for his audacity. Then, unexpectedly, the crown prince agrees to speak. He says he has already collected a large amount of intelligence using the Dragon's Eye, and asks what specifically Tiny wants to hear. Tiny doesn't dance around it. He asks whether the prince suspects anyone in the imperial family of plotting a coup. To Tiny's shock, the crown prince says there are 3 likely factions. First is the second empress, his brother's mother. Tiny is surprised the prince would suspect the mother rather than the brother himself. The crown prince goes on, citing a rumor that years ago his father wiped out her family after they turned down his proposals. It's only hearsay, but if it's true, her motive would be enormous. When Tiny asks about the second group, the crown prince indicates the imperial knights. With knights treated unfairly compared to mages, they're a prime candidate for rebellion. Then he names the most startling suspect of all, his own father, the emperor. He can't say what the exact motive is, but his father harbors a bitter resentment toward Esgard, especially since Esgard's celebrated win at the exhibition. The emperor is said to be enraged by Esgard's rising fame. He cautions Tiny to be extremely careful because reports claim the emperor commands a terrifying covert militia with overwhelming power. Since it's highly classified, he orders Tiny to keep it secret. Tiny thanks him for the information. The crown prince stands, explaining he's due to escort Khloe to see the emperor today. Khloe is wrapping up her etiquette instruction. Her tutor compliments how fast she learns and finally dismisses the lesson. Once the tutor is gone, Khloe's fatigue is obvious. She can't grasp why it's so important how she sits or where she places her arm. Since she only meets Vivian at night these days, the pressure makes her wish she'd simply dedicated herself to the temple instead. Just then, her fiancé's arrival is announced. She's surprised to see him, remarking on how often he's been coming lately, which makes him blush. Bashfully, he says that seeing her is enough to brighten his whole day. And a faint blush spreads to her cheeks too. After a moment, he mentions her audience with his father later this morning. Khloe says she remembers, of course. He asks her to tolerate it for his sake if the emperor says anything insulting. When she asks why, he explains his father bears a grudge against her father. Khloe has heard the talk, but she brushes it aside, thinking that if it were true, the emperor wouldn't have chosen her as his future daughter-in-law. The crown prince says he isn't like his father and hopes they'll share a better relationship later on. He adds that the emperor is particularly irritable because he's being pushed to settle this marriage. When he asks her to understand, she agrees, even as she quietly decides to tell her father about the emperor's hostility. Later, they go together to pay their respects to the emperor. The crown prince voices his wish for the emperor's help. The emperor replies with biting sarcasm that he's perfectly fine, especially with his son handling all the estate business for him. The prince calmly reminds him he only wields that authority because it was his father's decision, insisting the emperor is the one who truly controls everything. The emperor then coldly orders him to hand that power back over. The crown prince earnestly starts to reply that if that is his wish, he will comply. But the emperor cuts him short, arguing that if the prince relinquishes his authority, the aristocrats will revolt. He plainly understands that nobody wants a ruler who either delivers people to the magic tower and the knights or drives them away. The crown prince points out that his present position is sanctioned by imperial law. That only aggravates the emperor further, and he voices his displeasure, not only with the law itself, but also with the prince taking Khloe as his partner. The crown prince recalls his father's earlier words. He resents that the prince chose the daughter of a man who dares claim equal standing with him. When the prince objects that Sword Emperor is merely a moniker, Khloe interrupts. She offers a proper introduction, daringly presenting herself as Esgard's daughter, the Empire's sword. Her audacity catches the emperor off guard. She acknowledges her father rose to prominence after winning the recent exhibition, yet insists that his renown benefits the empire too. The emperor chuckles at that, thinking the crown prince has picked someone every bit as headstrong as himself. He remarks that a girl with that much grit is hard to hate, but he still wastes no time warning both her and her father. Right then, Walling feels a surge of danger radiating from him. At the same time, Tiny receives an alert through his familiar and realizes the emperor has set his sights on Khloe. Meanwhile, the emperor keeps ranting about the supremacy of bloodline and a divine right to rule over mankind. He slips in a pointed barb at Khloe, declaring that anyone who places themselves above the imperial lineage will never rise again. Khloe realizes he is fixated on the Azran bloodline, yet she suspects he may be reaching for something far larger than the empire alone. Hearing this, Khloe swallows hard. Before she can speak, the crown prince steps in front of her, quietly urging his father to rein himself in. The emperor answers by brushing them off. As they depart, he reflects on how far his son has gone, and it plainly disappoints him. From the darkness, someone asks why he addressed his son. That way, the emperor blames it on his age, but the shadow presses for the real reason he despises Esgard. The emperor recalls 40 years earlier, when 10-year-old Esgard arrived at the imperial palace. At the time, the emperor had only just begun training with the sword. He offered to instruct the boy, yet Esgard was so gifted that he ended up defeating the emperor. Humiliated, the emperor abandoned his dream of knighthood. He tried turning to magic instead, only to realize he lacked aptitude there as well. Even so, he insists his rejection of the Valentia family isn't personal. He simply refuses to tolerate their name being treated as equal to the imperial house. In his view, that level of influence endangers the very order his empire rests on. To him, it amounts to treason. He's angry that his son cannot see it the same way and just as angry at the law. Those laws are why he cannot fully dominate the continent. The imperial family is shackled by rules and can't act swiftly, while the nobles only become more powerful. He believes absolute control is required to unite the continent. The Shadow agrees. The Emperor is convinced he can finally seize power once. The Empress and the demon followers make their move. The Shadow cautions that they still lack the strength to bring down Esgard. The Emperor is well aware, which is why he seeks greater power. He asks after a hidden weapon, but the Shadow apologizes, saying she is not ready yet. The Emperor acknowledges the girl's exceptional potential. The Shadow confirms she is the finest prodigy their Shadow Corps has produced since its founding. If properly trained, she will become the greatest assassin and aura wielder the Emperor has ever commanded. But it will require 10 years. The Shadow reassures him that a coordinated strike with the Magic Tower's mages will be sufficient to eliminate Esgard. The Emperor gives a satisfied smirk. At last, he asks for a report on his son. The Shadow says the prince is watching everything through the dragon's eye, but still hasn't taken action. The Emperor instructs the Shadow to supply the prince with whatever information he requires, while ensuring he learns nothing about the final scheme. The Shadow understands the Crown Prince will uncover the truth. Far too late, and the Emperor knows that if demon followers kill Esgard, he can justify it by blaming the nobles growing. Unchecked power, the Shadow vows they will steer events to benefit him. All at once, the Shadow receives a message written in an ancient tongue and tells the Emperor that news has arrived from his men. The Emperor is pleased to hear it. Meanwhile, Tiny informs Esgard that the Emperor is threatening Khloe as well, leaving him stunned. Tiny half jokes about killing the Emperor, but the moment he meets Esgard's ominous stare, he immediately retracts it. The Lord can't understand why the Emperor is acting this way, wondering if he's still bitter about a loss from 40 years ago. Even after all that, Esgard remains prepared to stand by the Emperor. Tiny cuts him short, saying he doesn't think that ancient episode matters much. The Lord bristles, furious that Tiny can't grasp how grave this situation is. Tiny shoots back, asking whether any of this is truly more perilous than the Demon King's army. Esgard answers reluctantly that it is. Tiny responds in a sober tone, saying these inner disputes will seem trivial once the Demon King's forces arrive. When that happens, humanity will have no choice but to unite against them. He speaks from personal experience. Esgard argues that even so, they can't simply overlook the problems in front of them. They must strengthen humanity so it can resist. Esgard envies how uncomplicated the hero's thinking is, though Tiny doesn't appreciate being described that way. Even so, Esgard thanks him for helping clear his head, right up until Genus bursts into the room in a panic. He insists it's urgent. He tells them an emergency notice has just come in. According to the Dragon's Eye report, multiple uprisings are breaking out in small towns under direct imperial rule. Esgard prepares to hear the details, but Genus drops the real blow. The Emperor has ordered the Valentia family to handle it. Janus passes over the formal decree. Esgard reads that the Emperor demands he help put down a revolt in a small town to demonstrate his value and suitability as a future in-law. Esgard grimly notes they're racing a deadline, the wedding day. Tiny doubts a town's troops would dare rebel without outside push. Janus has heard rumors that demon worshippers may be the ones driving. Janus worries about how awful the timing is. After a moment's thought, Tiny figures the demon followers are trying to divide the imperial capital, S. Forces. Esgard agrees, saying they're practically announcing their intention to strike on the wedding day. Janus points out they still lack solid proof of an attack on that date, but Esgard is certain it's coming. He promises Janus he'll explain everything later. For now, they have to deal with what's happening right away. Janus acknowledges this and begins report that the uprisings are in towns such as Serengal, League, and Karina. Imperial knights and mages have already been dispatched to Serengal and League. Even fire and ice mages were sent out. That leaves them responsible for putting down the revolt in Karina. Because it lies between the Empire and Valentia, they can choose to deploy their own knights. Esgard completes the point, saying they must send their strongest knights and finish the job before the wedding. Janus agrees but highlights the snag. Valentia's top knights are stationed in the imperial capital. If they ride to Karina now, they won't return in time for the ceremony. Esgard realizes this is the Emperor's way of thinning his strength. He mentions the possibility of refusing the order, which stuns both of his men. Still, he makes it clear he has no intention of actually doing that. Khloe and his family come first, and pulling out of the wedding now would damage her standing. He wonders if that was the Emperor's aim from the start. All at once, Tiny proposes a way to wrap it up within a week. He'll go deal with the rebels personally. They assume he means to ride Wallen, and he confirms it. It'll take 3 days to reach Karina and 3 to return, so he'd only need a single day to wipe out the demon followers. Janus says it sounds workable on paper but far too risky in reality. Esgard agrees. Tiny would be up against dozens of knights and soldiers. And there could be traps as well. He can't gamble with Tiny's life. Tiny argues that if they want to win, they have to accept danger. That's how he's always lived. He asks Esgard to obtain the imperial family's holy relic for him to wield. Later, the crown prince is stunned by the request. He can't fathom how Tiny could even handle something that enormous. His aide explains that Tiny can use the core of Charon's relic. That surprises the crown prince and he grants permission. It's his way of making amends since he can't reign in his father. The emperor soon hears that the sacred relic has vanished and he suspects the crown prince is responsible. He notes it disappeared after Torin. A Valentia knight entered the palace. The emperor waves the loss off, thinking it's only a ceremonial emblem, until his shadow startles him with the news that Torin is heading for Karina. The shadow adds that if Tiny can wield the relic, he can annihilate the demon followers with holy light and purge the dark magic afflicting the townspeople. The emperor rages that at this pace, the Valentia family won't lose anything. He snarls an order to ensure Tiny never returns. The shadow tells him it's already handled. His hidden weapon has been sent after Tiny. He's confident she can eliminate a single knight. At the same time, a young woman watches our boy as he makes his way toward Karina. She spots that Walling resembles a direwolf. She can't pursue him now since he's moving far too quickly. Instead, she chooses to wait for him on his return, figuring he'll come back along the same path. Meanwhile, our boy is seriously hungry, since over his 3-day trek he managed to catch and eat only one boar. Walling seems to agree as well. He asks whether a spirit mage can reach the 4th stage, but Walling says it's beyond them for now. He remembers reaching the top level in his previous life, so he's confident the steps won't be any different this time. The one meaningful change is that he can develop as a spirit mage too. If the quality of his soul gets better, it could open the way into the unknown realm of an aura master. He gets excited, convinced he'll reach that 4th stage sooner or later. Even if it takes extra time, he's hoping Estina will lend him a hand. At last, he arrives where he needs to be. The goal is to crush the rebellion quickly and move on. Meanwhile, outside Karina's inner castle, the rebel leader insists he's done nothing wrong for his cause. He argues that his family has been forced for generations to bow to the lord of Karina. In the past, he says he was treated like a plaything, so he believes killing the current lord is justified. Just then, a demon follower named Gyerny tells him he hasn't done anything wrong. Instead, as the town's new lord, he must confront the danger ahead. Jerome already knows Tiny is on his way with the sacred artifact. He confirms Tiny set out 3 days ago and assumes it will still take a few more days to get here. He instructs the new lord to prepare, leaving the lord startled. He realizes Jerome intends to leave him to handle it alone. Jerome says there's no way they can help him directly, since Tiny has the sacred artifact. The lord panics, not knowing what to do. The follower urges him to use that particular method. As the lord of the town, he will command the knights and lay a trap. With no better option, he agrees. The demon followers stress that it's all for the coming new world. Now he waits for Tiny to arrive, his head full of visions of that new world. Nearby, the demon followers assemble. They talk through the counterplan they'll use against our boy. They don't truly believe the Lord can stand up to Tiny. But the fight is meant to let them study Tiny's abilities. They also want to learn exactly how he's carrying the sacred item. Suddenly, noise erupts outside. They instantly understand Tiny has arrived. Panic spreads when they realize he reached the place far sooner than expected. Their leader tries to steady everyone, but when one of them looks out, they confirm Tiny is already there. The leader commands them to trigger the trap at once, since there's no time left to run. His subordinates object, afraid for their lives, but the leader bluntly says they can't outrun Walling anyway. Before they can even set the trap off, our boy calls them out to come outside. In the next instant, he raises Amr's core in his hand. Every demon follower is swallowed by the holy radiance. The leader immediately recognizes it as the sacred artifact's power, and he knows they must activate the trap before it's too late. The leader starts chanting a spell, his thoughts fixed on offering himself up for the new world, but our boy cuts the incantation short. Without hesitating, Tiny hurls his hammer at him. A moment later, a huge explosion tears through the area, leaving Tiny stunned. He knows his weapon couldn't have produced a blast that big. He realizes the leader must have set off a last-ditch sacrifice. Already weakened by the artifact's holy glow, Tiny suddenly goes rigid when he notices what's right in front of him. It's a gigantic stockpile of bombs he remembers from his previous life. He recalls his companion once saying the demon followers' explosives are stronger than any artifact, and that they detonate the moment they're exposed to heat. His eyes widen as he sees the shells already beginning to split. Clenching his jaw in irritation, he knows he has to move right now. He chooses a new technique, one he hasn't truly tested since that time in the imperial capital. Pulling mana into his hands, he releases a broad area strike using his destruction attribute. The blast that follows is tremendous. As he fights to cancel out the force, the shockwave hurls both him and Walling backward. Sometime later, he's standing amid shattered earth. Thankfully, he survived even at the heart of the explosion. All at once, he recalls that the imperial palace is likely searching for the holy relic. That means he has to reach them at once. He goes into a nearby building and insists the new lord provide a way to communicate. The lord begs to be spared, yet Tiny only repeats what he wants. The lord says there's nothing that advanced in a place this far out. Left with no alternative, Tiny races toward the capital. He fumes at Karina's lord for being stuck in the past. He apologizes to Walling, who only just got better. And now they're forced to run back for the wedding. But he doesn't finish speaking, something sudden cuts across him. He halts Walling at the last second before an arrow can strike. It whistles by his head. He realizes without his sharpened senses he'd already be dead. He wonders who would lay an ambush out here. An instant later, a second arrow shoots in and grazes his cheek. Before he can recover from the surprise attack, a spear comes at him next. He recognizes the technique right away. It's the Grim Reapers. He asks why she's here, then immediately regrets it because, in this point in time, she hasn't met him yet. In the blink of an eye, she attacks again. He catches her next blow with his bare hand and strikes back. Tiny is in trouble. Ever since cleaning up Karina's chaos, he hasn't had a second to breathe, and his mana is nearly drained. He braces himself. Weapon raised, anticipating the next hit. When it arrives, he shields himself with his steel armor. His weapon knocks aside every arrow she fires, but there's a problem. The shadow poison on the arrowheads is beginning to wear him down. He's cornered because at this pace he could actually die. Still, he can't bring himself to kill someone who will one day join the 10 Knights. So he chooses another tactic. He tells her he already knows she serves the imperial family. After a brief silence, she asks warily how he could possibly know that. She bites in the future she might have ignored him, but right now she's still green enough to respond. He adds proudly that he even knows her. Style is called shadow art. Now she's genuinely intrigued because that should be knowledge only she possesses. Or so she believes, since his future encounter with her is what taught him. He goes on, claiming he can use it as well. He knows this bluff will cost him every last trace of mana he has left. She doesn't buy it and fires again, but he's already attempting to mirror her method. She instantly notices he's using illusion staff. Tiny is relieved she's walked right into it. He doesn't have the strength to do it twice. He presses further, saying they come from the same bloodline. When she cautiously asks whether he's the Radiant Knight Tiny Morse, her response surprises him. She doubts he's truly a descendant of the Morse family like people claim. Even when Tiny confirms it, she still isn't convinced, because she too carries that lineage and thought she was the last one alive. That shocks him. Not even her future self ever mentioned she was from the Morse family. Luna, meanwhile, says she believed she was the only survivor of the Morse line. That's why she stays with the imperial family, so one day she can reclaim her land and restore her house. But now that she believes he's a fellow descendant, she can't bring herself to kill him. Even so, she wants to know how he was certain about her ties to the imperial family. He realizes she's sharp, so he explains that only the imperial and Valentia families knew about his trip to Karina. So it's clear the imperial side wants him gone. She accepts that. Tiny then asks what assignment she was given and why she was told to ambush him. She says she doesn't know the true reason for the assassination. She's simply obeying the Emperor's command to kill him, whether before he reaches Karina or before he makes it back to the capital. Tiny immediately understands he isn't the real target. The true target is the Valentia family. He can't believe that while demon worshippers are causing chaos in Karina and slipping into the Empire, the Emperor is focused only on political games. In his thoughts, he asks Esgard if he really believes he can protect Esgard under an imperial family like this. He then says he has to return to the capital immediately. When he calls her big sister, she's completely convinced. Since he's 14, she is, in fact, older. She accepts it on the spot, hugging him and welcoming him as family. Tiny feels bad about lying, though, and he intends to apologize later. He's also concerned about her mission failing, but she reassures him, saying she'll take care of the report. Meanwhile, the demon followers gather. They're stunned to learn Tiny made it through the blast. On top of that, they can hardly believe he's only minutes away from arriving at the imperial capital. 3 days, they fear he'll expose the hidden explosives underground. One of them says it won't matter, since nobody would take his story seriously anyway. Someone else suggests he may have slipped into the imperial capital by hiding who he really is. Whether people trust him or not, they see he could still derail everything. So they choose to launch the uprising sooner than planned. The subordinates object, saying it will throw off the entire scheme, since the wedding is the one time the whole imperial family will be together under the same roof. The leader counters that they have a different moment they can exploit instead. That moment is the rehearsal, held the day before the wedding to make sure everyone observes the proper decorum. The leader expects the full imperial family to attend, except for the emperor. When someone asks why he won't be present, the leader tells them to have the blue fox handle him. Meanwhile, the second empress hears about the demon followers' plot. Rule says events are playing out to their advantage, especially now that the emperor won't be in the way, otherwise he would cause them trouble. She refuses to accept that the emperor was ever a true obstacle. In her view, he only took the throne because he was the oldest. She surprised Gruel as captain of the Imperial Knights. Would ever be intimidated by him. Gruel says the Emperor himself isn't the danger, but the Imperial mages, especially the pure-blooded sorcerers he commands, could become a serious problem. She cautions him about the Imperial family's assassins. Gruel insists they're just legends, which sends her into a rage. She's witnessed them firsthand. They murdered her family right before her eyes. She reminds him she understands this better than anyone, since everything she's doing is driven by vengeance. Gruel smooths things over, dropping to one knee and assuring her their child will become emperor if their plan succeeds. She reminds him that if they lose, they're done. Something he already knows. At the same time, the Emperor learns the plan has shifted. The Shadow notes that the second Empress changed the barrier stone's access date. They conclude the strike will come on rehearsal day. The Emperor realizes the entire Imperial family will be present except for him. The Shadow thinks they intend to kill the Emperor while he's isolated. The Emperor doesn't consider the demon followers a genuine danger, and doubts they could ever deal with Esgard. In fact, he wants him to take care of them instead. The Shadow warns, though, that if Esgard occupies him, he won't be able to shield the Emperor. The Emperor reassures him, saying he has other means of keeping himself safe. The Shadow asks if killing Esgard is truly required to gain complete power. Rather than respond outright, the Emperor orders him to provide updates every hour. After he's certain his own safety is secured, the Shadow will dispose of Esgard. He then commands the Shadow to bring Ludwig along, since Ludwig is fated to die. The Shadow hesitates, but the Emperor angrily waves him off. Before departing, the Shadow reluctantly reports that the uprising in Karina has been suppressed. The Emperor is displeased that Tiny lived. The Shadow tries to explain they took every possible measure, but the Emperor is furious beyond reason and refuses to hear excuses. He's not concerned that Tiny survived. He's enraged that the Valentia family prevailed without suffering any losses. Seething, he orders the Shadow to wipe out the Valentia family. The Crown Prince also learns of the Second Empress's scheme. His aide tells him Gruel has gathered his units and revised the approach. He figures they'll make their move during the rehearsal. The Crown Prince asks the obvious question. The Emperor won't attend. The knight answers that her allies will take care of him. The Crown Prince knows those allies are demon followers. Ixalan asks if they should intervene, but the Crown Prince wonders whether the Emperor can be killed at all without help from within. He's told that with Ludwig beside the Emperor, it will be hard. The Crown Prince agrees, noting Ludwig is the only one who has remained faithful. He understands that the Emperor's hatred of Esgard led him to mistreat the knights, pushing them into betrayal alongside the Empress. Now he also has to keep his father from killing Esgard. He tells Ixalan this is his chance to purge the rot from his family without staining his own hand. Ixalan is shocked to realize the prince won't stop the rehearsal strike. Instead, the Crown Prince tells him to warn the Valentia family and instructs them to come to the Crane Palace a day before the rehearsal. He'll explain the plot to Esgard there. In her room, Khloe is worn out from wedding preparations, longing to return to simple bride lessons. She also misses Walling and wishes for an adorable child. Vivian remarks that Khloe once felt like her child, but now she's about to be married. Khloe takes the opportunity to tease her, urging her to admit her feelings to Genus. Vivian denies she likes him, even as she concedes she respects him deeply. Khloe offers to speak to him for her, but Vivian angrily refuses. Khloe then says she's jealous of Vivian, who can afford to fall in love so freely. Vivian asks if Khloe is unhappy about the marriage. Khloe says she owes it to her family, and anyway, the Crown Prince is still the best choice for her. She teases that Vivian should date on her behalf. Their talk ends abruptly when someone knocks. The Crown Prince, Khloe quickly tidies her hair. He walks in, spots Vivian, and says he's come with something extremely important to tell her. At last, the boy and his familiar arrive at the capital, exhausted beyond belief. But Tiny knows he must report to Esgard first. Then he suddenly notices the Valentia brothers hurrying straight toward him. They tell him the plan has changed. He has to go to the wedding hall right away. Inside, everyone has assembled for the rehearsal. The priest calls for silence because the ceremony is about to begin. Gruel is there as well. His demon attendant already told him that once things begin, he must gather mana into the orbs and throw them. That will call forth the destroyers and they'll handle what comes next. Earlier, Gruel asked how he'd know when to act or whether there'd be a signal. The follower only replied that he would recognize the moment when it arrived. Now that he's standing amid the ceremony, he still has no clear idea of when he's supposed to hurl the orb. He also sees Esgard watching his subordinates closely, which makes Gruel suspect Esgard has figured him out. He decides Esgard needs to be removed. He summons Estrel at once and orders him to deal with Asgard. At the same time, Esgard senses they're plotting something, though he still lacks detail. So far, there's been no sign of any dark aura. As the Crown Prince instructed, he's carefully monitoring the hall, but he hasn't uncovered any solid clue yet. He recalls the Crown Prince telling him only yesterday that the demon followers intend to stage a coup during the rehearsal. Esgard proposes calling the rehearsal off, but the Crown Prince thinks this is the ideal chance to catch the demon followers in the act. Instead, he tells Asgard to safeguard the imperial family. When Esgard asks if the emperor knows what's happening, the prince assures him that he does. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince scans the room, taking everything in, yet one part still doesn't make sense to him. How does Gruel intend to breach the imperial palace barrier? Even with demon followers supporting him, that shouldn't be something he can accomplish on his own. He steadies himself by trusting that Esgard will manage it if things turn bad. His hands tremble as he forces his attention back onto the plan. All of a sudden, his younger brother Tenel takes hold of his hand, thinking the prince is unhappy about the wedding. The Crown Prince's face softens. Tenel is the purest of his siblings, and he knows the boy may end up hating him after what happens today. He tries to soothe him, saying he's looking forward to it, but Tenel doesn't buy it. The prince explains he simply has many worries, that Tenel will only grasp once he's grown. Tenel offers his brother an early congratulations on the marriage. Esgard's voice pulls the Crown Prince's attention away as he scolds his sons for being present. Esgard stops halfway through when he spots a miniature version of Walling, meaning Tiny has finally returned. One of the brothers explains that since Tiny isn't permitted to be in the rehearsal, he's waiting outside with the rest of their knights. Just then, Walling hops into Esgard's hand, using his familiar. Tiny delivers an urgent report. There are nearby artifacts that contain no mana. He's searching for them. He immediately understands those mana-less objects are the centerpiece of the enemy's original scheme. Right then, Estruel speaks to him. He says he suspects someone is plotting a serious incident during the rehearsal. He states that he and his men have been ordered to stop anyone from entering except the imperial family and their delegations, and he asks Esgard to comply. Esgard is enraged once he fully understands what that implies. Suggesting he would sabotage his own daughter's wedding is an insult he refuses to let pass. Estruel coolly says he's merely carrying out orders. Esgard confronts him, insisting to know exactly whose orders those are. He threatens to kill him on the spot if he won't answer. Murmurs spread through the crowd as they watch Esgard clash with an imperial knight. Seeing things spiral, the Crown Prince steps in to restrain Esgard. He faces the knight and points out that he's essentially preventing Esgard from being present at his own daughter's rehearsal. Estruel apologizes, then drops a stunning revelation. He is acting under the Emperor's direct command. He adds that if Esgard resists, it will be treated as treason. Meanwhile, Tiny watches it all through Walling's eye. He's anxious for Esgard, but his main priority is locating the bomb. He knows they resemble small black beads, so he darts around the area to find and disarm them. Back in the hall, Esgard is shocked to hear the claim that the order came from the Emperor. The Crown Prince cuts him off, choosing to accept it despite Esgard's objections. He apologizes and asks Esgard to follow the order. After seeing this, Gruel figures the prince must be aware of something. Either way, he decides that if he can't use the orbs on Esgard, then he'll use them to erase the imperial family instead. Asgard keeps objecting, insisting the knight has to be lying. The prince points out they have no evidence to dispute it right now, and that verifying the command would take far too long. Esgard cautions that he can't safeguard the family this way and brings up the monolith artifacts. But the Crown Prince seems unconcerned, implying a far larger scheme that may mean letting a few good apples be lost. Along with the rotten ones, he gives Esgard a completely different assignment. As the rehearsal goes on, the priest announces Khloe's arrival. People whisper in amazement at her beauty, and the Crown Prince compliments her as he reaches for her hand. She accepts and they step forward to begin when an odd noise rings out behind them. Even so, the ceremony carries on, and someone sets the candles alight. Meanwhile, Tiny, still stuck in his Walling form, is fuming. He's searching for the beads, but there are countless ones in all sorts of colors, and he can't tell which are the explosive. He considers whether he should just smash every last one. All at once, a servant catches a strange odor, and guests remark that the candles are giving off a scent. Walling reacts immediately. He knows that smell is what comes before an explosion. When he finally finds the bombs, he realizes there's no time to stay subtle. To protect everyone, Wolong shifts into his full spirit beast form, so he can deliberately terrify the guests. It works, people shriek and bolt for the exits. Amid the turmoil, Gruel wonders if this is the long-awaited cue to hurl his orbs. He notices Walling isn't going after the imperial family. Instead, the beast is trying to derail their plot. Our boy decides to spit the bombs out of the building, realizing the explosives were hidden inside the cave. But Gruel leaps onto him, forcing Walling to spit the beads just outside. With the shells already cracked, a huge blast detonates moments later. The Emperor watches the explosion. His subordinate reports the new artifacts being used by the demon followers, adding that there are still no confirmed casualties. Observing everything through a magic orb, The emperor shows zero worry for the civilian. For an instant, he resembles a concerned father anxious for his son, then he smiles. He understands their deaths will advance his goals perfectly. Their loss will hand him the perfect pretext to claim total authority. That's currently shared among the nobles. With it, he can finally subdue the entire continent. His subordinate grimly echoes his ambition. Meanwhile, Gruel issues the command to eliminate every last member of the imperial family. At that order, the soldiers move immediately and start cutting down the imperials with their blades. The panic spreads in an instant. Seeing this as the chance he's been waiting for, he refuses to let it slip and pulls the explosive marbles from his pocket and thinks about striking right away while the crown prince looks for Khloe. Around him, injured bodies lie strewn across the floor. Blood stains the ground and desperate cries fill the hall, but the prince cares only about finding the princess. He always anticipates danger. That's why he told Esgard that cutting out rot means slicing into healthy flesh too. Yet even with that belief, he never expected things to become this horrific. The day before, he had put every piece in place. He instructed Ixalan that demon worshippers would kill the emperor the next day. At the same time, he ordered him to finish the emperor himself if the worshippers failed. Now he realizes he nearly died before accomplishing any of it. He spots demon worshippers. Seeing the imperial family butchered with no mercy, rage drives him onward, so he goes after them. Even mid-battle, his mind keeps returning to Khloe. He has faith in the plan he set up for her and is certain his father-in-law will show up soon. That certainty helps him force himself to settle down. Staying alive becomes the one thing that matters, because only by surviving can everything he's done mean anything. Out of nowhere, demons manifest before him and lunge to attack. Somewhere else, Genus comes to after the explosion. No one ever mentioned this possibility. He remembers Esgard instructing him to go in as Khloe's knight, judging by the alarm he saw on Esgard's face earlier. He realizes Asgard was unaware of the blast too. Genus tries to rise, but his limbs are numb. His mana feels locked away. He's thankful for the mana necklace Tiny gave him. With it, he can withstand the suppression a little longer. Genie spots Khloe next to Vivian and relaxes, glad she's unharmed. Khloe puts Gina's sword in his hand and presses him to hurry, since time is running out. She tells him to stay with them because they have to reach the prince. Right then, demons appear there too. The crown prince keeps battling. He slashes at one demon and without a word prays for power. Before the creature can end him, Khloe steps in and brings it down herself. The prince is left wide-eyed as he watches her cut the beast. Another demon rushes in to strike. Genies calls out for her to be careful. Bradley and the princess both feel the threat closing in. But Genus throws himself in the way and stops it. He tells Khloe to get away with the prince. As he confronts the demon, he sees the mana suppression makes him miss the net. Even so, he knows he can't take them all down by himself. All he can do is buy time. He steadies his breathing and readies himself to stand his ground. He unleashes the Valentia sword style, Supreme Art's second form, then triggers his own version of the Song of the Violent Wind. Watching him shape two blades, the crown prince finally identifies him as the Storm Knight. The demons howl and rush in. A second blast rattles the area. Khloe watches Genus drop to the floor. A demon stretches toward her and the prince. But Vivian jumps in and strikes it, refusing to let any demon lay a hand on her. Khloe. Another demon dives from above to grab her, but the crown prince yanks her back and rescues her just in time. His thoughts return to what was said the day before. He had told Khloe they'd gotten intel about a coup planned to happen during the rehearsal. She wanted to call it off, but he wouldn't allow it. He had already gone over everything with Esgard. She'd been stunned that he consulted her father without telling her first. Even so, he promised he had a strategy that could alter the Empire's destiny. To keep her safe, he entrusted her with his relic. He never meant to place her at risk. When she asked about it, he explained it was his own artifact, Defensio. Now he recalls swearing to Khloe that whatever happens, he will keep her safe. Meanwhile, our boy comes around after the explosion. His body is weighed down, making it clear he was out for a while. The impact hits his wellings form far harder than he expected. Still, he trusts Esgard can handle what follows, since he's already driven things to this point. At the palace entrance, Esgard demands they clear the way so he can go in. The guards refuse and stop him. After witnessing the explosion, his tension spikes and he questions why they're standing around instead of moving. They reply that palace security is under the Imperial Knights and insist the people inside will deal with it all. They make it plain he's not to get involved. Esgard nearly draws his blade. Then he forces himself to hold back and turns away. From farther off, Tiny watches and can't understand it. The Esgard he knows would never retreat so quickly. That pause feels out of character. Tiny walks up to him. Esgard asks if he's hurt and says they have to wait. Tiny refuses to go along with that. He heads for the entrance. The guards recognize him as a Valentia knight and block him again, stating the Imperial Knights are taking over. Tiny ignores them and swings his sword at the guards. Esgard snaps at him, warning that striking them is treason. Tiny says it doesn't matter anymore why he's doing it. What matters is what they can still accomplish. With that defiance, the guards brand him a traitor and move to kill him. Esgard concedes Tiny has left him no choice since he already owes him. He finally draws his sword. The moment it's out, he cuts down the guards and pushes toward the palace. He almost feels thankful because Tiny has given him a reason to act. Side by side, they cut through everyone in their path. Esgard then commands the Knights of Valentia to save the Crown Prince and Princess. The Valentia Knights respond immediately. Tiny tells Esgard not to waste another moment. They have to force their way in. The next instant, a fierce storm surges through. Esgard recognizes the storm as Genus. He then asks Tiny what he plans to do next. Tiny springs toward the imperial barrier and tries to shatter it. Esgard sees what he's doing and warns that Tiny still lacks the strength. Tiny decides to prove him wrong. He activates his gravity attribute X16. He knows everything hinges on perfect timing. With gravity flip, he readies himself with care. When the instant is right, he shoots out a gravity zig, then follows up with his combat form technique. His thunderous blow slams into the barrier. Within, the crown prince and princess hear the booming collision. Esgard remarks on how tough the wall is, but before he can finish, Tiny hops down from his head and presses ahead. Esgard dashes to Khloe and tells her father has come. He cuts down a demon as Vivian keeps fighting close by. A demon creeps in to strike Esgard from behind. Khloe spots it first and urgently shouts for him to dodge. Esgard whirls around at once and unleashes Severing, the Valentia family's hidden sword art, leaving the demon in two. He notices Khloe in the rear with the prince at her side. He tells the crown prince that no matter what secret scheme is involved, he refuses to let his daughter's life be treated as a wager. The crown prince insists his purpose isn't reckless. Esgard squares up to him and says repayment should be made by taking complete responsibility for Khloe's life. Hearing that, Esgard senses the fighting is close to ending. Just then, Tiny notices someone shifting behind Esgard. He warns him at once. Esgard slashes with his blade, but the assailant disappears. The crown prince advises retreating for a moment, but Esgard stops everyone. He realizes there may be more of the Emperor's shadows lurking than the rumors ever suggested. In the distance, the Emperor watches through his orb, pleased as he believes he's seeing Esgard's last moment. The Emperor praises Ludwig, crediting him with the idea to employ the shadow. Thanks to that proposal, this chaos can unfold. Ludwig offers his thanks. The Emperor then openly states his plan. After Esgard dies, he intends to purge the remaining nobles one by one and reign by himself. He even laments that Tiny didn't die while putting down the right. Ludwig thinks the fire within the ice mage won't be extinguished so easily. The Emperor understands, yet he stays adamant that Tiny must die to seize total control of the Imperial Magic Tower. Once the Duke is gone, he says he'll handle the others in due time. Ludwig recalls the earlier order that the Emperor's death must set the operation in motion. When the demon followers press him about the Emperor's staff, he says it can't be overlooked. He emphasizes the staff isn't merely ornamental. He describes the Emperor as a man with no real talent for magic, and as someone who only learned swordsmanship from Esgard. The Emperor endures by surrounding himself with relics and artifacts. Ludwig judges most of those trinkets to be insignificant next to his own power. Still, he treats the staff as an exception. That relic can erase the mana of any mage beneath the magic tower. Even asked how he plans to kill the Emperor, Ludwig says there's a way. Soon, word comes that demons have shown up inside the Emperor's chamber. The Emperor erupts in rage and strikes out with the staff, accusing them of failing to keep the palace secure. Ludwig calms him, saying the defensive magic set in the room can suppress low-ranked mages. He then asks for one of the Emperor's artifacts, explaining that their system needs it in order to operate properly. The Emperor hands it over and demands immediate action. An attendant takes the artifact and leaves. Seeing this, Ludwig decides the Emperor is even more foolish than he'd assumed. Elsewhere, Esgard clashes with the shadows. He swings again and again, yet his blows can't land cleanly. The shadows spread to encircle the whole area. No matter how many times he tries to cut them apart, they refuse to disappear. Vivian steps in to attack, but Esgard urgently warns her the shadows are still active. The shadow pivots toward her, readying a strike. Before it can reach her, Tiny jumps in and blocks it with his sword. He tells Vivian her mana has been sealed. With that, she can only rely on plain attacks. Tiny immediately explains that normal blows won't work on shadows. The Crown Prince links it to the Second Empress. He suspects she changed the Imperial barrier's flow, making the demons lose control. Even so, he recognizes these attackers as belonging to his father's camp, not demon devotees. And since the Emperor's office sits at the heart of the palace, he concludes their true target is Esgard. Esgard orders Tiny to guard the Emperor. Tiny is taken aback because he doesn't trust the Emperor. The Emperor loudly insists they only need a pretext. Rescuing him will give them the grounds to act against the Imperial Knights afterward. As Esgard turns to go, Tiny tells the older man he'll be back soon and urges him to survive until then. The Crown Prince watches Tiny leave. He figures that if Tiny moves now, Ixalan might get there first, and that result still fits the plan. Ixalan sees smoke rising from the palace after the blast. He considers that the demon worshippers may also be targeting the emperor. He cautions his companions to keep the crown prince's assignment in mind. Soon after, a voice calls to him, saying they have lost their way. Ixalan identifies the speaker and is taken aback. Within the chamber, Ludwig launches an assault on the emperor and senses a force obstructing his magic. From that response, he understands the staff has not been carried far enough. Irritation rises in him, and he suspects his impatience is getting the better of him. He faults the queen for draining excessive mana while adjusting the barrier's current. Nevertheless, he stays assured because the individual holding the staff is under his command. Drawing on his power, he pins down the emperor. The emperor asks if Ludwig is aligned with the demon cultists. Ludwig scorns the notion and shows disdain. He proclaims himself the legitimate successor of the Asran lineage and asserts the throne is rightfully his. He considers the emperor unfit, ruling solely due to his birth. In his view, the emperor should have perished long ago to secure the empire's stability. Since the emperor depends on relics, Ludwig plans for him to die. In agony, he is convinced that once the emperor falls during the cultists' assault, peace will be restored and he will claim the crown. At that instant, Tiny storms into the chamber and faces Ludwig, demanding to know whether he caused the calamity at the imperial palace. Ludwig presses him for his name as he has never encountered the boy before. Tiny brushes it off as unimportant. Ludwig swiftly releases a spell that sweeps across the hall. Tiny advances calmly, showing quiet assurance. Ludwig grows vexed and belittles him, making it clear he falls short of the danger Ludwig anticipated. Without hesitation, Ludwig unleashes his full force. The blast crashes into Tiny and hurls him into the wall with tremendous impact. From the blow, Tiny realizes Ludwig is no less than a six-circle magician. What disturbs him further is Ludwig's ability to cast repeatedly, without any visible setup. Tiny pushes himself up and tries to close in once more. Ludwig responds with another rapid spell. Even under strain, Tiny picks up on a crucial detail. His mana body senses that Ludwig is siphoning surplus mana seeping from the imperial barrier. Because of this, Tiny believes he can decipher the flow. He charges again. Ludwig continues his barrage, certain of his upper hand. Tiny triggers gravity transfer and repositions himself. Relying on instinct and awareness, he follows the trajectory of Ludwig's spell. He predicts their sequence, first straight ahead, then from below. Then from above, Ludwig assumes Tiny is cornered and voices his confidence. Tiny crouches at the precise instant. In the following moment, he inverts gravity and strikes upward. Ludwig deflects the attack once more and dismisses him for picking the wrong adversary. Tiny steps back slightly and regulates his breathing. He becomes aware that something is protecting a portion of his body. That protection enables him to remain standing. He also recognizes that had he been even slightly slower, the prior strike would have completely crushed him. Ludwig's vigilance slips for a fleeting second. Seizing the chance, Tiny lunges at full speed. Just before he can land the blow, Ludwig pivots and casts again, the surge striking Tiny head-on. His weapon flies from his grasp as he collapses once more. Ludwig questions why he refuses to surrender. Meanwhile, he learns that the Emperor is still alive. That realization drives him to move swiftly. He resolves to finish matters at once and heads toward the Emperor. From the floor, Tiny gauges what strength he has left. He wonders if his body can withstand another direct strike. Out of nowhere, an arrow whistles through the air. The archer reveals himself as Sir Grid, apologizing for his late arrival. He explains that the maze-like path to the island palace slowed him down. At the sight of the weapon master, Ludwig tenses and questions why the Sword of Alliance is here. Tiny remarks on the tardiness. Grid concedes he should have come sooner and admits the delay reflects poorly on him. Studying Ludwig more closely, he realizes he is confronting the blue-blooded mage. He confesses he had not anticipated facing this foe. Grid then casually references their first encounter and muses about leaving Ludwig to Tiny afterward. Ludwig bristles with fury and accuses Grid of meddling in domestic matters. He declares that if Grid withdraws now, he will let it pass. Grid casts a glance at the restrained Emperor and disputes that assertion. He suggests it resembles less an internal dispute and more a concealed bid for power. He swiftly concludes that, if necessary, Ludwig would serve well as the scapegoat for the Emperor's demise. Ludwig answers by sending flames surging forward. Grid calls upon his strength and endures the assault, forcing Ludwig back within bounds before launching a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Ludwig disappears. Tiny alerts Grid that Ludwig is directly behind him. Grid spins around instantly and wonders if that maneuver qualifies as a technique. Ludwig informs him it was merely a feint and knocks aside Grid's strike once again. Grid spots Tiny lifting off the ground and rushing straight at Ludwig. He won't allow Ludwig to keep going. Ludwig snaps and unleashes yet another spell. The blast slams Tiny down onto the floor. Ludwig takes pleasure in watching him hit the ground again. Grid steps forward and swings his blade, but Ludwig ducks low and slips past it. He immediately fires back with magic. Grid drives ahead and delivers a brutal strike, commanding him to go down. Ludwig bristles when his spell fails to break Grid. Before he can regroup, Grid closes in and attacks once more. Ludwig taunts him for running out of moves and insists he's already figured him out. Right then, Tiny strikes from behind. THEIR Chinese letter crash together and a fierce explosion floods the chamber. The jolt snaps Ludwig's control over the Emperor. The Emperor finally catches his breath and at once demands to know what became of Ludwig. He asks whether Ludwig is dead or has disappeared. Grid says Ludwig has been brought down and tells the Emperor to start looking after his own survival from here on. Trembling, the Emperor stands and moves toward Ludwig's body. He stares, struggling to accept the treachery. He mutters in stunned disbelief that someone like Ludwig would dare reach for the throne that belongs to him. His blood seethes and he rages at the motionless corpse, demanding whoever granted him such audacity, and reminding him it was he who lifted him into power. To him, Ludwig's betrayal makes this fate deserved. Tiny and Grid say nothing, only watching the Emperor's fury spill out. Once he reins himself in, the Emperor returns to the throne. He admits both of them fought admirably and vows to reward them handsomely. Grid declines. He explains he came solely because of his companion, Duke Esgard. Hearing Esgard's name sets the Emperor off again. He shakes with rage and demands why that name keeps being brought up. He proclaims himself the rightful sovereign, the highest seat of power. In his eyes, fate is meant for him alone. Old bitterness resurfaces as he remembers how long Duke Valentia has blocked his path. Grid and Tiny trade bewildered looks as the Emperor suddenly accuses them of standing with the Duke. He convinces himself Valentia is allied with demon worshippers, staging a fake rescue to steal the glory. He insists he won't be fooled. Grid watches him closely and questions whether he's still in his right mind. The Emperor brushes it off and declares that soon even the alliance will be his as well. Hearing that, Grid raises his sword toward the throne, as the central axis of the alliance axis and a descendant of the Selden kingdom. He says he cannot overlook such charges. He takes the Emperor's words as an outright provocation. Tiny steps between them and rests a hand on Grid's shoulder. He tells him the Duke will deal with whatever comes next. Grid lowers his sword and turns away, saying that as a visiting outsider, he shouldn't get involved any further. He briefly thanks Tiny for stepping in, then leaves, adding that what follows is no longer his responsibility. Tiny feels he has gained a measure of acknowledgement. Commotion swells outside. The Emperor assumes the prince's guards have arrived. Ixalan comes in and recognizes Tiny's contribution, assuring him they will deal with the Emperor now. The Emperor demands to know Tiny's name. Tiny gives his name and says he is tied to the Valentia family. Hearing that name again reignites the Emperor's fury. He orders Tiny to leave immediately. As Tiny walks out, a knot of unease forms in his thoughts. He summons and leaves the wooling behind as a safeguard. Ixalan looks over Ludwig's corpse and considers how everything led to this. The Emperor calls him closer and names him commander of the Imperial Knights. His first order is unmistakable. Tiny must not be allowed to leave the palace alive. Ixalan accepts the command without a word. He weighs the burden of the title. Then he signals the escorts. They grab the Emperor and pin him down. The Emperor yells in shock and calls Ixalan a traitor. Ixalan tells him he has been removed from the throne and proclaims himself Emperor Vincent Vainslon. He says the former ruler jeopardized the country through delusion and reckless scheme. The Emperor keeps screaming, branding them traitors. Ixalan draws his sword and readies the sentence. He declares that under the name Bradley Vanasran, he will put Vincent Vanasran to death for his crime. The Emperor pleads and threatens to take it to the Crown Prince. The Walling watches in silence. Ixalan finishes it by slicing the Emperor's throat. When the dust settles, Exilian goes to the Crown Prince. Bradley has already assumed the mantle of Emperor. He asks for confirmation about the former ruler. Exilian reports it has been taken care of and that the previous Emperor is dead. Bradley thinks over that choice and looks for reassurance. Exilian holds his ground, saying it had to be done because the former ruler was setting up a reckless war that would ruin the empire. That explanation helps Bradley steady himself as he prepares to bear the throne's weight. Bradley thinks back on the turmoil of that night. He remembers Genus and Duke Valentia fighting to protect the world. Khloe, he recalls that Grid showed up late yet still helped eliminate the danger. Thanks to what they did, Khloe gets away unharmed. Bradley then turns his attention to the Shadow faction. Exilian says that most of them were wiped out during the battle against the Knights of Valentia and Grid. Still, the deputy commander departed earlier for a different assignment, meaning the group wasn't annihilated entirely. The Shadow soldiers live by a single iron rule. They recognize only the rightful Emperor's orders. That is why they plan to reveal themselves again once Bradley is crowned. Bradley moves on and inquires about Karsha and Gruel. He's told that Cartier and Gruel are taken into custody as soon as the riot is over. Exilian also reports that the missing Prince Tenel has been found. Gruel kept him hidden after the riot. The revelation leaves Bradley uneasy. Exilian tells him Tenel is thought to be the child of Gruel and Queen Kartia. The coup attempt was meant to put Tenel on the throne. Bradley presses a hand to his head. He's already coping with betrayal, and now he's confronted with a plotted overthrow. Even so, he knows that as emperor, he cannot shirk his duty. He decides Kartilla and Gruel must die to eliminate the risk. Exilian cautions him that the second prince, Royd, might resist executing his own mother, Kartia. Bradley decides no spark of discord can be left behind. Royd will need to accept why it has to happen. But regarding Tenel, Bradley chooses another path. Even if the boy was conceived through an affair, he remains Bradley's brother. Bradley rules that Tenel will continue living as part of the royal household. With politics temporarily under control, Bradley commands Exilian to assemble everyone. He intends to honor the person who shifted the crisis in an exceptional way, with something beyond a standard prize. Before long, Tiny stands before the new emperor. Bradley offers him a transcendent weapon as compensation. Tiny already knows what such arms are from his previous life as Nocturne. He understands they possess uncommon, mysterious traits, and that locating the ideal one isn't easy. He thinks the Nocturne he'll receive in the future may already suffice. Even so, he drops to one knee and says he wants to ask for something else. Bradley hears him out as Tiny asks for the liberation of the Morse family's descendants, who are still held in bondage under the imperial line. Exilian reminds Bradley that Tiny is also the next commander of the Shadow Troops. Bradley answers with care. He cannot give them complete freedom immediately. Still, he vows that within 6 months the Morse heirs will be set free. Tiny thanks him. Bradley adds that granting only that request could undermine the throne's prestige. So he also permits Tiny to choose one transcendent weapon from the Imperial Vault. It will serve as a token to him, even if it doesn't become his outright property right away. Tiny agrees to the terms. He understands Bradley's stance and is grateful for the concession. Just then, the Icefire mage steps forward. He greets Tiny warmly and remarks that he's more courteous than expected. He introduces himself as one of the Magic Tower's pillars and tells Tiny that he has orders to escort him to the storage. They pass through corridors packed with guards. The mage says this place is on a completely different scale from any noble's vault. It embodies the Empire's long legacy, and its protection is second to none. Tiny scans the area with restrained excitement. He has never laid eyes on this place in either of his lives. He sees staggering riches sealed behind reinforced doors, and memories from his former life rise up. When the demon army attacks, the Empire pours everything into the war, a huge share of humanity's campaign. And even the allied races depend on imperial supply. Seeing the treasury now makes him grasp just how immense that strength truly is. The mage warns him not to lose himself in it. Tiny says his attention isn't on the goal. He feels something further in, perhaps the soul resonance he needs to reach the rank of Aura Master. Turning this down would torment him later. The mage lays out multiple transcendent artifacts meant for someone below superhuman class. Tiny expected only 1 or 2 choices, yet finds far more. There are boots, wrist guards, armor, and more. He inspects them closely, trying to find the piece tied to soul resonance. The mage urges him to handle them without hesitation. They won't disappear. As Tiny reaches for the boots, the mage explains the requirement. Only those who attain Blader class before a certain age can wear them. The boots continuously maintain 3-circle wind magic, and they let the user cast 7th circle magic once per week. They drastically boost movement and are called the Sovereign of Wind. For a hammer wielder, that speed could enable devastating ambushes and finishing blows. After a lengthy explanation, the mage sets the boots back where they belong. Tiny is taken aback by how long the description was. He makes it clear he's just 14. The mage is stunned by the revelation. Even so, Tiny chooses to look at other possibilities. His gaze settles on a wristband. The mage says only a minor who can handle magic beyond the 3rd circle is able to use it. The wristband boosts the wearer's physical power and grants 6th circle defensive spells each day, 7th circle once a week, and 8th circle once a month. It was first forged by an ancient transcendent to safeguard his daughter. Its gender limitation is still uncertain, but there's no doubting its strength. Tiny realizes that even 8th circle magic can block Gluttony's assault. Still, he knows it isn't what he's after. At last, the mage brings out the final item. Its state is like a riddle. It demands someone who can command soul resonance and who has already bonded with a soul. The instant Tiny hears that, he can hardly contain his excitement. He reaches out immediately. The moment his fingers make contact, his armor starts shifting. The mage hurriedly cautions him to learn what it does first. Tiny watches the change with steady composure. He understands the significance. This power fits his path. It's the crucial piece he needs to move toward becoming an Aura Master. The Ice Flame mage notices Tiny's armor altering the moment it molds itself to his body. Since the armor responds on its own, he knows Tiny has satisfied its requirement. Tiny concentrates on what the armor is truly capable of. The mage explains that the armor becomes more powerful as its owner advances in spirit techniques. As that mastery grows, it reinforces the spirit body and intensifies soul resonance. With that, everything clicks for Tiny. In his previous life, he never managed to seize the key to aura mastery. Now he sees the solution standing right before him. He's told the armor is named Divine Armor Animus. The title alone proves how precious it is. Not long after, the Duke comes to escort him. He asks whether Tiny has already met the Crown Prince. As they leave, the Duke spots the unfamiliar armor and is told it's a transcendent weapon. Because it suits Tiny so perfectly, he calls it exceptional fortune. In the carriage, Esgard mentions what he learned from Grid. He links the catastrophe to the pure-blooded sorcerer. Tiny verifies it. That answer eases the Duke, glad Grid stepped in so soon. If not for him, Tiny could have been killed. Esgard considers it a close call. Tiny senses the Duke is still holding something back, since he already knows how things will play out. He brings up the late Emperor. Esgard cuts him off and makes it plain that as a vassal, he mustn't pry too far. The less he understands, the safer he will be, especially when it involves someone above his station. Tiny notices the contrast because this man isn't the sword master he remembered. That's why he admits the Shadowskill assassins served the deceased emperor. Esgard has already heard that from the Crown Prince. Tiny then highlights what the emperor's death changes. The one pursuing him is gone, and the new emperor now has vulnerabilities. The Duke dismisses that way of thinking. A vassal shouldn't take advantage of such things. Tiny presses on. If the emperor gives a wrong command, mindless devotion can't be the solution. He reminds Asgard that Grid reported the emperor's intention to launch a war. The Duke is rattled by that. Tiny goes further. When his daughter is in danger, the Duke can't even lift his sword. The man Tiny knew in his past life would never have faltered. That man once embraced sacrifice for a higher purpose. Esgard bristles at the comparison. Tiny stays composed and says those words were spoken by the Duke himself in the past. In the fight against the monster King Gluttony, 3 of the 10 strongest knights are used as decoys. That choice lets them close in on Gluttony. Back then, everyone believed in Esfardi because he always judged what mattered most. When the Duke wonders if he's sacrificing the innocent, Tiny remembers the Duke once saying he would atone with his own death after the objective was achieved. Those memories unsettle Esgard. He thought he was fully prepared, but now he realizes his resolve isn't there yet. He admits he has to change. That is the only vow he can make right now. Tiny deems that sufficient. They return home. As Tiny steps down, he feels like it's been ages since he last saw Khloe. In his heart, he thinks of her as an older sister. The moment she spots him, her reaction is intense. At the ceremony, she could barely bring herself to look at him, but now she stares straight at him. The small, adorable child she recalls is gone. Vivian rushes after Khloe, baffled by her response. Both of them gape at Tiny in disbelief. His body is completely different. Khloe even asks if the moon might crash down because the one beside him is really Tiny. She scoops up Walling, still unable to accept what she's seeing. Tiny smiles and agrees he's changed a great deal. Khloe still can't reconcile the boy she knew with the young man before her, and Vivian tells her to settle down. Esgard notices Khloe's odd behavior before he can do anything else. She bolts away with Walling in her arms. The wolf looks back at Tiny. As Khloe keeps muttering about how he used to be cute, Tiny confesses he can't make sense of her response. Afterward, the Duke requests a private meeting with Grid and mentions what Tiny exposed about the Emperor. Grid brushes aside the outdated nickname Esgard calls him and steers the conversation to what truly matters. He listens as the Duke repeats that the Emperor is trying to ignite a war. Grid says the official account is that Ludwig, Cartier, and Gruul sided with demon followers, assassinated the Emperor, and were then executed. Esgard already knows that's the story the public hears, but he presses for the facts. Grid confirms Tiny told the truth. The Emperor openly wanted to dominate the alliance. Grid admits that if he hadn't run into the Crown Prince's knights that night, he would have killed the Emperor himself. He sensed the strain in their faces and expected them to act, but he never thought they'd take it that far. Esgard laments that he failed to see it sooner, believing he might have changed how things unfolded. Grid doesn't buy it. If the Duke had known, he'd have only squandered time shielding a frail, aging emperor. Grid spells out the aftermath. The Empire has pinned the Emperor's death on demon followers. If people dismiss the demon follower threat, disorder will ripple through the country. In that climate, keeping the former Emperor alive would have made everything worse. From Grid's perspective, this is the best outcome they could have hoped for. He also confesses that he and Esgard share the same weakness. Feelings distort their judgment. He makes the Duke picture what could have happened if he had never confronted him. Khloe and the Crown Prince could have ended up dead. Grid tells him to snap out of it and stop clinging to personal notions of right and wrong. When uncertainty hits, he should heed others instead of deciding everything by himself. Hearing that, Esgard remembers Tiny's words too. What matters isn't excuses, but action. He recognizes that Grid is taking the correct course. He understands he has to break past his own narrow view. As his thoughts clear, he agrees it's time to move on. Move on to the next phase of their plan. Later, the three of them put on black robes to conceal their identities. Esgard intends to gauge the public's mood after the Emperor's death, so he brings Garen because he trusts how he assesses things. Garen is experienced at reading territory, but this time he does it under disguise. The Duke wants unfiltered reactions, so he expects Garen not just to observe but to talk to people face to face. As they get ready, Garen spots another boy close by. Tiny lifts off his cap and shows who he is. Since only a few months have gone by, Garen is stunned by how much Tiny has changed. Tiny says he pushed his body through mana-based training methods, so the rapid growth isn't without cause. Garen already knew Tiny wasn't normal after the battle with Drexler. Now even his features look more grown. Tiny replies with calm assurance. Esgard ends their catch-up quickly because the mission takes priority. Once inside the town, they hear non-stop talk about the Emperor's death. Word spreads that he was tied to demon followers. Anxiety rises. If the mightiest city couldn't protect its ruler, then nowhere feels secure. People fear what this means for the Empire and the wider world. Garen realizes the public only has the official narrative, because the new Emperor publicly declares demon follower involvement, and the panic only accelerates. Esgard says Azran is becoming the focal point of concern over demon threats. Before long, the other powers tied to the Empire will hear the same reports, especially as the new Emperor is about to reveal the underground bomb. Tiny recalls that historically, most catastrophes began with civil wars. If hidden identities are exposed, the turmoil will spread even faster. Esgard adds that laying everything bare would only make it harder to act. With the Empire still powerful, it can still steady the other four forces. He admits what they achieve this time will be pivotal. He looks at Tiny with unmistakable gratitude. Tiny grows embarrassed by the compliment. The Duke quickly returns to his stern tone and tells him to keep his face under control. Tiny responds politely. Then his cap suddenly slips off and people recognize him as the radiant knight who brought down the traitor. Some even link him to rescuing Kara. They spot the Duke nearby and remember he once introduced the Morse family to the new Emperor. With Tiny's black hair and eyes, many assume he's part of that family. The crowd swells in an instant. Garen decides that in this situation, getting honest words from people will be impossible. So they pull away. Tiny feels unsettled, because being associated with the Morse family truly matters to him. Garen tries to reassure him, saying the Morse family was only lower-ranked nobility and is already gone. So it shouldn't matter. Tiny thinks back to his own vows and knows it matters a great deal. Esgard wonders when Tiny became so well known. Garen says that once the new Emperor ascends the throne, he publicly praises Tiny for rescuing Karun and the Azran family. After that proclamation, Tiny's name quickly becomes known throughout the nation. The Duke thinks the attention will be useful, since Tiny must soon head to Elfenheim. With a reputation, even stubborn elves will have to take him seriously. Garen then asks why Tiny is being sent there at all. Tiny answers plainly that the truth can't stay buried. Demon devotees are after a sacred relic, so someone has to guard it and win over the faithful there. Out of nowhere, Garen says he has a friend in Elfenheim, leaving both Tiny and the Duke startled. He explains that on a mission in Rodman's territory, he ran into an elf traveling toward Elfenheim. They spoke openly and ended up becoming close. Tiny finds it straightforward, but Garen insists that honest words forge quick friendships. To back it up, he shows a token the elf gave him. The mark appears authentic, which convinces them. Because of that, Esgard commands Garen to go with Tiny. Before long, Garen climbs onto his horse while Tiny rides his family. As they set off, the Duke tells them he has already sent Jay ahead to make arrangements. Tiny agrees to seek Jay out when they arrive. They vow to come back with answers. As Tiny heads off, he offhandedly calls the Duke an old man. The Duke puts on an angry act yet quietly wishes them success. Meanwhile, demon followers hear that Tiny has meddled again. They also learn Ludwig has died and the crown prince now sits on the throne. Fury spreads through them because Ludwig bragged he would handle it, only to fail. They suspect their scheme has been exposed. One of them suggests there may be an informant among them. Another dismisses it, arguing that if that were true, the Emperor wouldn't have been killed. They weigh a different explanation. If a hero has emerged, then perhaps the goddess is interfering once more. That idea makes them think of ancient accounts handed down from Malak. The overseer of the imperfect world is meant only to watch fate, but too much meddling warps destiny and thins the barrier between realms. When the cycles shatter, Ruin arrives ahead of schedule. They recall how the goddess once renewed cycles by creating heroes and binding them to demons. They believe evidence of their triumph still remains within the demon station and the Great Labyrinth, so they revise their approach. Their initial plan was to go after Elfenheim once the Empire was dealt with. But with their ally Elaine gone, they turn their attention to the Orc Alliance. Another concealed piece is already waiting there. The elder chooses to put things to the test. If Tiny goes straight for Elfenheim, then he may truly be the selected hero, and they'll need to remove him for the sake of the new world. If he instead heads toward Bader, the Orc city, then it likely means a spy is among them. As they argue about the world's fate and the looming end, Tiny and Garen continue onward. When the grasslands finally spread out before them, Garen tells Tiny that they've arrived in the Orcs' grassy plains. After a week on the road, Tiny and Garen reach the vast grasslands ruled by the Orcs, well beyond the Empire's frontier. Since the trip takes longer than expected, Garen feels guilty and says he could have made it in a single day if he had traveled by himself. Tiny tells him the delay is fine, since he'll need Garen's help to get into Elfenheim anyway. Garen then points out the real threat here. The most important thing to watch out for in this land is the ore. Among humans, money could fix most issues. But the Orcs won't let the weak cross their plains. Only those who accept their warrior trials and win are allowed through. Tiny already understands. If they go straight toward Elfenheim, they'll encounter 3 tribes. The quickest route is to beat all 3 in combat, so he decides they should move fast. Garen remembers the Duke's earlier order not to ask how Tiny knows so much, and to stand by him without suspicion. Holding to that, Garen keeps his questions to himself and rides beside Tiny. Soon, Tiny meets an orc fighter head-on while riding his moonwolf. The orc, mounted on a red boar, lunges savagely and urges him to come at her again. Their mounts lock eyes as metal rings out. Tiny tells her to put more power into her swings and parries her strike. As they trade blows, he wonders if her massive blade felt this light in his past life too, because right now he can't sense any weight in it. Garen looks on, stunned. Even with Tiny's smaller build, his power and endurance are incredible. Tiny rushes in again and again without a hint of doubt, while the orc begins to wear out first. Even when she's at her limit, she won't yield and calls him conceited. Her red boar becomes scared of walling and crouches low. Tiny readies himself to end the battle. Garen shouts for him to spare her. Tiny reins in his blow and only floors her, leaving her alive. Even then, he can tell he's still far from real monsters. He realizes the dread sweeping the battlefield isn't caused by his own strength. It's coming from Wolong's presence. He feels his control is on the verge of advancing to a new level, and decides that choosing Animus was the right call. The beaten orcs pull back. Garen sends them off, then warns Tiny that fighting with that kind of recklessness is dangerous. Tiny laughs and admits he gets carried away when he's fired up. Garen points out they've already gone past the second tribe. He's never seen orcs drop so easily. Tiny agrees it's been simpler than he expected, which leaves him a little let down. Rather than going straight for the next tribe, Tiny suggests stopping at Jammingwood, the Red Boar tribe's city they just defeated. He says that heading west for 2 hours will get them there. Garen asks how he knows that, and Tiny brushes it off, saying he must have heard it somewhere. Garen senses there's more behind Tiny's information, but he does push for answers. They arrive at Jammingwood, which seems to serve as the gateway into the tribe's land. An orc sentry stops them, remarking that they don't look like traitors. Garen proves they cleared the warrior trial by showing the tooth he was given. With that, the guard lets them through. Inside the city, Tiny notes the orcs seem colder than he expected. Garen says the old wars between humans and orcs left lasting suspicion. Tiny remembers that during the Empire's civil war in his past life, huge bands of orcs stormed into loot. He also recalls fighting among the orcs themselves. Their tribal infighting pushed them toward ruin back then. The thought unsettles him. Orcs live for battle, but turning on their own is different. No race destroys itself for nothing. Sensing possible unrest, he decides to remain in Jammingwood for a day and watch what's going on. Garen agrees immediately, saying Tiny never acts without a reason, so he doesn't need an explanation. Tiny thanks him for believing in him. As they look around, Tiny realizes the city is much bigger than he imagined. Until now, he'd only heard about it from a friend. If Jammingwood is this grand, then the capital, Bader, must be on another level. He figures Jerk is probably in Bader. Their thoughts are cut short when a huge, fully armored orc strides up. He demands to know why they're in Jammingwood. Tiny wonders if this is the chief and notices how fluently he speaks the common tongue. Garen says they passed the warrior challenge and are only passing through, so there's nothing to worry about. The orc looks over Tiny's small frame and questions whether he's actually strong. Garen speaks up for him, saying that even if Tiny is smaller than most orcs, he's one of the Empire's brightest minds, and matching their warriors brings no disgrace. The armored orc chief Bader takes interest and asks to witness Tiny's skill for himself. Another orc warns that this is the time to spar, but the chief won't back down. Tiny agrees, adding that they're on a timetable, so they can't linger too long. Garen is startled by how quickly Tiny accepts. Chief Bader exchanges a few words with the others in their language, then personally escorts Tiny to the arena. Orcs crowd in, murmuring about him. The chief warns that the onlookers might weigh on him. Tiny says it doesn't bother him, though he worries that beating the chief in front of his people could come off as disrespectful. The chief replies that to orcs, anything tied to combat is honor, so there's no need to worry. Tiny takes off his armor, revealing the transcendent set underneath. The chief recognizes him as the Knight of Radiance, and is mildly disappointed that he's only a blader class. Tiny answers that a class label doesn't determine who wins a fight. The chief likes the response and tells him to prove it. He strikes first with his hammer. The impact drives Tiny down just as he's getting up. Tiny feels the difference when Animus isn't fully awakened, and realizes the chief's power is greater than he expected. Instead of fear, he's thrilled. It's been ages since he felt this kind of pressure, and it reminds him of the fights from his former life. Tiny immediately understands that Chief Bader holds far more strength than he first thought. With each swing feeling heavier than the last, Tiny admits to himself that it's been a long time since he's faced pressure like this, and the sensation drags him back to the battles of his previous life. The chief whips his hammer around again. Tiny lifts his weapon to meet it and blocks, because he wants to gauge his own pure strength without leaning on his armor. He refuses to budge and answers with raw power. Their weapons scrape and snarl together as they both pour their strength into the collision. In the middle of that struggle, Tiny catches the chief's mana current and the tribe tattoo etched on his body. The chief remarks that Tiny still isn't using the transcendent armor. Tiny says his weapon by itself is plenty. At that reply, the chief warns him not to let him down. Tiny takes the initiative this time, showing through his moves that the chief should expect. Even more, they trade brutal strikes with no restraint. Garen, watching nearby, realizes this fight has grown far past a mere test. The chief turns fiercer, swinging again with anger driving the blow. Tiny blocks yet again, and instead of pressure, he feels exhilaration. That ferocity takes him back to Jer, who once taught him to keep fighting until either he breaks, or the opponent does. With that memory stirring, Tiny wonders if this is the real warrior's road, where harsher force forges greater strength. The chief keeps driving his power onward. Tiny meets it head-on with all he's got. Neither side gives an inch until the stress becomes unbearable and one weapon snaps apart. The watching orcs go mute in disbelief. Chief grins. Sure that Tiny is fighting with genuine confidence, Tiny admits the same is true of the chief. Pleased, the chief grips Tiny's arm and says the rumors about him weren't lies. With the trial settled, he decides it's time to talk straight, and he leads Tiny out of the arena. Tiny doesn't fully understand but follows anyway. From behind, Garen calls out, pointing out he's still here, and falls in with them. Inside, the chief brings them to a table and has food brought out, since they fought hard. He says they've earned a proper meal. Garen accepts with thanks. Tiny digs in at once and compliments the flavor. The chief watches how heartily Tiny eats, and Garen quietly wonders if Tiny is really human or more orc-like at heart. As they keep eating, the chief finally states why he brought them there in the first place. He asks what ties Tiny has to the new emperor. Tiny answers that he can't openly claim any special connection, but there was even a time he struck the crown prince. Hearing that, the chief laughs, deciding only someone truly close could ever do that. Then the chief sobers up and, calling him the Knight of Radiance, demands a truthful answer on whether the empire is getting ready for war. Garen is jolted by the abrupt turn. Tiny stays composed and asks why he thinks that. The chief says turmoil is spreading through the orc land. Chief Nergu of the Black Rhino tribe is pushing to unite through war, and a human stands at his side, urging the fighting on. That's why the chief suspects the empire may be involved. Tiny remembers an earlier remark about taking the audience after some time and starts to suspect the former emperor's hand in it. He stakes his honor and states flatly that the empire would never back the empire. That kind of scheme. Garen looks stunned, thinking that level of certainty is risky while the truth is still unclear. But the chief believes him, saying words may lie but fists don't. Since their duel was real, he won't question Tiny's honor. Tiny thanks him and taps fists the orc way, adding a brief phrase in their tongue. The chief notices and asks how he knows it. Tiny says he has a close orc friend and learns. So much is shared through that connection. With every trade between them, their faith in each other grows. Tiny is convinced real friendship can bridge races and nations. By the next day, word has gotten around that Tiny is getting ready to set off for Elfenhunt. The female orc he beat earlier comes over and says she'll lead him as far as the border of the vast forest. Garen realizes she's the same fighter from before. Tiny notes softly that she still seems shaken by their clash, which prompts her to cut him short and say there's no need to dwell on it. She names herself Noran, the Red Boar tribe's patrol captain, and states she'll travel with them into the Emerald Woods. Garen points out that 2 warrior trials are still left. She says it's irrelevant now since her tribe keeps strong connections with the orcs living near the forest. Garen is taken aback because tribes rarely get that close. She adds that their chief prizes power and command, yet shuns pointless slaughter. Under his teaching, she picked up the common tongue, and with him leading, the tribe flourishes. Garen decides the chief must be extraordinary. Tiny, though, can't shake his unease in his former life. He saw people fleeing Jammingwood but never once heard of Chief Bader. That missing detail makes him question whether the chief dies before the catastrophe. As they travel, he weighs the turmoil among the orc clans and searches for a way to warn the Empire. Sensing how pressing it is, he asks Narun if there's any way to send a message out from the city. Garen is puzzled by the sudden urgency. Tiny says Valentia needs to know what's shifting among the orcs, since it could escalate into something dangerous. Garen loosens up, admitting he expected a different motive. Since Tiny is already planning ahead, Garen says he's arranged for information to be carried. He's made a fresh contact in Jammingwood who will head to Valencia and relay everything from their discussion with Chief Bader. Tiny is startled because he hadn't noticed any such setup. Garen figures Tiny's earlier boldness came from certainty. But really, Garen is just following his gut. He also says orcs can't use ancient magic for long-distance messages, so a courier is the only option. Because of that, he thinks there's nothing to fret over. Tiny can't help wondering when Garen even found time to make that friend. Garen answers casually that it started at the arena the previous day. To him, trust isn't measured by how long you've known someone. He believes his own read of people is enough. Tiny stays quietly skeptical since trust is hard for him. Even so, they press on and Garen remains convinced Tiny will come to see it in time. Riding farther across the grasslands, Narun stops to talk with another orc in her language. Tiny and Garen wait, not understanding a single word. When she's done, Narun says she told the nearby tribe the 2 knights are honored guests of the Red Wild Boar tribe and are bound for the Great Forest. Because of her rank, the tribe lets them through. Garen thanks her for stepping in. As they're about to leave, another orc comes up. He's heard of a knight who rides a wolf spirit, someone who once averted a calamity and is said to be moving between realms. He looks at Tiny and calls him a little human. Tiny bristles at hearing it again but lets it pass. Narun warns the orc that they're traveling under her tribe's safeguard. The orc explains he isn't trying to stop them. His elder brother has lived long enough to become a spirit and he wants advice. When Tiny confirms, he means the dire wolf. The orc agrees. Tiny looks the creature over, noting its thin frame and guesses age has worn it down. Just then, his own wolf dashes to a clump of grass and pulls. His focus to it, Tiny plucks the grass and offers it. The orc identifies it as Quran grass but assumes it's merely a bitter weed. Tiny tells him it can lengthen the wolf's lifespan, not trigger any transformation. Hearing that, the orc is thankful and once more calls Tiny a scrawny human. He introduces himself as Bold, a contender for chief of the direwolf tribe. In exchange for the help, he vows to back Tiny later on, whenever Tiny asks for it. After they split up, Tiny thinks about how the dire wolf tribe holds honor in high regard. Bold makes him think of Jerk, and he wonders what Jerk is doing at this very moment. He feels he'll find out soon enough. 5 days go by as they move through the green forest. It's been a full 2 weeks since they set out. At the forest's boundary, Tiny thanks Narun for escorting them safely. She says her tribe wishes him good fortune, then turns back. As she vanishes among the trees, Tiny realizes they've finally arrived at the Great Forest. Garen says these lands are ruled by elves and ancient beasts. He tells what he knows about the continent's shield that keeps corruption from the demon lands at bay. Then he goes on about what he's heard of the ancient war, which passes beyond the demon hub, the western demon lands, and the vast Great Forest. He even brings up whispers of an enormous labyrinth, hidden deep within demon territory where nobody knows what's inside. At that, Tiny recalls that in his previous life he discovered Nocturne in that labyrinth. That recollection pulls at him once more. Still, he knows going in now would mean a meaningless death, so he tells Garen he'll attempt it someday in the future. Garen can tell Tiny is holding things back, but he decides not to dig. As a friend, he offers support instead of interrogation. His voice turns grave as he urges Tiny to explain what their mission is really for. After judging the danger, Tiny lays it out. If they fail, the elves' sacred relic will disappear and the world tree will be set ablaze. The force of that revelation strikes Garen deeply. He grasps that if the world tree falls, corruption will overrun the woods and little by little ruin the entire world. With that in mind, he realizes the task could demand their lives. Tiny tells him he's free to walk away if he wants. But Garen instead spurs his horse onward, certain they can't afford to hesitate. He demands they get to Elfenheim as quickly as possible. Tiny smiles at that determination. Elsewhere in the woods, a man sprints in terror. A massive ant hunts him with obvious murderous intent. He tries to fight it off, but he can't shake it. Meanwhile, Garen finally eases up and apologizes, his mana depleted after 6 straight hours of non-stop writing. Tiny tells him there's nothing to be sorry for. They're nearing the elf scouts' territory and slowing down is necessary, so they choose to take a break. Garen warns Tiny that they can't light a fire, since the forest could catch easily. Tiny says that's obvious and jokes about who would be foolish enough to start a blaze out there. Right then, flames flare up behind them. They whirl around to see smoke threading through the trees. The same runaway bursts into view, still pursued by the giant ant. Panicking, he pleads for help as the monster closes the gap. A short man dashes toward them with an ant on his heel. His stout frame makes them suspect he's a dwarf. Tiny knows dwarves do sometimes pass through the great forest, but being chased by a creature like that spells trouble. The man charges nearer and begs them to save him. At the same moment, an elf appears above and asks whether he's a human spirit mage. She demands to know why an outsider, neither hunter nor branded traitor, has entered the forest. Tiny realizes they need an explanation fast before he can answer. Garen steps forward and takes over, since he once learned the elves' formal greeting. He speaks it with solemn respect and adds the proper reverence for the child of the world tree. The elf is startled. She never expects a human to know those holy words. Garen says he learned them from an elf who is his friend. To back that up, he displays the mark tied to Harwell's hair color. The elf notes that one of them carries the aura of a wolf spirit, and the other has evidence of friendship, signs that hold weight with elves. She accepts them and invites them into the great forest. Tiny privately wonders how she can pick out details like hair color so precisely. Garen explains that elves naturally notice such distinctions. The elf then turns to the dwarf and tells him his behavior is harming the forest and upsetting their allies. The dwarf argues back that monsters show up often and that he acted in confusion while keeping watch. Garen states plainly that setting off explosions inside the forest will not be tolerated. The dwarf bristles and insists the explosive device is the only way he can defend himself, and that he crafted it with his own hands. Tiny looks him over and grows wary. A young dwarf carrying such a weapon in the great forest seems suspicious. When Tiny spots a stamp on the weapon, the dwarf reacts at once, bringing up Randall's shop. That detail stuns Tiny and he pushes for more. He finds out the dwarf is Randall's son, Randall. With pride, he says he forged the hammer himself and asks them for help. Since they actually know Randall, Garen speaks up and tells the elf that Grandall isn't a stranger to them. Seeing the friendship mark, the elf decides to let him off this one. She permits him to remain on one condition. He must not use explosive weapons until he leaves the forest. Randall agrees, saying he's only heading to Elfenheim to obtain something. The elf accepts that for now. Not long after, another man rushes in, looking for Grandall. He checks that he's all right and explains the blast frightened them. Relieved that things have calmed down, he adds that Grandall met travelers using a weapon he forged. When he studies Tiny and Garen more closely, recognition dawns. They can't place him until he shows a badge, and they realize he's Jay. Later, they sit together by a small, carefully tended fire. Tiny thinks back to what followed Karun and wonders if Jay soon builds a business. Jay confirms that he does. He even sends people ahead to set up contacts in advance, since his work revolves around trading. He's able to get close to Elfenheim by selling everyday items the elves use too. Tiny grows wary and wonders if Jay is also collecting intel. Jay says commerce naturally comes with information, and that watching how people live is part of staying alive. He insists Grandall has nothing to do with the Black Wing. He also explains he only meets the dwarf right before they enter the forest. He trails Grandall after hearing the dwarf is gathering materials for a final, ultimate weapon, and he can't overlook that for Rendall's sake. Grandall rises, finally laying out what he truly wants. He aims to forge a weapon that surpasses the king's transcendent one. And to do that, he needs a piece of Elfenheim's world tree, stunning everyone. Taking a branch from the elves, whose entire lives are devoted to guarding that tree, sounds impossible. Grandall knows how ridiculous it seems, but he won't let go of his ambition. To him, surrendering would mean losing everything. He says pursuing a dream matters more than what people think. Tiny admires that resolve. Grandall grows emotional and says his father was driven out of their hometown because of him. Because he has no beard, other dwarves question his ability. He wants to prove a beardless dwarf can still become a master smith. That makes Tiny feel for him. Grandall immediately assumes Tiny will lend a hand. Tiny denies that expectation but sets a condition. If Grandall ever manages to create that kind of weapon, Tiny wants the first right to buy it. Grandall agrees at once and says he'll bear the consequences. Tiny cautions him not to count on success so lightly, as Garen wonders whether Tiny truly plans to get a world tree branch. Tiny says he can at least attempt it. Rejecting the idea outright feels wrong, especially when someone charges after a dream with that kind of stubborn will. 3 days later, they finally near Elfenheim. Garen remarks that the trip takes days, while Tiny figures they've arrived a day ahead of schedule. Since they cut down every monster along the road, and Jay keeps them supplied. With that, the journey goes far more smoothly. Tiny also uses Jay to pass along news about the orc situation. At the entrance, the massive gate opens. An elf girl named Ludwell introduces herself as Elfenheim's gatekeeper. She says the scout team already told her the wolf and Harewell's companions were coming. She greets them and says she'll be their guide from here. She warns them to follow every rule strictly while they're in Elfenheim. And she adds that if they have any purpose beyond seeing Harwell, they must tell her. As she leads them in, Tiny notices the sword at her side and quietly studies it as he walks alongside her. Ludwell takes Tiny and Garen through the reception area. As they move, both men absorb the sight of Elfenheim, whose architecture is striking and unlike anything human made. The view leaves them openly amazed. Garen asks if Tiny has an elf acquaintance here too. Tiny says he thinks so, but his voice sounds distant. Garen catches the history behind that answer and lets it go. Ludwell continues on, bringing them to the waiting room without pause. Inside, an attendant offers them elven tea, the drink people outside the forest call by that name. Ludwell says she can't guarantee humans will like it. Garen thanks her and drinks with ease. Tiny stays silent, deep in thought. Ludwell notices and asks why he's so quiet. Tiny tells her what he's noticed since passing the gate. Every time she looks at him, her hand goes to her sword and the tension never leaves her grip. Because of that, he concludes she's already decided something in her heart. The instant he says it bluntly, Ludwell yanks out her blade and holds it to his throat. She claims he's the Knight of Radiance who killed Elaine, and admits she's been waiting to behead him ever since she heard he was coming. Tiny stays calm instead of panicking. Garen steps in and puts himself between them before it gets worse. He says elves are especially severe when they believe their fury is justified. He also reminds her that elves take pride in reason, and that nothing done in Elfenheim is without cause. Because of that, he suggests she wouldn't have brought them inside if she meant to kill him without hearing anything first. Tiny adds that if she truly intended to end him, she could have done it at the gates. Her hesitation shows she isn't completely certain. Garen points out that Elaine's case has already been sent to the central temple. If the temple clears him, then the forest should at least take that ruling into account. At that, Ludwell pulls her sword back. Still, she makes it plain that temple approval doesn't wipe away doubt. She keeps a close watch because elves are bound to oppose dark energy. He brings up the talk circulating about him next. She has heard he can detect concealed malice and single out those who serve demons. The elders intend to verify that gift soon, and she's hoping the stories are true. Tiny says he's actually glad the test is happening, because he worries that even within Elfenheim's leadership, corruption could be lurking unseen. Garen attempts to keep him from pressing the accusation any further, but Tiny doesn't stop. He adds that if the supposed ability proves to be a lie, he'll take full responsibility. Ludwell turns back at his audacious statement and warns him that his confidence will be put to the test soon enough. Before she goes, Tiny casually notes that he can't see the Great Spirit Callum. He also mentions that Estina won't be present at the elders' meeting. Ludwell is taken aback. She realizes he knows Calum is Estina's spirit. She tries to dig deeper, but Tiny insists he has never met her. Ludwell chooses not to say anything more. She ends it by calling it an internal matter. Tiny picks up on her unease and decides she's hiding something badly. After she leaves, Garen asks if Tiny plans to go straight to the Guardian of the World Tree himself. Tiny thinks the only way to warn the Guardians about demon followers is to speak to them in person. Garen suggests his contact Harwell could be of help. If Harwell has made it back to Elfenheim, he would have joined the knights who hold the line against monsters from the demon region. Since those knights act on the Guardian's commands, they may know where the Guardian is located. Garen vows to look for him. Tiny thanks him and accepts. Elsewhere, an elder demon follower is informed that Tiny has arrived in Elfenheim. Osfera confirms that Tiny is heading into the forest exactly as foretold. The elder chuckles and produces an artifact that can wipe away traces of dark energy, even as it releases devastating power. He orders numbers 6 and 7 to go with the wielder and kill Tiny. Back in Elfenheim, Garen looks everywhere for Harul but comes up empty. All the knights are gone. When he reports back, Tiny grasps what that means. A major monster surge must have burst out of the demon region, forcing every knight and scout to deploy. These waves can sometimes drag on for as long as a month, so they may have no choice but to wait. Garen wonders if they truly plan to stay for that long. Before they decide, Ludwell returns and leads Tiny to the Elders' Hall for the test. Inside, the Elder Elves are assembled in full. One elder introduces Tiny to the council, citing his renown as the man who averts calamities and tracks dark energy. He also reminds them that this same human killed Elaine. The test will reveal the truth, and Tiny answers evenly. He's heard elves take their time with decisions, yet the entire council has convened quickly today. To him, that means they were expecting his arrival. Yurin Nim snaps back and calls him presumptuous, insisting there is no plot. She maintains that Elaine could never have been a black mage. Another elder, Darren, urges calm and reminds her the council is guided by reason, not feelings. Urena challenges him for speaking out of turn since he's only recently been made an elder. The elder cuts in, stopping both and explaining that even among them, opinions differ. That is exactly why the test must go forward. Tiny notes they're arguing in the comment. Tongue instead of Elven, he senses they want him to see their split. The great elder confirms that Tiny accepts the trial. Tiny agrees immediately, at the elder's command. Several wolves are brought into the hall. From their look, Tiny recognizes them as members of the scout unit. He suspects they were kept confined for this very moment. The great elder lays out the facts. One wolf was tainted by dark energy and slaughtered several patrol wolves, along with a young elf. Now the council wants Tiny to pick out which wolf is carrying that foul energy. The moment the great elder finishes the explanation, Tiny steps up and without pausing, points to a single wolf. He states that the chosen one is the one contaminated by evil power. The elders demand to know how he can be so sure. Tiny says the spirit bound to him lets him detect corruption the instant it appears. With that sense, evil is unmistakable to him. He adds that the wolf is lashing out because it can smell the blood of its own kind on another wolf. Urena goes rigid at his words and is about to strike back, but the great elder speaks first. He concedes the outcome is beyond what he expected. While the council spends days investigating, Tiny spots the corruption in an instant. Before they continue, Tiny voices another worry. The dark energy in the sacred wolf feels directed, almost conditioned to remain concealed. That sensation reminds him of the alpha lane. Urena erupts at hearing her name, taking it as a slight. Darren steps in and tells her to hold herself back. The great elder brings everyone back to the point. These wolves belong to the ranger scouts, and if Tiny is right, then Elaine truly is tied to black magic. Urena refuses to accept it, insisting that kind of control is a human practice, not an elven one. The great elder shuts her down and demands order. She insists those claims tarnish Elaine's reputation. Still, she ultimately yields to his order. The great elder then asks Tiny why the wolf is concealing its energy. Tiny examines the creature and says the contamination has already climbed high enough that it should have triggered mutation. But the wolf displays none of the usual physical symptoms. That mismatch implies it is hiding them on purpose. Darren thinks back to a recent disaster, yet he doubts it has anything to do with masking energy. The great elder considers it and decides that a newly found monster able to dampen evil energy counts for everything. With that in mind, scouts and knights have already been sent to the demon lands to look into it. The elder then asks how many are aware that Tiny has come to Elfenheim. Tiny pauses, then admits that even the orcs know he's here. So the news has traveled far. Darren warns that foes could predict Tiny's arrival and stir up turmoil to slip past him. The elder turns to Urena and asks how they normally deal with beasts tainted by evil. She says they put them down at once. Tiny asks why this wolf was kept alive. The elder explains that Ludwell recommended letting it live specifically for this trial. In that instant, Tiny pieces it together. Lud's earlier antagonism and her choice to spare the wolf now look like a deliberate setup. Darren adds that the devil cultists probably expected the wolf to be executed and never imagined it would end up as proof before Tiny. That error starts unraveling their cover. Tiny steps back and assesses the wider situation. The enemy refuses open confrontation, with Elfenheim while covertly pulling elven fighting power together by unleashing waves of monsters. That pattern points to a bigger objective. The thought that the world tree could be threatened sends unease through the chamber. The elders realize they have to ready their troops fast. Aaron reminds them a reserve force is still stationed within Elfenheim. Urena takes that as distrust toward the knights and patrol units. The dispute flares again, this time wholly in elven speech. Tiny watches their fiery exchange and remarks on the clipped cadence of their tongue. The great elder shuts the bickering down with firm authority and faces Tiny again. He asks for one last verification, using his power. Tiny must determine whether anyone in the palace carries evil energy. Tiny focuses and carefully sweeps the hall. After a meticulous check, he says no one present shows corruption. The elder's faces ease with relief. He then asks what the enemy's true endgame is. Tiny replies that their aim likely concerns both the holy relic Justicia and the world tree. The statement leaves several elders shaken. Some reject it outright, saying no elf would ever strike the world tree. Others argue guarding it must come first. As they argue, Tiny notices none of them mention Justicia directly. He realizes the world tree is the source and bedrock of elven life, so to them it outweighs everything else. Even so, he quietly wonders whether his sensing can offer absolute certainty. His past reminds him that concealment can fool even keen senses. The argument in elven speech swells once more, until the great elder quiets them again. He states that specific plans concerning the world tree are not to be debated in public. He then tells Tiny that all doubts about him are cleared. To make amends for their earlier treatment, they will show him proper courtesy. Urena is tasked with escorting and looking after their guests. She dislikes the duty but complies. Later, Tiny trails Urena through the palace passageway. The silence between them feels oppressive. She stops abruptly. Still facing forward, she demands to know if Elaine really uses black magic. Her tone tightens with fury and disbelief. When Tiny doesn't answer at once, her irritation spikes and she demands it again, pushing him to say plainly whether Elaine is truly a black mage. I'll see you next time.